Welcome back to CRoM Con Day One, Day Only. I don't know why I put Day One on there. I'm just used to doing that. But Part Two, and we are going to continue with our Elevator Pitch Expo, and we have people that prepared for this, and everybody helping each other out to give a better pitch, to draw people in more to buy your books. And I have as our next guest Mr. John Hervey, and he has been on CRoM Con before, just like that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, he has been here with us before, and he understands this. This is a little different. This one's a little different how we're doing this. So I'm going to give him the microphone or whatever for a minute and let him tell you guys who he is and some of his background, and then we're going to challenge his pitch.
Awesome. I appreciate that. First and foremost, I just want to say thanks, Pops. You doing this is great because whether people are new in the industry or old in the industry, it's a new day. So, everyone, whether you're a seasoned artist or you're new to the game, you need to be able to be in direct contact with readers, with folks, and this is what a show like this does, and you need to be able to talk to them and let them know what you got going on and why they should love it. So to start with, my name is John Hervey. I am a comic book lover since I was very young. It's been my number one medium, my favorite medium. I got into comics back when comics were on spinner racks. Some of you may not even know what those are, but this is before the direct market. I would go with my mom to the drugstore, and the drugstore would have a spinner rack with comics. Back in the day, there was one spinner rack, and then they expanded to two. So it was a big deal. My mom was maybe going to get me one book, or maybe two on a good day. So I had to really make a good choice about what books I was going to get. So at the time, the Super Friends were out, but I hadn't made the connection between the Super Friends and the Justice League yet, so I hadn't figured that out yet. So, but I knew some of the individual heroes, so I'll pick up Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman and stuff like that. And the 60s Spider-Man show was showing, so I pick up Spider-Man, and they'd show Thor, and they'd show Iron Man and Hulk from the old 60s Marvel kind of animatic cartoons. So I knew those heroes. But then one day I walked in, and there's this book there, and I'm looking at it, and it looks amazing. It's got this giant, what ends up being Crusher Creel on the cover, and he's on this big frigate, and he's holding up Miss Marvel in his hand, the real Miss Marvel, not whatever they're doing now, the real Miss Marvel in his hand, like he's King Kong. And Iron Man's attacking him, the Beast is attacking him, the Vision is attacking him. So little did I know that, first of all, this is drawn by John Byrne. And if you don't know who John Byrne is, you need to educate yourself. You need to go look that man up and just pick up anything that man drew. Seriously. He was amazing. So, and this book was Avengers 184. It was the introduction of Miss Marvel to the Avengers, the first time Miss Marvel joined the Avengers when she was really who she's supposed to be. This book entranced me. I fell in love with comics, and I told my mom that day, I am now a comic book collector. And she was like, that's good, baby. You finish your greens. That's good, baby. But here I am, decades later, and I'm still a comic book collector and comic book lover. I first got published in comics in the mid-'90s. I was fortunate enough to work for Michael Davis at Motown Animation. They had a office in Mid-Wilshire area in Los Angeles, for those that know that area. So this is around the time, for those of you that kind of know a little bit about comic book history, we're kind of coming off of one of the biggest booms in comic books. So in the early 90s, Image had hit the scene. Books were doing $1 million a book, an issue. Some books were. So Motown decided, we're going to get into the game because comics is so lucrative, but they didn't understand the economics. I don't think any of us really understood the economics at the time, what was really going on. All these books with all these different covers, and people were trying to get books for the sake of store value. Oh, I'm going to keep this book, and then it's going to go up in price 100-fold, over the next 10 years. We didn't understand how the supply and demand worked. But then that market kind of collapsed, and that's kind of the time that Motown went in. But I was lucky because I got to publish a book. So a friend of mine was an artist, and I got to write a book of his, and it was published by Image. And that was in the mid 90s. The book was called Trouble Man. And that was the first time I was published. And I just said, man, this is amazing. Motown got out of the comics business because they couldn't do $1 million books. No one could do $1 million books at that point. But my love of the industry grew and grew and grew. And honestly, in recent history, in the last few years, I'd stopped reading books just because I wasn't really too happy with what the big two were doing. But now with the indie comic book movement, you can ask my wife, I'm buying more books now than I think I ever have. And I don't mind paying the premium for indie comics because people are making books that they love. So I'm going to stay on here too and let you know. So, if you have a book, what's up, Hex Allen? What's going on, Mel? That's my man. He worked at Motown Animation as well. So just letting you know, there's some people that are putting up projects here that have a lot of experience in making projects. Maybe not experience in this indie comic scene. I think Pops is helping us all with that. But you have some really great new people, and you have some really amazing veterans, and they're all folks across the board are making great books. Yes. So with that, let me tell you a little bit about my book. So
hold up.
Yes, sir.
We'll set the stage. All right.
Yes, sir.
I'm just walking up to your table.
Mm-hmm.
Sell me on why I need to buy manga. Pantheon.
So Magna, The Last Pantheon. This is a story that anyone and everyone can relate to. This is a story about a protagonist. She finds her world turned upside down by a life event that impacts her. In this case, she learns that she's adopted. And she learns it through this one creature attacking her family. And she's using these powers that she's hidden. She's using these extraordinary powers to save her family. And as a result of this incident, she had felt like such an outsider, like such an outcast, because she was so different. She finally has an opportunity to learn more about herself. So she goes on this journey of self-discovery. This journey takes her to the homeland of her adoptive parents in Finland. And this is a little bit of a period piece. So this happens in 1942. So there's a lot, just like there's a lot going on in our world today, there's a lot going on in the world at that time. At that time, World War II was raging in Europe. So she's in Finland, and she's in a land where, there's tension between Russia and Finland, and she finds herself in a little bit of a skirmish. And then she finds herself, as she continues to follow this path of self-discovery, she finds herself in Asgard, and it's just a shell of what it used to be. And she finds herself amidst a conglomeration of deities. These are the last of the mighty men of old, and it's a hodgepodge. Some from the Aesir, which is the Asgardian pantheon, some from the Egyptian pantheon, some from the Olympian pantheon, some from the Chinese pantheon. What's up, Sim? And these guys and gals are together for survival. They are being terminated. So she finds herself in the midst of their struggle, and then she finds herself being a linchpin to their survival, and she discovers who she is. So this story, at a high level, just like all of us, it's a story of self-discovery. It's a story of us, kind of finding out what our calling is, finding out who we are and who we're supposed to be, and going after it. So in that regard, it's a great story. It's a great there's a great creative team behind it as well. So the penciler, Marcio Abreu, I was really fortunate to be able to work with him. He's done work on Red Sonja, and he's done work on the Warlord of Mars. So he has the artistic aesthetic that I was looking for, to be able to take us from a period piece in 42 to the fantastical, to being up in the heavens, to battling, monstrous and mythological creatures, and drawing characters the way that us comic book folks want to see characters drawn. Come on, let's be real now. Yeah. It's a story that is, I think, compelling, and that there are elements that we can all feel that we attach to, and then it's also that fantastic, just get us out of where we are right now into a fantastical place, and just give us the escapism that we're looking for as well.
I hear you. It's like everything that the passion comes out in what you're talking about. And
Thank you, brother.
This is part of what we've been talking about all day. You can make me feel something, you probably got my attention. You see what I'm saying? It's like it doesn't have to be super dramatic or anything. It just needs to be from the heart. You know, you telling me about your book and why you love it, which is why I should love it, right?
That's right.
You know? And you do it really well, and you do it through, you know, your emotion, your facial expression, everything. And this is kind of what we're talking about. But at the same time, is there like a 2-sentence catchphrase?
In terms of a 2-sentence catchphrase, you know, I consider it a supernatural, you know, fantasy epic. You know, that's a real, because I want you to get an idea of the different elements. I mean, you get the supernatural elements, you get if you like fantasy, you get the fantasy elements. And so it's still a superhero story, but it's more along the lines of if you were back in the day picking up a book like Thor. And because back in the day, those books were awesome, because you don't know where you're going to end up, not just in the universe, you don't know where you're going to end up. You know, you're going to end up in Jotunheim, you're going to end up, and you know, you're going to end up in 3 different lands in one issue. Yep. You know, so this isn't constrained. This isn't written to be a TV or movie show. It's not constrained by, hey, let's try to keep this in a budget so we can this is meant to be a comic book that takes you all over the place and just gives you a really fun ride.
It's awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, sir. I'm excited. And the great thing here is the production is completed. All 75 pages of this graphic novel, the production is completed. So you back the book, and then once the campaign is ended, kind of based on the number of books we'll determine how many books that will print in overage, and then we're going to start fulfilling. And our intention is to have everybody should be fulfilled by the end of Q1 next year. So we look to get the books into people's hands quickly. This is our second comic book campaign, and we learned a lot, I think, on the printing side as well as the fulfillment side. So we want to take advantage of that. You know, these are all businesses. You know, when you know, fulfillment is a business. You know, the printing aspects, it's a business, not just the production of the book. And these are all elements that all of us have to kind of get under our belt. And I think that first campaign helped us a little bit more in getting some of those elements under our belt.
See, I like this picture right here.
Oh, man. I call that Behold the Pantheon. I mean, because you can see it. She's looking up at them, and they're kind of looking down their nose at her, and they're, you know, you got that kind of, you know, that supernatural light beaming down, and she's looking up. And, you know, they're kind of measuring her up, and you can only imagine the awe that she has on her face as she's looking up at them. Yeah, I love that cover.
Great stuff, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And so the cover, so there's 3 covers to choose from, and there's 2 cover artists. So one of the cover artists, Elizabeth Torch, she did the first 2 covers, the one with the were creature, and, you know, not so much a spoiler. The were creature is actually one of the spawn of Fenrir. So, you know, even though the moon is there and it's an awesome effect, that creature is always like that. That creature is always a were creature. That is one of the, you know, wolf beasts. That's one of the spawn of Fenrir that is basically sent to go capture her. But, you know, you can't really send a werewolf to do any kind of a job because they're not really going to stay within the rules of what you're trying to do. You know, capture, devour, it's the same thing to them. Right? You know? So that's the first cover, and I really love what she did with this cover because this is really kind of the protagonist, Kadi. It's really her call to action. You know, she's been in hiding all of her life. This is the first time she gets to really exhibit some of her powers. So it's awkward, it's strange, it's new for her. She's never exhibited her powers, let alone had to fight, and she's battling this mythic creature. So I really love what Elizabeth was able to do with this composition. And then the second composition is where Kari is now in Finland in 1942, and she finds herself in the midst of a skirmish between the Russians and the Finnish, and it's a little bit of a you got to have an image that gives you kind of a power level. So you at least start to get an idea of her power level. And this is not by any stretch of the imagination the extent of her power, but you get to see, I mean, she's holding a tank up and she's doing it. Yeah.
Doesn't look like she's straining.
She's not straining.
Yeah, she's just looking mad.
Yeah, she's not happy because this village is being attacked. And I love so much about that image. I love, like, at the bottom of it, you get the feeling of almost a whiteout as the light kind of hits the snow. So you get that kind of whiteout effect. And her color is a little bit dimmed as she's kind of shadowed under the tank, but the tank treads are kicking off the snow and all the dirt, and you got the child in the foreground. Just a well put together composition. And I call this kind of the power up or level up picture. You get to see that, like, okay, this isn't just some farm girl, she's lifting a tank.
That's right. So this is where you find this. It's on Indiegogo, Magna, The Last Pantheon.
Yes, sir.
Volume 1 and 2. How is this working?
So this is volume 1. So volume 1 is a 75-pager, and this is basically the equivalent of the first 3 issues. If they were in floppies. Okay. So it's 75 pages in total, and also know that the second volume, which completes this story arc, that production is done as well. So our intention is to get this product to you, get it in your hands. And then we're going to get you moving on the second volume relatively quickly as well. So just so folks know that there is a production plan and that there's a good amount of production that's already completed so that we can make sure we get the books in your hands.
That's awesome. And I want you all to see that number, 69 backers. That's a great number. Well, we want more than that.
Yes, sir.
More than that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We would love to get that 70 plus.
Well, we got 12 days. We'll talk about this more. Maybe I'll talk to you about doing a countdown party for you.
Ooh, I'd love that. I'd love that, Pops. That'd be amazing. That'd be awesome.
We'll just keep that in mind. Get with me when you get closer down. We'll try to schedule something.
Okay, that'd be awesome. I would love that. I really would.
All right. I'm gonna get on with our next guest. John, it's great seeing you again as always. It kind of sucks that it's this short, but it's Christmas. One day of this month is enough. Well,
I'm glad you did it this month. I'm glad you did it this month. I know I know there's a lot going on, so thanks for putting on CRoM Con, Pops. Thanks for having me on. And I'm going to hang out in the chat and check out some of this other stuff. That's right, Mel. Bad Mama Jamma.
Now our next guest is really going to be put to the test to pitch his stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Stay tuned for this, John. You're going to like this. This dude's art is amazing.
Okay, right. I'm definitely gonna hang out. So
all right,
I'll be making comments in the chats, Pops.
All right. Here we go, Mr. Sean Howe. How you doing?
How are you,
dude? I don't know how you're gonna sell us.
You know what? I don't know either, but
I'm
gonna try.
I do know. I know because your stuff you don't even have to talk about really. You just show it. It's But
I was hoping your package would have got there before now. That way.
Man, I ran out and checked the mail a little while ago and it wasn't here. That would have been great. But hey, we'll make sure we do a Monday unboxing.
Sweet. I hope it's there.
We always do that. Everything I get now, we do an unboxing for, So Sean Howe is an amazing artist.
Thank you.
And I'm kind of waiting for him to show me something. But
so
are
what
you
got going on right now?
Yeah, I wanted to go there. You are doing something, moving into doing some covers, right?
I am doing a Christmas cover for Totally Rad. With Jim Noble.
Nice.
I can't.
Tiberius. That's Tiberius. You can't call him Jim Noble. You have to call him Tiberius.
Tiberius.
Captain Kirk. That's Captain Kirk over there, man.
I got you. But I'm still new, so I'm trying to keep the waters still for me.
Oh no, it's good. It's a nickname he got from some very cool people.
Oh, okay. Well, then there we go.
He does a James Kirk impersonation that'll blow your mind. That's why we call him Tiberius.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what the root of this was.
Now you can hit him up.
Yeah.
But,
unfortunately, I can't show you the cover yet because number one, it's not finished. Number two, it's not exactly PG. So,
pasties, man, pasties. You know how we do it here, man. You come out.
I do, and maybe some strategically placed pencils.
Look, you come out during the late night panel, and you can show us anything you want, bro.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll do that. But yeah, it's starting to get back on track. I had an opportunity earlier this year to work with Larry for Ravage, and then things happened. Wasn't able to do that. So I was like, oh God, it's never going to happen again. And then Tiberius messaged me one day and was like, hey, we need to work together. And I'm like, yes, we do. What do I need to do? So here we are. I'm doing one of the Christmas covers for Totally Rad. I'm very happy about that. Loved the idea of doing any kind of covers, especially something for this because it's totally in my wheelhouse. So there we go. I've had a couple of other creators. Nick Garber's one who's talked to me a little bit about, doing covers for him. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Whatever you guys need, I am here for. Because I'm tired of being.
He's come out to CRoM Con like 5 or 6 times now.
Mm-hmm.
And we always talk about, the wonderful things he does. And I happen to have a little something here that I'm going to show everybody just because I always do. And then I'll let him show off some more. But, oh, baby, look at that. Look at that. You guys know I love my Electra, right? Y'all know that. Okay?
You're really going to love what's coming in the mail for you now.
See, now he's been telling me that, and I know it's true. I know I'm really going to love it. And it's going to go somewhere. so I'm so running out of space, man.
Valuable real estate up there, man.
Huh?
It's valuable real estate up there.
Oh, well, I mean, it's just like, I don't want to get to the point where I'm rotating. You know what I mean? So I think we might have to, the signed comics wall might turn into an original art wall too in the end. The signed comics might have to just go back in the filing cabinet.
Sacrifices have to be made.
Yeah, I've only got so much space, and original art's starting to take over.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, it's because you're such a nice guy and you help so many people. People are like, hey, what can I do for Pops? So we'll send him some original art.
Let me tell you, the first piece of original, not the first piece, one of the first pieces I bought from Andrew Mangum, he had for sale, and I was like, dude, that's not enough. That's not enough money. I need to send you more money for that because it's a beautiful piece. I ain't lying. Okay, it is a beautiful piece, and
oh, wow,
that's not enough. I have to send you more. So I sent him, extra 20, whatever, and so he throws a bunch of signed books in the box too. So it's like, you know what I mean? And that was before I was ever doing any of this. That was,
right.
3 or 4 years ago.
And it's great when you run into somebody who appreciates your low pricing. There's artists out there who are way more expensive than I am on commissions and stuff, and I get that. And they've been around longer, they got a bigger name, whatever. I'm happy I get paid it all for this, man. This is the dream. So
I'm telling you, it's amazing though, because some of your stuff, bro. Come on, I'm gonna go pull up your art page here real quick because people need to see. They need to know If they don't already, they need to know.
Well, I appreciate that. And normally I would have my wall O Triumph behind me, but honestly speaking, I got hung up running errands. I barely got in here in time. You're like messaging me, "Are you ready?" And I'm like, "Oh."
That's cool though, because you were ready, right?
Hey man, I will get there, and I will be there on time. I just may not be 100%, So,
Okay, let's see.
but I've got a couple of originals I can show. I don't know how to really do this with the camera, but just some of the newer stuff I've been working on. Like I just finished the Baroness last night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And for some reason lately, it's been a lot of WWE requests.
Undertaker.
I did the Undertaker.
Now look at that, people. This is what got my attention on this guy's work. Okay. It wasn't this one, but they're all like this. I think it was the Jim Morrison or something, the first one that I saw of his, and I was like, oh my God, that's amazing, right? Everything he does is like that. Everything he does looks like that. It's amazing. So yeah.
And it's so funny because I post that Undertaker and I get like 3 or 4 messages from people. They're like, "You never held that belt." It's like, dude, come on. I know.
He's holding it now. That's all you had to say. He's holding it now.
Yeah.
Look at that. Road Warriors.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up watching these guys. And,
There you go. Yeah.
Just to try to get as photorealistic as possible is my goal. WWE stuff has been big for me. Movie stuff lately has been pretty big. Let's see. This Bride of Chucky.
Chucky and his babe.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And
as usual, Sean, you're on top of it, man.
Man, I'm trying. I really am. Just trying to keep busy. I figure every little thing that I do is a way to get my name out there, and you never know what is going to sell and how quickly it will sell. I mean, the Doc Holiday that I just recently did, I even posted a little comment on it. I was like, the last one I did of these sold in like 10 minutes, and I'll be damned if that one didn't sell in 10 minutes. I guess people like Doc. So, but yeah, and I'm up for really anything out there. I'm tired of the only thing I'm tired of is I'm tired of being the best kept secret. Anybody's covers that they need.
I'm sorry, that's what I call the madness. The best kept secret on Facebook.
It's not so much a secret.
Part of the best kept secret on Facebook. But we're trying to get y'all out there, man. We're trying.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And I mean, it grows every day. So,
I do hope that I'm, some small part of that, man. I mean, every time I get you out here, it's like you have something new to show us. It's always top notch. And now you're out here telling me that you got people hitting you up for covers. That's bottom line cool right there.
That is great. And, these guys are so nice to work with. I mean, like with the Totally Rad deal, he basically just said, "Hey, it's going to be a Christmas cover. You do what you do." And I'm like, okay. Because, you don't want to be micromanaged, but at the same point in time, you're like, oh my God, what if I mess this up? It's great. And then you see the people who else have worked on it, the Steph Wilson, just other people who have done stuff.
Is RB done anything for him over there?
I don't know. I think so.
All them little crews are some awesome people, man, and it's good to get in with any of them that are doing good stuff, and it's like I'm just glad. I'm glad that you're doing something more than just your own work. I'm glad that people are approaching you and going, "Hey, man, we want you."
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely. And commissions are always a good thing. I love doing commissions. I love it when people come up with a crazy idea for a commission or some kind of cool mashup. But I'm wanting to make this to get this out of the hobby territory and into the profession territory. And I mean, yeah, it's been that way for the past year for me, but I'm ready to move forward to the next level and just show people what I can do. So
I'm looking forward to it too because you tear it up, man. I'm looking forward to buying a book with your stuff on it. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm hoping so, man. I'm because that's been the dream since I was a little kid, going into a comic book shop and seeing my name on a cover, this cover done by Sean Howe, or, at that time I was still under the delusion that sequential art was easy. So I was like, hopefully I could, get doing X-Men or something like that. I'm not of that opinion anymore because I'm more of a cover artist than sequential artist. So that's where I want to be, and that's what I want to do. I want to be able to throw as much effort as I can into one piece for somebody and have them just go, "This is friggin' epic."
Well, see, and that's the whole thing. It's like I'm glad somebody said, "Hey, I want you to come do this," because you're gonna get more work, bro.
Oh, absolutely.
You're gonna get more work from this, and I'm like super jacked for you. I'm glad. It's awesome. I'm looking for my next guest, and I sent them the link, and they're not here yet. So you can just keep right on talking, brother. Show us some more. Show us some more. What do you got handy?
Let's see.
Got any of the old school stuff handy?
I've got a lollipop chainsaw handy here. Let's see if I can. And
look at that.
Yeah, people sometimes like the way I draw women. I don't know what the deal is there.
I think you got it.
Yeah.
Good.
Like I said, I've done some movie reproduction stuff here lately. This one's about to ship out. This is the Bridget Fonda from Point of No Return.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sean, go ahead and give us a rundown. Where can we find you?
Okay, so you can find me on Facebook at Zero Dark 30, the studio of Sean Howe. You can find me on Instagram at Shawnzilla Art, all one word, ShawnZillaArt.
Bro, drop those
Tumblr. If Tumblr's still a thing, you can find me at Zero Dark 30, the studio of Sean Howe.
All right. Make sure you drop the links though after you're done, because my guest is here. My guest has arrived. So, Sean, thank you so much for coming out. I'm really glad to hear that things are going better, and looking forward to seeing what you come up with in the future, man. I really am, especially for other people's stuff. It's like I know what Jim does over there. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do with that cover, man.
Absolutely, and hopefully it'll be the beginning of something big.
Tell Tiberius we said hi to.
Roger that.
Peace, brother. Thanks for coming out.
Day, man.
You bet. And our next guest, Mr. Justin Dutton, Unstitched, makes an appearance on CRoM Con. Dude, I've been waiting to talk to you for a while now, and know that you have an elevator pitch for this book. So I want you to give everybody a little bit of background about yourself, and then I want you to throw your pitch at us.
Yeah, man. You know what? First, I want to say thank you for having me. Thank you for the event, having all these wonderful guests. It's been awesome.
Thank you. It doesn't happen if you guys don't come out, so.
So if anyone doesn't know, my name is Justin Dutton. the writer and creator of Unstitched. It's an all-age comic book. I I'm not famous, Hex. My mustache is and my hat.
Ah, that's beautiful.
I'm just a dude, like basically living in the sticks, trying to like force his dreams into reality, man. That's really all I'm trying to do in making comics. And now, no one really cares about the guy making it. What they really care about is the amazing book called Unstitched, which, like, it's an all ages book. And the way I can describe it is childhood wonderment is made out of hopes, dreams, and imagination. And fear is what unstitches that. So it's up to a brand new Teddy to protect a little girl named Eleanor from the darkness and all of his evil forces, breaking the nightlight and consuming her with fear.
Awesome. Now, I'm looking at it. I'm gonna pull it up here in a minute. I'm looking at it, and you got 165 backers, and man, $8,500. You're doing all right, brother.
Yeah. You know what? Like they're sold out, but boom, we had like 10 handmade teddy bears, like the eyes glow in the dark. This is actually based off our character of like the boogeyman. He's like an evil teddy bear that unstitches teddy bears, and he wears them as like pelts.
Oh, let me hold that up again. I'm sorry. Hold that.
Yeah.
Up. There you go. Sweet.
Eyes glow in the dark too, so you definitely want to. For those that got this, I'd make sure it's not like directly facing your bed. We just got our posters in yesterday, which I'm excited about.
Nice.
And like this poster is actually even going to be the back cover as well of the book.
All right. Cool. So, I'm going to go ahead and scroll down on here a little bit, and you can tell us what we're seeing. Okay, here's the opening, and this is a good pitch right here.
Thank you.
But yeah, who is this? Whose cover is this right here? Is this all you?
This is the cover of the interior artist, Laura Rimbazambati. Amazing artist. And I actually had to have her do a audio clip of her last name, and I had to play that sucker like 100 times. Rimbazambati.
Cool. Now, see, I'm one of them people that I go ahead and take a shot live at somebody's name.
Yeah.
And, sorry, I butchered a couple, but I've gotten some right too. So,
it's a gamble.
Yeah, it's hit and miss. I love it though. Man, these panels are awesome, dude.
Yeah. Like she absolutely knocked it out of the park. Completely. So like the first 3 pages, it's Eleanor being tucked in by her parents. They go away just because like baby screaming down the hall, and dad's not the best, so the mom's like, give me one moment, you know how your dad is. And then like a bunch of time passed, so she never gets to the bedtime story. And then like as she has like halfway is falling asleep, the darkness kind of just like swarms in and just gives our little Eleanor a good scare.
Yeah, I can see this. So hero.
Yeah, and then we go to a dreamland where like 2 teddies in training are like arguing, and like their little mentor is about to put them through their final test to see if they're worthy of becoming a teddy. So they got to fight like a swarm of bed bugs in the training room.
Nice. This is great, man. I like this. So this is all ages, right?
Yes. Definitely. Like if you really like Tim Burton stuff, or I would say like, Rise of the Guardians, the
Oh, yeah.
DreamWorks movie.
Oh, yeah.
This is like right up your alley. It's
I'm
pretty
thinking
much
about the
a
I'm thinking about the
yeah.
grandkids 'cause anything that I can get to help them, encourage them in this to continue being part of this genre and being fans
Oh
of it,
yeah.
or little artists or whatever I can get out of them,
Like in fact, I actually made this for my niece.
Yes, exactly
Um,
what I'm talking about, man.
so I made this like like the little girl Eleanor is pretty much a stand-in for my niece. You know,
Thanks, Doc.
everyone loves, and thank you, Doc. Everyone knows your cape heroes and stuff, but how do you get them? How do you get someone to read a superhero? Well, you got to have them starting to read comics.
Yep.
How can you do that? Make something that feels almost like a fairy tale. And I really love the old school grim fairy tales that you can read those as an adult. They're still dark.
Oh yes,
They're sugar coated, but then you read underneath, and that's kind of what I have with Unstitch.
You know what's crazy is my mom had an old grim fairy tale book when I was a kid, and I still remember the one story, Billy Goat's Gruff, and that was a scary little story, man. That Billy Goat. I mean, that was just kind of it made, for when you're hearing it as a little kid, it was like this wasn't a fun story. But now if you get Grimm's fairy tales and you read that same story, it's all pretty. It's all
Yep.
coated over. I mean, it's so different. Everything. So I mean, I totally appreciate what you're saying and the direction that this takes, because there ain't no candy coat in life. I'm sorry.
No.
Face life. We have to face it every day. And it's nice to
Yeah.
encourage. It's nice to let the kids know that we're paying attention and to give them something that they can get out of this too. I mean, I always try to push this on the kids as much as I can. Anything that
Yeah.
or anything that somebody's doing that's kid friendly, I'm like, Emma, come here, look at this. I mean, none of them are here right now, but you know what I mean. It's like I'm always showing.
You know what? I even have one tier. It's like $100 total because it's like $10 shipping. Called the Children's Charity Bundle. So what that is, and like I really love this tier, especially right now because it's like pretty much the season of giving, right?
Right.
I don't make any money off that tier. All the money will go to like St. Jude's Hospital, and then 6 books will also go to charity, like Duke's Children's Hospital is accepting books. St. Jude's isn't. I used to volunteer at one, and they were going to, but then COVID kind of hit, and they were like, "No, we got to follow the rules. We can't take physical donations, but we can take money." But Duke's Children's Hospital is. Boys and Girls Club is. There's even a child therapist who has seen my book, and she's asked about it, and I was like, "I'll give you, how many books do you need?" She was like, "Can I get 3?" And I was like, "I'll get you, 3 out of the donation of the children's charity."
That's awesome, dude.
So if
there
you
are
really want to just help out some kids, that's the tier I would suggest.
there you
Like
go.
all you're gonna get, like I'll do a drawing and I'll mail you a drawing that I do and a thank you note that has like my warm heartest, like heartfelt, like yo, thank you, bless you, type note. But you're not gonna get a book in that one. But kids in need will.
Right. And think about that, y'all. Y'all know I'm about the kids. Okay. So maybe you get your own book and you get one for the kids too.
Yep.
One for the kids too. Now we have quite a few people in the group that do different kid charities. We got Kids for Life and the Heroes guys over there. They were in our last con. It's like great people doing great stuff, and you just got yourself added to the list over here in the madness.
Thank you, man.
There's no doubt that,
Um,
um Hey, I'm now I want to talk to you longer. It really.
Yeah, man, no problem. And like the best thing is, for
What
those like you know, when will I get the book if I back it? We're going to the printers like mid-month. I'm like this close of being ready to go to the printers. Only thing I'm waiting on is pretty much we're doing like just some like last minute tweak editing on the lettering. Of just going, oh, okay, so you know, I noticed that there was a period missing right here. Let's add a sound effect right here. You know, small minor things, and then we're waiting on. I have the cover done for the next issue, next chapter, and we're just pretty much getting like some minor adjustments of the art of that, and then getting that colored. Because I'm gonna put that in the back of the book. Once that's done, boom, printers.
Nice. So look, like I said, this is 15 minutes. For the first time talking to you, it's not enough. Okay? It's just not enough. There's another panel later on at 9:00 Eastern tonight. If you're more than welcome, if there's a spot, I'll even get the hell out the way so you can come back out. You know, I mean, you're more than welcome. I definitely want to talk to you again. We do this the first weekend of every month. I'm doing launch parties for people, countdowns for people, whatever I can do to help you guys out, man. So get with me anytime I can help. You know, let me know you got stuff to share. Always posting the madness, brother. That's
always.
That's what we're there for.
And if you haven't yet, like, subscribe, give the man, the legend, Pops, a thumbs up.
The legend, I don't know, not yet. It's only been like 8 months or 9 months.
A legend in the making. A legend in the making.
There you go. There you go. We'll try for that. Totally appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for coming out. All y'all go check this book out. You definitely want it. Back the tier for the kids for sure. It's Christmas. You know what to do.
All right. Take care, brother.
Peace, man. Thanks a lot. And as we move on to our next guest, who is also a returning guest to CRoM Con, and this time he does have something to pitch.
Hey, how are you?
I want Mr. Hogg. I want you, Doc. I want you to tell everybody a little bit about your background. How you come into this. Give us a little 5-minute synopsis of how you come into this. Don't go into your book yet. Don't go into your pitch yet. Tell us about you a little bit. Then we'll pitch your book. Then we'll show the people what you're pitching.
Yeah, sure. Real quick, I've just been into comics pretty much all of my life. And a couple years ago, a friend of mine by the name of Jeremy Lott called me up and said he was involved in this thing called Comicsgate and Indie Comics. And I said to him, well, that sounds interesting. I've had a bunch of story ideas bouncing around my head for years, and I've got no idea what to do with them. So why not, maybe they'd work as a comic. And, one thing just kind of led to another. And, I launched Tilt 1 back in March and had a successful campaign and, put it together and now have Tilt 2 going on. It's in its last 2 weeks of its campaign, and we're at 68% funded. Got a little ways to go, but I'm optimistic we're going to get there.
All right. Well, we're going to do what we can to help you out.
I sure appreciate it.
If you want to go ahead and do a share screen on that.
Certainly.
But not yet. I won't pull it up yet. But
all right.
Get it ready so that we can show it after we're done, after your pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is about the elevator pitch.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to get me interested in your book in 2-3 sentences?
Sure.
Okay.
This is Superheroes Meet the Sopranos, and this time the Sopranos get whacked. It focuses around a young lady by the name of Jennifer Poehler, whose dad was murdered by mobsters, and the mobsters are out to get her. In the afterlife, her dad begs the spirit to give Jennifer a power that will protect her, and he gives her the power to make the kings, queens, and jacks and a deck of cards come alive. However, she has to use that power. That is the price of it, is she has to use it to eliminate the mobsters who murdered her dad. She just gets going on that in issue 1, and issue 2 is sort of the big slaughter.
Okay, so what you were telling us was issue 1.
Leading into issue 2, yes.
Okay. So issue 2 is the one you're pitching right now.
That's right.
Okay, so give me the elevator pitch for issue 2.
All right. Again, sorry, it's superheroes meet the superheroes meet the Sopranos, and the Sopranos get whacked. This is where Jennifer is going to eliminate most of the mobsters.
There you go. It's part 2. It's payback time.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? It's like, give us that, this pitch, this thing that
All right.
tells me, come back and look at this. See, because that's what we're trying to do here, is make sure that we can help everybody get the best possible response to their pitch that they can. So you got what you want to say, it's like, now just grab me by the throat. And I'm not saying do it again. You don't have to do it again, but I'm the suggestions, the little things, the tweaks, the slogan, the whatever,
Mm-hmm.
the catchphrase, anything that you use to get people to go, huh? What are you talking about? You want them to question. You don't want to give them the whole answer.
Yeah.
The question, the little synopsis, and then ask questions so that you can give them the big story. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
The pitch brings me in. Okay, it's what has me here instead of over here typing and talking.
Fair enough.
So this is what this whole weekend's about, is the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Mm-hmm.
I have found out recently about one of your people working on your book that I didn't know was working on your book. Say hi, Lenore. Hope she's watching. It's like, it's weird because I get to know people. I find out, I meet people, I get to know them, I talk to them a little bit, and then I find out, oh, you work with that person. Well, I know that guy. Now we're friends. Now we're buds because there's that connection. And
well, Lenore is actually in the book herself. She didn't realize it until I pointed it out to her, and then she came on my channel on Wednesday. You can see the replay, and she colored herself basically. And the page is now finished. It's up on the front of the Tilt 2 Indiegogo page, so it's out there now for everyone to see.
I did watch a little bit of that, so I did catch a little bit of that of her coloring, and that was why I brought it up, because it's another angle to the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
I like that people, like, somebody came out earlier and I went and looked for somebody big name to do a cover for me just so that I could bounce off that fan base. It's all about the network, the promotion, self-promotion, selfless promotion. Once you've got people that are working with you or for you, you want to make sure that everybody's rowing the boat. It's like Lenore goes out and talks about your book. That's
Mm-hmm.
awesome. Okay. When you're talking about your book, you talk about Lenore's art. That's awesome. Everybody has to remember it's, pitch the team as well as the book.
Cross-pollinate a little.
When they start asking questions, that's when you get to throw in, oh yeah, and this person's doing my art, and this person did a cover for the book. And once you've got their attention and they start asking the questions, then you get to slam them with the whole damn package.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting their attention, man, and getting them to want to know what you're doing. So I'm totally appreciative of everything you're doing out there too. Okay, I see you out there on Twitter sharing people's stuff, and I know you're working hard, man. Everybody works hard at this, even though a lot of people think that there's not a lot of work to it. There really is. I know you got stress, whether you're going to fund or whatever, whether you're going to meet deadlines or is my artist going to come through? Is my letter
like
going
to dealing with artists? It's like herding cats,
Who we got now? This is Mr. Dog Hog, Danny. Mr. Dog Hog is Tilt number 2. 1 and 2, but number 2 is what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, it's superheroes meet the Sopranos, and this time the Sopranos get whacked. It's time for the let me get us out Infinity Hell there. Yeah, it's time for the Sopranos to pay the piper. And if you would just let you know, if you did not back part 1, you can get part 1 here as an add-on. You just select your perk, and then you'll have 2 options to get part 1. You can get it as a physical copy for $8, or just add it on as digital PDF for just $1. I just want to let you all know that I've just dropped some of my prices too. There's original art for sale, the original art of the reissue cover, and you can see it kind of right here as well. I just dropped that from 100 to 75. The couple of the ways to get drawn into issue 3, I've dropped that. You play cards with Jennifer, you're like a lower mob level thug, and you're going to get whacked. Drop that to 100. The other ones where she gets drawn in, where you get drawn in, drop from 250 to 200. And also the original art. This comes as a package. It's both the coloring of the variant cover plus the inks. I've dropped that from 125 to 100. And then all those particular tiers, if you back those, you will be getting you will be getting 2 physical copies of the comic, the variant and the standard cover. You'll get a digital copy. You'll get the special tilt deck of cards, and you will get the 2 pinups. And if you back that and you did not get a copy of part 1, or you did not back part 1, you'll get a copy of reissue of part 1 as well with those. These are some of the pages. This is the opening page here. Let me back up real quick. This is the standard cover, and this plays off of the movie by Steven Seagal, Under Siege, where Erica Eleniak jumps out of the cake, and that's how Jennifer is setting up the mobsters here. The queens in the deck, who are kind of the spies, they do reconnaissance. They find out that the head mobster is holding a birthday party, and they find out that he's gonna have a stripper jump out of a cake, but Jennifer and the Jacks, they kidnap the stripper. They put Jennifer in the cake, and she pops out of the cake, throws out the cards, the kings and the jacks, and it's game on. And this is kind of the opening scene where she's given the doing the little strip tease, kind of trying to get them all relaxed and happy. And this is the page 2, and at the bottom here, she's just thrown out the between this panel and the last panel, she's just thrown out the cards, and these mobsters are like, oh my god, they're seeing these cards come to life. Here is one of the combat scenes. A couple of the mobsters here are trying to hold back the jacks. One of the kings sees it and tells them to hang on, and he comes over and slices through the 3 mobsters here, takes off this one's full head, about half of his head, and then about a quarter of this head. He's kind of swinging up a little bit. Here is the page where Lenore got drawn in, where she'd been kidnapped, and it's Ellen Noir's Party Favors is the name of the Charlie, I told you I'm doing a show, big guy.
5 minutes, little guy.
Give me 5 minutes, and then you can tell me something. You want to come over and say hi real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's going to have to wait. Okay, big guy? Okay, and this is the page where Lenore got drawn in, and she's colored that now. This is the 2 pinups that are available for purchase. Jiggities, which this was drawn and colored by Lakem Amir. Jiggity has 2 meanings here. One is it's in poker, it's a pair of jacks, and it's also a play on Family Guy, Glenn, giggity. Why? Because all the jacks are kind of eyeing Jennifer here. And then this is the other pinups that's for sale. These come as a package, this one was drawn by Arch Sider. I like to call it Jennifer with Junk in the Trunk. And this is the back of the deck of cards for for
Daddy, can I tell you something?
in a few minutes. This is the back of the deck of cards here, drawn by Vic King and colored by Rosetta Allen. It's going to be a 54 card poker deck, and it will have custom jacks, custom queens, and custom kings on the front of the card. So the deck of cards is going to have custom kings, queens, and jacks. And I'll just say this, I love this character, Jennifer, because her weaknesses are that she's somewhat impulsive and somewhat reckless. And I was both of those, particularly impulsive when I was younger. So I relate a lot to this character. And that's going to have some very serious consequences for her at the end of part 2 of Tilt. What are those consequences? Well, you'll have to back it to find out.
Okay, so you got 13 days left?
Yes, I do. 80 backers now.
Let me know if you want to do a countdown show. You want to do a countdown party for it. It's close to being over.
Daddy.
Okay.
Come out here like the last hour before it closes and, try to get more people to buy it at the end,
Real quick.
I will probably take you up on that.
I'm more than happy to help you out, my friend.
All righty. Sounds great. Well, as you can see, I'm kind of being summoned now.
All right. You are now off the clock. Or
all righty.
However you want to take it.
Well, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
It's good seeing you. Tilt number 2, y'all. Go check it out on Indiegogo.
Dada.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Now, in the backstage area, we happen to have pulling in 15 minutes early because we had a slight scheduling mishap. Alan Johnson, or Alan, geez, I'm just all the way out of it today. Alan Johnson will be here at 7:15. So if you're here to see Alan right now, you get JD instead, who was going to be here at 7:15. It was just a switch up. We're all good.
Yeah, hey, my fellow comic otaku.
How you doing, man?
Nothing much. Just been, busy here and there and trying to finish up on one of my, current projects I'm working on. Anyway, today, if you don't know me, I'm on sometimes a live stream on Drawn and Quartered, and I'm the guy that everyone picks on.
Actually, I got you all messed up, JD. You're not supposed to be on until 8:30, dude.
That's okay. I might as well get on early,
Okay, well, see, now, what happened, though, is I thought I messed up. I just messed up. Can I bring you back out at 8:30?
Sure, I guess. Because I'm getting a little sleepy right now.
All right, well, let's go ahead and do you right now. JD Calderon, my friend, can you come out at 8:30? Please message me and let me know. I will send you a message. Just a scheduling snafu, no big deal.
Sorry about that, man.
I just mixed up the JDs. It was all on me, dude. There's two.
Oh, I get it now. JD Cauldron.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll leave the studio. I'm sorry.
Oh,
sorry,
on.
JD Cauldron.
Oh no, hold on. See, what happened is Alan was going to be here at 7:00.
Mm-hmm.
Alan couldn't be here till 7:15, so I figured I just switch him and JD. But I sent you the message, not JD.
Okay, fair enough.
You see what I'm saying? So you're here, dude. Go ahead and do your 15. I'll see if I can get JD to come out at 8:30. I'm sure he'll be good with that.
Okay, understood. Anyway, I'm JD Dishman from North Carolina. I live in a small town, and I also do comic books, apparently. And I've always loved drawing them for a long time.
Right.
And basically, yeah, I just created my own set of Avenger type style characters or something. My own kind of comic book universe. Which is actually, it's from superheroes to sci-fi to crime to any kind of genre. It's like it combines one and the other. And sometimes it's just pure sci-fi or pure horror or whatever. It depends. I call it the Otakuverse.
Nice. Okay, we got that all figured out. It's all good. JD Calderon will be out here at 8:30. Alan will be out here at 7:15. So now, Do you understand what today's deal was about, right?
Yeah, the elevator pitches.
Right.
I've been watching the whole thing.
Okay, so do you have a set pitch? Are you working on something? What do you get?
I'm actually just wanted to promote something I'm working on.
Okay.
What I already worked on a while back, but I would like to, promote it. Is okay?
Yeah, I want you to do the elevator pitch on it. I want you to tell us why we should buy it.
Okay. Like I said, it's the Avengers meets an alien abduction case, not invasion. An alien abduction case in North Carolina around Brown Mountain during September of last year.
Okay.
Kind of like, I read about this kind of mystery that goes on at Brown Mountain. Like a lot of people disappear. And, oh, hey, Timothy Olsen. Hope you're doing okay. Anyway, it's like, that movie Alien Abduction.
Right.
There's a lot of them, but the one I'm talking about is the one that's based in Brown Mountain. That's what gave me the idea for the story. Originally, it was supposed to be a single character story, but I changed it to a team story.
And is this on Kickstarter, or is it on a crowdfunder now? Are you getting ready to? What's up?
Oh, it's on Indie Planet. It's a print-on-demand indie comic store.
Okay, I just want to pull it up here so people can see it. Okay.
Yeah, Indie Planet's a print-on-demand store, pretty much. They get paid through the printing of the comic. I get paid the rest of the money.
Right.
So, yeah, if it looks a little expensive, that's because that's the reason. Also, you can get it for digital for 99 cents, which is pretty cool. There it is. Yeah, just click on the Beyonds. It's right next to Con IX. This story was actually put together on the Tacoverse issue 1, but initially it was originally supposed to be Beyond's Brown Mountain Madness by itself, but after noticing the page problem on the second book, I decided to just put it in as a separate standalone tale with part 1 in there and part 2 in there too.
Okay, so we got part 1. Then,
But no, that was the first
book?
part. Well, that's the first book. It's a one shot.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I got you mixed up. The
Yeah,
part one was
part two.
Oh yeah, part 1 and 2 was combined. George Lucas did a little bit,
Okay.
and I had to switch one page to another page because it was the opening.
I understand.
The original was on Otakuverse. Anyway, I've already put together about 10 books, and soon there are going to be 11. The Next Gen comic should be approved soon. And it's Stupendous Next Gen issue 2, which, yeah, I just want to add that in. And because that's the next book.
All right.
And you can see there's a variety of books on here. Con IX's like the crime drama show. The Con IX books, they're mostly crime or, cities and stuff. And that's Stupendous Next Gen issue 1. This is where he fights a kaiju. You can tell that I used a lot of different genres and stuff.
Right.
In this series and all these other series. They're all part of the Otakuverse. Next Gen and Con IX have their own standalone books. They do sometimes pop up in the Otakuverse, but just as extra stories and stuff. But I'm rethinking the setup. Well, that one's hey, can you click on the Otakuverse issue 2? No, issue 2. Can you get to issue 2? That one's cool. If you love The Mandalorian, you're gonna love this one. Because this one's about this bounty hunter called Haas. And let's just say it's a pure science fiction story, but with a different twist. And it connects to the Beyond's comic in a way.
All right.
Yeah.
That's the quick pitch right there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that. 3 tales of awesome heroism, hyper-pack action, and dynamic characters.
Oh.
It's like those little catchphrases, little things I'm talking about. That's the line underneath your title that's going to get people to read the rest of your stuff.
Yeah, I know.
You see what I'm saying? That first line right there underneath the title, that's what's going to decide whether or not somebody keeps going. So that's where you got to really grab them. You know, this is what we got here for you. Come get some. You
Yeah,
know?
that's true. Yeah, there's a little Deadpool reference in there called Green Pool. It's just it's kind of a reference to Green Lantern and Deadpool.
Which one?
There was a character inside. It just a throwaway character, you know,
Right.
cannon fodder.
The Gilgamesh connection. What
Oh
we
yeah,
got here?
that's pretty good. That's part 2 of it. It's like a spy movie, you know, what's the guy who had those video games named after him? Tom Clancy. Yeah, it's like a Tom Clancy novel with a James Bond style novel with you know, science fiction, anime, mechs, and all that other junk.
Cool.
Yeah, and also it's got other stuff to it, but I'm going to leave that secretive because that's a story. That's the story elements. That's just me telling you what's in it. Anyway, it's a 3-parter.
Give their story up. We want them not now. See, the whole thing about the elevator pitch is you throw that at me, and then I ask questions.
Oh, dang it!
Interested because you got my interest, right? The elevator pitch gets the interest, and then the fan or whatever comes back with, oh, really? So what about this? And then you get to start telling them story parts of it.
I know. I'm not telling anyone story parts. I'm just telling you what's in there.
Oh yeah,
what kind of stuff you can expect.
The elevator pitch is like what sets that up. What gets people to ask the question. You know, it's like get their interest, draw them in. You know, you don't have to give up anything. That's the beauty of it. It's like I hate trailers. I am not a spoiler guy at all. Okay?
I'm not really spoiling it. I'm just explaining what it is in this book, but not all the story beats.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I want. I want you to get my attention without telling me what's in it. I want to read what's in it.
I know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, but I still need you to get my attention. So that's where the elevator pitch part of it comes in. How can you get my attention without telling me what's in the book? And you have a couple, like I said, a couple of them lines are real good right underneath the title that gives somebody a reason to delve deeper. That's what it's about. You see what I'm saying? It gives us fans a reason to look deeper. What are we looking at? Okay, now I've got a reason to look at this book. Your pitch is good, or you know what I mean? The slogan there is good. Something that makes me.
Oh yeah, slogan. Okay. Well, if you want, yeah, actually, if you like Pulp Fiction and Batman, you might want to read Kunai.
You see, that's what I'm talking about. It's like just the quick thing to trigger the interest. Now you might get somebody to go, oh really? How's it like that and that? And then if you want to, you get to explain more. But it's to get them to question. It's to get them to ask you more. That's what you're trying to do. That's the interest you want. That's what's going to get them to come read your book. You know?
Sorry about that, sir.
Oh yeah, it's all about the pitch and the marketing, and we're definitely not criticizing anything you're doing. We're saying
okay. Let me just keep anyway. I gotta keep this pitch up going because I only got 4 minutes left. But anyway, I should have a 3rd book coming out called Stupidest Nation issue 2, and here's the elevator pitch. What is the conspiracy about the COVID?
All right.
But also, what else is going on?
There you go. See, now, I mean, as soon as you say conspiracy, you draw in every conspiracy theorist out here.
Yeah, I know. I like conspiracies.
Well, I do too. I'm a big fan of, especially the ones that you find out 20 years later were true. Oh,
yeah, I know. Also, there's another book with conspiracies on this list that's already on. It's the Kunai book called Sins of Princess Kagula. Think of it as Court of Owls meets Hush. No, the other one. It's right next to that's the wrong title. It's right next to the next gen. The first one, that's the one.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's just too small for me to read. I'm old.
Okay. I'm sorry, sir.
But yes, carry on.
Anyway, this one is like, Kunine has to deal with a conspiracy from his past, like his mother, in a sense, or a lot of other stuff, family problems. But it isn't going to be revealed until next issue. This is just the setup, like rise in action and fall in action and stuff. It's 3 parts, so that's going to have rise in action at the top of the second one.
All right.
And also, it's just him. It's also going to go through his origins too a little bit, not completely, but gives you an idea of who he was working for, what was going on, and stuff before he became Kunai.
Right.
And also he finds out a secret that he didn't even know about that.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that part is going to be saved for issue 3, obviously. But yeah. Oh, am I still here? Sorry. Anyway,
Don't know
Yep.
what I'm doing.
that threw me up. That threw me off, man.
I just knocked myself off of my own stage, though.
You okay, man?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Can you tell me where else I can find me?
Yes, by all means.
Okay, you can find me at Instagram with comic otaku press, with underscores between the words,
Right.
and that's where I post on my art on. Sometimes I'm on DeviantArt, JD Dishman Art. You should be able to find me on there.
And he's a member of the Madness. You can always find him there if you have questions. If you want to get a hold of him, maybe buy one of his books, because that's what it's about. All these people, everybody you see here today, most all of them, you can find in the Comic Related Madness. You find their Facebook page or their Facebook group or whatever they have going on. You can find them in the Madness and connect with them. And that's really what we're trying to do, is make sure everybody can connect and everybody's fan bases bounce off of each other. And I appreciate you coming out, JD. Sorry about that early confusion. We got it figured out. All you JDs need to get together and figure out which one's 1, which one's 2,
I think that's you. That's on you. But anyway, for all of you, even Pops, I'm going to say thank you. And also, see you later, Space Cowboys.
All right. You have a good day. I will get with you in the future, my friend.
Okay. Bye.
Peace.
Peace.
And just like that, our actual 7 o'clock guest is now here at 7:15. We have Mr. Alan Johnson.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was running a little bit late on the buses here. First and foremost, happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, and happy holidays to you too, my friend. So you understand what we're doing here today, right?
Yep, 15-minute pitches.
No, it's not a 15 minutes. I want you to give everybody a little bit of background about yourself and how you came into comics, like a little 5-minute bio, right? Then I want you to do your elevator pitch, your reach out and grab somebody, 1 paragraph, 2-3 sentence, reach out and get somebody's attention, and then we'll show the people what it is you're selling.
Okay.
Right?
So I'm Alan Johnson. Originally, I started a film production company and did some short films here in my local town, Portland, Oregon. I gradually was drawn to the story side of things, and I had a couple concepts that were high concepts that wouldn't be able to pull off with a normal production budget with film production. And so I started looking at ways that we could bring it about, and that brought me to comic books. So we started bringing my concept, Kajar and Kajaria, which a lot of people say is kind of like Tarzan. Right now in issue 3 and 4, we're kind of throwing in some illusions of what would be like the creatures that Kajar can't bond with because they were genetically altered and modified. And it's also our little nod to Jurassic Park. So I'm super excited with what we're doing in the current issue and going forward, because the arcs and stuff that we're setting up is kind of, for all intents and purposes, excellent. getting a little off. So, you know, Kajar and Kajaria 1 was published in 2018. I kind of wasn't sure I was going to be doing comic books. I was still on the film production side of things. And then as I slowly progressed and got to a point where life got too expensive, I decided I needed to have a hobby or, for all intents and purposes, career that I could actually maintain. So I decided to go full force into comics, and that's what brought us to issue 2, which is out now. Both issue 1 and issue 2 are available on Blurb. Kajar and Kajaria. We also just sent down to Danny's shop, The Collective, a couple issues that you can get there. Which huge shout out to Danny, by the way. Yeah, you know, we're just coming to terms with this is what we want to do and figuring out how to best go about getting the structure out there. We have our system down. Now we're working on our speed and costs, more or less, so that we can maintain and do it for, you know, 10, 15 years to come, because this is a story that I, for one, will be dedicating a lot of my life to, because it's the story that got me started. And really it's just, we're trying to steer away from having to rely on like a Kickstarter. So it's all going to be based on where I can take it at that point in time as we progress, because we don't want to get to a point where we have all this good stuff going, but the Kickstarter fails and we can't do it. So rather than bank on money coming in that might not come in, we're just going to keep pushing the content out and see what happens. And you can find us on Blurb. You can find us in the Comic Related Madness group. We put together a motion comic for issue 1 that is on YouTube right now. Just type in Kajar and Kajaria. Yeah, we really are doubling down on this IP as we foresee doing toys. I already got some prototypes made up.
What's up, Russ? Always got to say hi to everybody. You do.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, we got cups, we got clothing, hoodies. So we're really just trying to get our property out there and start having people, you know, become accustomed to the Kajar and Kajaria name. And then we plan on doing, you know, spin-offs where we're telling the story of the Kajarian people that basically birthed Kajaria. And so we really feel like we got something with our stories, and that's what we're investing in. There's Blurb right there. And yeah, so we also got a couple other concepts like the Pottoria that we're slowly building up to.
Don't know nothing about that.
So that's basically going to be a stoner. The best way to describe it, I would say, is like, just think of Jay and Silent Bob, but in like a totally crazy universe where they're shrunk down and put on some giant nugs of weed with life forms on them. And that's pretty much Pottoria.
I'm not gonna give no spoilers on that one. I think we gave one early announcement about that, and we're not gonna say nothing else till it comes out, man.
Yep.
We are going to talk about the book, just not about that one little thing till it comes out. You know.
Yeah, I think that one's really gonna, you know, take people by surprise just because of the crazy, outlandish scenario of it all, and how, even though like it wasn't intentionally made this way, how crazily it relates to a lot of the stuff going on right now. Yes, and so it's, I mean, the moral of the story is just smoke a joint and chill the fuck out.
And we can all use that advice most of the time. I mean, you know I can use it a lot. I have to. I give it to myself a lot. You know, Alan, it's awesome being able to talk to you again. I get to talk to you quite a bit. It's cool. You know, I mean, we butt heads on that other platform, but I love you, dude. I love what you're doing,
yeah.
And you know it. You know, I'm so glad you hooked up with Danny. Danny, you know, love that dude. the whole thing. Have you ever seen that GIF with Ultron, and he's saying, "This is exactly what I wanted." Dude, I could not have asked for a better group of people.
Yeah, it's crazy to watch. Oh, that
In
also
the madness, man. It's like I couldn't ask for a better group of people. You guys are all awesome.
Hey, you are too, Pops.
But see, I mean, none of it doesn't even exist without all you guys.
Right.
You know? I mean, it doesn't even exist. You guys come here, you keep bringing your friends and building it and bringing your fan bases and your artists and your creators and other artists. Everybody's just so productive in the madness. You know, no matter what's going on outside, all I hear about is this person hooked up with that person and they're doing something, and this person's doing something with that person, and I just love everything that goes on in what we have here. And I just
feel
want
that.
to keep
Yeah,
going.
that's why I've last time I was on, I actually spoke about the little like one-on-one sessions we were trying to set up between new creators and experienced creators, and we actually did our first session on the 28th of November between Victor and one second. Anyways, can't find it, but we did our first session. Am I still on?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, there it is. Lost the tab. But yeah, we did our first session on the 28th with Victor, and I'm going to butcher the name, but
Yeah, the mentoring program. That's an awesome idea, dude. I love that. I love that you came up with that. I love that you brought it to the madness. That's excellent, dude.
And we actually got our second session going on the 12th between Paul James Go and Victor again. Last session we went over marketing and promoting. This session is going to be the same thing because that's what Paul asked to go over. And we're really trying to attune the sessions to go over exactly what the person is wanting information on. So those of you in the madness, we're going to be booking the next session 2 weeks out from the 12th. We're going to be looking to fill in that student role rather, but we're still looking for mentors and tutors as well. We have one that's Victor, who's dedicated his time, and he said he's all for it. But if we can get multiple experienced creators on the session side of things that are able to conduct our sessions, then we can schedule multiple slots bi-weekly, so it's not just one person here, one person there. And so that's our goal right now with that. We really think it's a tool that will be useful. So,
Mr. Olson, we will talk later. We won't talk right now, okay? Right now, I'm doing a show. All right, that's how it is. So that's what I say. You brought that program to the madness, and when I first read that, I was like, "This is amazing." Because I know some other groups that have mentoring programs going on, and Facebook is always trying to push me as a group founder to have some kind of a mentoring program, and it's like, I'm just a fan. All I can teach you guys about is how to spend money on comics, you know. But you know what I mean? But you guys can help each other in that way, and I was so glad somebody brought that to the group. I appreciate you, brother. You know?
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm a novice by all stretch of the word, but I know that I can make the steps of getting to the point where you're comfortable being a creator easier for the next person. And so that's what I'm focusing on.
That's amazing. But like I said, I totally appreciate that you brought that to the madness. And anybody else out there that's doing some kind of a charity for kids, mentoring program for new creators, art class for new artists, whatever. If you're doing something like that, you are more than welcome to put these links or make sure people in the madness are aware of this. That's, totally what it's about, man. Totally what it's about. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And everybody, Patoria is coming.
It will be right after issue 3 of Kajaria, but yes, it's coming.
Yes.
Issue 3 will probably drop, hopefully. I don't want to put a date on it yet and curse it, but hopefully issue 3 will be dropping February, and then we'll break from Kajara and Kajaria and put focus on Patoria, and then we'll put focus back on the Kajara and Kajaria issue 4. So that's 2021 in a nutshell.
Cool. Well, we'll just keep putting focus on you every chance we get, man. You keep coming out here and we'll keep talking about you, brother.
Appreciate it.
Keep posting in them. And one thing I do want you to go to Madness right after you're done here and post your web animation comic thing so that people can see that. Right now, anybody that was interested in any pitch that wants to see that, because you did mention it. So go post it in the group. Let people check it out.
Okay, yeah, I'll post it. In fact, I'll do that right now.
Most definitely.
Well, thank you, Pops.
It's like 10 minutes, but you guys will love it.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes. We wanted it to be something that made you ask for more, so it is pretty long. We're gonna dial it down, but yeah.
It's on Blurb, Timothy. It's on Blurb. I posted it earlier. I showed the link, I thought. Or maybe I didn't. Didn't I post it?
Yeah, the books are on Blurb. Just type in Kajar and Kajaria and it will come up. The video is on YouTube, and I'll post that in the Madness group. I'll post the links too.
Yeah, do that, brother. Totally appreciate you, man. Like I said, next month we'll get you a little more 15 minutes, promise. I'm just taking Sunday off. We got Christmas shopping and all kinds of stuff we got to do.
Yeah, December's a busy month.
Yeah. Appreciate you. Come on out anytime, man. Post in the Madness. Do your thing, brother.
Appreciate it.
All right. You have a good night, my friend.
You as well. And I'll get those in the Madness right now.
All right. Peace. All right. It's always fun. Bye. I love it. And our next guest, I actually go back, I think, before the Madness. I've known this guy since before the Madness. And I don't know, do I call you his business manager or his manager? How do we want to word this?
Well, I've been helping him out, but we're really good friends.
Okay, so it's a team effort.
It is a team effort.
All right, cool. This is Lisa Maloney, right? Malone. Okay, Lisa Malone is a campaign management specialist. Let's call you that. She will help you build your campaign, promote your campaign, market your campaign, and this is what she does.
Message me and tell me get off your ass.
And JT is one of the people she has done it for. And I'm going to let her tell you a little bit about what she does. And then we're going to have JT give us his elevator pitch. I think we have a little announcement about his book for this particular. Then we will show it off because it's a great book.
Woo! Thank you. Also, hi, Pops. What's up?
Hey,
yeah. Long time no see.
No, I'm just doing my thing, man. I love doing this. You guys know it. I love talking to you guys. I love talking to everybody. And I mean, the subject this time, the elevator pitch, was kind of a, just a what can we do just quick, because I don't want to just have somebody come out for 15 minutes, talk about their book, and then, leave. It's like, so we wanted to focus a little bit on that pitch.
No, that's great. So, hey, let me tell you a little bit about what I got going on.
Yeah, I want to hear from you first, and then we'll go to the book. Yes.
Absolutely. So I have started my own company, Malone Management, and I am specifically targeting indie creators for comics and like games, tarot decks, anything that you kind of want to get off the ground. And I'm doing consulting for that, and for Kickstarter and Indiegogo, including the full build out of these both platforms if you need that. Management on the back end, backer inquiries, even handling setting up BackerKit and handling inquiries through BackerKit. You know, these are just some things that, you know, people like JT don't have time to do. You know, exactly.
It's
I'm
like
so
get
very
your book
grateful.
out. Yeah, you want to get your book out, but you're not a shipping and receiving guy. You're an artist. You see what I'm saying? It's like I totally get it. Once you start doing a crowdfund by yourself, it's kind of like on you to put all the hats on.
Yeah, I dove into this by myself, and I came out the other end of it with Lisa, and thank God for that, because I wouldn't have had. She's been so good about like keeping me up to date on every tiny thing, every tiny backer that has a problem, or every tiny, I don't know, just anything that could go wrong. Murphy's Law will go wrong, and she's there to plug the cork in the leak, you know.
Thank you. Thank you. That is a great compliment.
And so just a little synopsis. When you're setting up, when you're talking to somebody about setting up their campaign,
Yeah.
do you encourage which platform to use first? Is there a way you like to do it, or is it basically up to the creator?
I prefer Kickstarter just because Kickstarter does get more traffic. But when we discuss what the creators' needs are and maybe what they've already done, maybe they've already done their Kickstarter and they funded, but they just want help with Indiegogo, I can do that too. You know, I get brought in at all different stages. I just had a client meeting, which I want to throw out there. I do free initial consults. I'll talk to you about your project, no problem. You tell me what you got and what you want to do, and I'll do my best. You know, but it's a lot of work, so you know that's where it helps to have somebody like me and my company come in and help, like order your swag that you need, or come up with your stretch goals because you're beating your expectations faster than you can, you know, come up with ideas.
Right. Do you see? I want to know how much you involve yourself in what they're doing. Do you get in there and say, "Man, you got to get some bookmarks, you got to get some this, you got to get some that," or does she? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I speak up. I will tell you, you know, hey, you can do this. This is about how much it will cost. You know, I'll even go on Alibaba or something and I'll price things out. You know, it depends on how much help you need me to do. The biggest thing that I want to make sure people understand is that this is about networking too. Because I want to get other indie creators involved in other people's campaigns. You know, bringing on variant covers or cosplay covers. Yeah, that's one of my goals. You know, and that gives other independent creators additional exposure and the ability to, you know, expand their portfolio and maybe gain a few new fans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And you're definitely plugged into the scene, as I recently have become. It's kind of weird, like just how much the web has expanded recently, and just like even just the past year with COVID and stuff, like on Facebook with all the different groups and everything and all the different creators that are just really cool people that are just kind of coming together. We almost are kind of developing like a scene here. Or maybe I just tripped in through the back door into this scene. I don't know, but it's really cool. And Lisa knows a lot of them, and you know she can definitely hook you up with cool variant artists and cosplayers and stuff like that. Yeah.
You know, it's funny because when I first met Lisa, and she posted something in the group about helping people with their campaigns and stuff, and I was like, hey, we don't charge people for stuff around here. Because at that time, COVID had just broke out, and I just started doing CRoM Con, and I was like, man, I'm not charging nobody for nothing. You're setting up a free table. I'm not charging anybody to watch. I'm not charging anybody to set up tables, or be on the show or whatever forever until this is, I mean, it was like, that was the whole thing. I understand the need for what you do. Trust me. Okay. I cannot do it for everybody. I was like, man, I'm doing that for these people for free. And it was like, I'm not doing near what you do for people. Okay. So I sort of owe you an apology from that first response.
Thank you. It's okay. Now you understand though what I was trying to do and what I really have the vision for.
Yeah,
and 2021 is going to be an exciting year for independent comics, and even JT. Hi, Ross. Even JT's got some stuff coming up in, I don't know, February.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking to do Sapphire Spectre issue 2.
Oh, was that a cue? Was that a? I'm better at social cues in person. It's just this thing.
The nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Well, actually, I want to let you guys know that, because JT might not know, but we did open up the Sapphire Spectre pre-order store just for CRoM Con this weekend. So if you missed your chance to order the Sapphire Spectre variant covers or any of JT's covers or any of the guest covers, you guys can get in on that.
No support. The comics are being printed currently, which is awesome, and it shouldn't take too long.
Now, I have one of the first ones, okay, from the first printing, and I'll never give it up.
That would be this one.
I know that you like added and made the next one more special, but I'm never giving up the first one.
Right.
I just ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, I redid the first one with some extra stories in there just for the purpose of reaching out to new readers and all this stuff, because this was pretty much to bring to sell online or to bring to conventions and stuff like that, as proof that I actually did stuff. So yeah. But now we've got this going, which is kind of like the special edition is like the real official launch of it,
And also not just that, but that right there. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Let me see it. Oh, those two. One was a gift, one I purchased, but that's JT.
I forgot, who was it? Was it Melissa that gave you that one?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Melissa had ordered a book that they would not ship it to Canada for some reason. I don't know why, but they wouldn't ship her book to her house. So I was like, we'll just have them send it here. I'll mail it to you. Don't worry about it. I mean, she's a friend of mine. I think we were both in MCB CFA at the time in that comic group, and we were friends. And I was like, hey, you just send it to me. I'll mail it to you. I ain't tripping, So sent it to her, and then next thing you know, I got that in the mail. It was like, oh, that's so amazing, because she knows Elektra is my girl.
Side question: how do you feel about Elektra as Daredevil?
As Daredevil?
Yeah. That could be pretty interesting. I don't know. I might have to check out Daredevil for the first time.
I kind of think she pretty much whoop him anytime, anyway. So probably be a better Daredevil. That's just my bias coming through, because I love it.
I kind of want to check that out. I heard Matt Murdock went to jail or something, and Elektra's taken over for a while. That might be quite cool.
What title is that in?
I think it's just straight up Daredevil. I think it's Chip Zdarsky that's writing it.
Because the last time
I like the spectacular Spider-Man, so that's cool.
The last time I saw her was in Savage Avengers.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know where it went from there.
I'm not
Daredevil. I'm gonna have to go do some research now. I know you're making me work. It's all good though. JT, give me your elevator pitch.
Sapphire Spectre is about this girl, the Sapphire Spectre. No, but her real name is Sylvia Sloan, and we can kind of go into a death mode, a death stasis, I call it, and become Sapphire Spectre. So she goes into the spirit world and kicks spirit butt and stuff like that. I write it, I draw it, I letter it, I color it, I do all the things, which is why it takes so long, but oh.
Okay.
But yeah, really, really fun. So
Lisa, give me your elevator pitch for Sapphire Spectre.
Okay, so you know what? Sapphire Spectre is going to be around PG-13, so it is going to be good for teenage kids. There might be a little harsh language in there, but that's it. Sylvia Sloan is an amazing character that JT came up with, and I actually think that the video that we have on the Kickstarter is probably tells you a little bit better of a story than I can, and just because it is so well done, you might want to play it.
Yeah, that's a fun video.
It is a fun video.
I shot it and edited it myself,
Well,
and it stars my friend Laura, who is an amazing actress.
I'm gonna try to do this without blowing it.
Word.
Hi, quick introduction. My name is Sylvia Sloan, but some may know me by another name. Gotcha. That's right, Sapphire Spectre. Now, if you don't know who I am, I guess it's time for the old elevator pitch. When I was just a bit younger, I was murdered by a demon. Fate gave me a second chance, and I gained the ability to die whenever I want, become my own ghost, fight evil spirits, and return to my body in time to catch my best friend's band play. So those are the basics, but the main story in this first issue is an intriguing one. It takes place in a real haunted hotel in my hometown of Chicago. The special edition has 2 extra tales as well. It is action-packed, scary, and a little funny. My stories are always full of equal parts darkness and color. I mean, why have scares without some laughs? So I'm really, really hoping to make Kickstarter the new home for Sapphire Spectre, and I hope you all come along for the ride. The good news is JT's already done drawing and writing not just this issue, but several others ahead of time. And the better news is all the crazy rewards. He's got a ton of truly dazzling variant covers done by some amazing and noteworthy indie comic creators and all kinds of other cool swag and surprises. And best of all, it's all shipped in Gemini mailers. I really hope you guys like the Sapphire Spectre and that you'll join us on this new venture. I promise it's going to be a blast. Now, my adventures are going to take some crazy twists and turns down the line, but aside from all the rewards, that's all I want. My story is told to you. So support us and rock on. JT, do kids still do rock on?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Shout out to kickarock.com real quick. You go to kickarock.com. That's kickarock.com. That's me and my buddy's sketch comedy website where we've won several 48-hour film project awards and all kinds of stuff. We have like just funny videos up there and short films and stuff like that.
So now that first 40 seconds of that video, that first just little synopsis when she says, so here's the elevator pitch, and then she talks for like 3 or 4 sentences, that's your elevator pitch.
Oh yeah.
down. Okay. So
I had it down. It's been a minute since I've it's like a musician up on stage forgetting the lyrics to the song or something.
I just wanted everybody to know that's exactly what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she called it. She said, here's your elevator pitch. Boom, boom. You know, and she gave it to you. And that's exactly what this whole day has been about. How do you reach out and get their attention before they lose interest in the conversation? You know, or before they get bored and look on to the next thing or whatever. And it's like that little thing that she says, that little 2 or 3 sentences, is exactly what we're talking about. That's how you grab them, you bring them in. Now they want to know more. Now they want to know, how did she end up this way? You know, and who's she gonna mess with in the future? And that's how you get the attention and get the interest. And that one is good. That video is really good.
Thank you.
You know, I don't know. Have you had it on Backer Pause yet?
We had what now?
On the Comics Advocate Network, they have a show called Backer Pause.
Oh no, I never heard of this.
And
I don't think you've done that yet.
They actually, no, well, you don't do the show. They just kind of review your video. And you know, I mean, they ask your permission. Is it okay if we go out there and show your video? And the reason they call it Backer Pause is they watch it up until they, you know, like, okay, stop. Okay, now that was good up to there. There's no need for more, or whatever critique that they would have, you know, on the videos, because some videos are really long, and the viewer loses interest, watches maybe a minute of it, and then they're done, you know. Right. And they actually have the analytics at some of these places where you can see exactly how long, like Kickstarter, I think you can actually see how long people were viewing the video, you know, the average view time of that video.
Right.
You can actually see how long people are paying attention until they go, or if it shows if it went all the way to the end, if, you know, if they're viewing the whole video or not, and it gives you those analytics. So that might be something you want to look into, you know, just for your own personal knowledge of the accessibility or the successfulness of your video.
Right.
By itself. There's a lot of breakdowns to this.
I had a couple little beats in there that I kind of like. I don't know. I know how to make people watch stuff. I don't know. I'm a video editor 9 to 5. That's my like actual profession.
Right.
This stuff is the pipe dream. You know, I've been keeping going. So yeah.
There are a few of you guys that really put together the good video. Okay, like I talked about Florida Man's video earlier, Mike Barron's video for Florida Man. Amazing. You know, I mean, you got the guy from the Dukes of Hazzard voice, you know, talking about Gary down in Florida, you know, and it's like, you know, it's entertaining. You watch it, you're drawn in. You're watching the story about Gary, you know, the little synopsis about his life makes you want to go read the whole book. Just what you got going there. I've seen some videos today and heard some pitches today that are really, really good. And I'm gonna put you guys up in that category as far as that video goes. That's really good. You know. I know Rob.
Pops, check it out. Okay. So we got some of the swag in for the Kickstarter that we're gonna try and get out before Christmas. So this is the bandana.
Oh, bandanas. See, that's what you
pretty killer. And I got an upside down version too. So you can
that's the thing. You can use it down here for COVID, and you can use it up there when the COVID's over. You can still tie your hair back, you know.
Exactly. I made it sure it was double-sided and all that. And I got my little imprint is called Pumpkin Comics, and I drew that little thing for it. And this is the patch that can go on your little punk rock or heavy metal jean vest or jacket or whatever you want to put it on. And
I do have an indie vest actually.
This is pretty awesome. This keychain right here. Look how shiny it is, and look how big it is. This is like you can tell by how my fingers are fitting on it. This is kind of like a $50 size kind of thing. That's pretty fun. So yes, more on the way, which is cool.
You love adding all that extra weight to your shipping packages, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be a heavy one. We went nuts with the rewards this time. So
well, I mean, the book is the reward. The book's awesome. Okay, the original first story, like I said, I haven't had the pleasure of reading the additional stuff yet, but the original first story is awesome. Anybody that backs this book, or anybody that picked up this book this weekend because they made it available for you, go get it if you can. It's a great concept. The first one's good. Can't wait to see where it goes.
Thank you. Oh my God, it's gonna go some wacky places too. Also, there is a prequel that like I'm gonna kickstart eventually too. Like I had always planned this as a trilogy of graphic novels that's followed by a long series. So this first issue is actually the first thing in the series. And I've already got like, this is from a couple of years ago. Like I put this on Comixology Submit. Okay. This is like before I was in the scene, before I knew anything. This was just like my first attempt at Sapphire Spectre. This is all canon. And this is actually her actual first story. This is where like we see her origins and all that stuff.
And you can still get this?
This is the only copy that except for like my family or whatever, because I did like Lulu.com or whatever, where it's like it was print on demand, you know what I mean? And I always was looking for a way to get it out more. So like I'm gonna be kickstarting like the graphic novels in a collection, like in a big, like it's gonna be like literally three times this, you know. So
I want that one.
There is, you still can get it on digitally through Comixology Submit.
Yeah, that digitally don't fit my collection. That's what I know. That's one of a kind, or like her first story and stuff. It's like supposed to be over here.
Right. So I mean, this starts like the series, you know. So this is right. You can pick this up and know exactly what's going on. But eventually, I'm going to release like what I consider like the movie trilogy before like the series kicks off, and that's where she fights like Mr. Black, which is like the main villain of her canon. This is the guy that actually killed her and her family. So this is all going to come into play eventually. But yeah, for the time being, there was even a second one. I seriously did 2 graphic novels, and I'm in the middle of the third one right now. And once that third one is done, I'm going to release it as a giant collection, you know? So that's going to be, this is when the second one was when she moves to California from Chicago. So it's like, it has a different vibe. It has like an Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom kind of vibe to it. So there's like.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. The book that I have.
Yep.
Where does it fit in the timeline of those 2 books you just showed me?
After the trilogy. So this book, which is on, the one that was on Kickstarter with the extra stories. So it goes that, then issue 2, then issue 3, forever. I'm just going to do it. I have like probably 25 planned, and that's just going to be like the big, long, extended comic book series. But so like I kind of made like a series of 3 graphic novels that come before that. And once that's released, you can read them all in a row and totally get it. But you can totally be fine with just like starting with the series too.
I just wanted to make sure I knew where the one I had fit into the timeline, so that I know now I have to go backwards, read before, and then read after. I'm one of them OCD people when it comes to my reading. I have books over there I have not read yet until I get book 1.
I hear you. So when all is said and done, it's like you're just gonna have like, I'm gonna call it year 1 or something like that, something not Frank Millery, but like the 3 books as one, so you can read those and then you can read the series, and then it's super easy to follow. So yeah, but that's a little bit down the line. I still have to finish that 3rd graphic novel, and I'm still working on the series too, because I am already done with issue 2 and 3 and half of 4. So like it's just gonna keep going. And I mean, we have
to fulfill those packages first.
Exactly. So we had this Kickstarter in August, and I was getting everything figured out because this is my first time, and I, still just kind of dove into it and figuring it out, and now it's all figured out. So now we know in the second time it's going to go so much faster, and I'm going to finally just get this stuff out, get it out. You know what I mean? Because I've got so much of it done. I've got so much left in my head, and so it's just going to be like, I don't want it to be like, the Kickstarter, and then 6 months later, the second Kickstarter, and then I forget and die. You know what I mean? Or like just
that's what I'm here for.
I don't just want 2 issues, but I want 50. You know what I mean? So I want to just be like, bam, 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 just keep it going. So,
and this is where I want to go next, Lisa. I want you to give me your elevator pitch for Malone Management.
All right. I am an experienced marketing professional that helps independent creators with their crowdfunding needs, including marketing, consulting, graphic design, public relations, and social media support. I can be reached at Malone Management on Facebook, and I can also be reached on my personal profile at Lisa Malone, Melone. And I look forward to meeting some of you guys.
And she can be found in the madness, as can they all. That's what I love about it. All I got to do, hey, if you can't find them, they're in the madness. Just go. You know.
That was so much more concise than my incoherent rambling.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Public relations.
Right?
And
it's all a mess out here. It's all, want to write it down. It's great.
You draw stuff. I talk.
There you go. And for those people out there who really are having a hard time bridging the gap between creating and marketing, that's what Lisa's here for.
Yes.
She will help you bridge that gap and take some of those stress nodes away from your neck pain. Because I know how it is, man. It's like you guys you're taking on things you didn't realize all the stuff that was involved in it. And then once, like JT said, I jumped in with both feet. And then fulfillment came and I went, I don't know how to package a book. But you know what I mean? It's like everybody needs that advice, that help, that somebody they can reach out to. Lisa's making that available to those of you who don't like to get out here, okay, or whatever. I mean, that's totally understandable. I know there's a lot of people that are just not going to adapt to this type of marketing. And that's exactly where people like Lisa fit into the madness.
And I'm good. That's my seal of approval.
And there you go.
Woohoo!
He's telling you right there. He has been as I don't want to say used her service, but you know what I'm saying. He's put these service to use and has been happy with the results. So there you go. There's your first endorsement out of madness for Lisa, and I hope that more people that need her services take advantage of it, and we can endorse what she does even more.
Thank you.
Russell, where are you?
Yeah, where's that dude? Where's Russ Explode?
I think I sent him away. I think it did. Oh, he's finishing dinner. He'll be right with us. Okay. So you guys get an extra minute. Lisa, go ahead.
Wait, isn't it JT's turn?
Are we taking turns? Yeah. Want to see some art? Here, I got some art.
Yes.
This is from
we'll look at art.
Backup story in issue 2. Because issue 2 is going to feature a psychotic chibi version of her, like a little anime version of her that is like pestering her. But this one, this is going to take place in like a cemetery. She's whistling for a cab. It's her buddy in the ghost cab that's going to take her places or get her out of this situation. So this is a bit of a little flashback to establish that cab driver guy. But this is fun. This takes place in Bachelor's Grove. I'm a South Sider from Chicago. I'm from Oak Lawn originally. And just south of that in Midlothian is the most haunted cemetery in the, I believe, the country. It's called Bachelor's Grove.
I've been there.
Yeah. I used to go there, and do questionable things when I was 18 or whatever. So
doing questionable things while looking for hauntings?
Yeah. The punk rockers are 40 ounces are tall boys or whatever. But yeah, so it's always been an interesting place, and I don't know, I always want to fit it into a story, so it's in there. So
I don't mind hanging out in graveyards late at night, and sometimes it's like kind of exhilarating. I just will not hang out in a graveyard that I know somebody has been buried there. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Somebody I know.
That's funny. Yeah, nothing disrespectful. When I'm just saying we hung out there and tried to freak each other out and got drunk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's. But I'm saying I've hung out in graveyards lots of times, man. I just won't hang out in one where I know somebody who's been buried there. You know,
like, you did this.
I don't want to be called out in front of yeah, exactly like that. I don't want to run into nobody I know until I die. Then I can run into them dead people. Lisa, JT, it was awesome having you out. Totally appreciate that you took the
Thank you.
to talk to us.
Yeah, thanks. It's always fun for sure.
Sapphire Spectre. You can get it this weekend. You can get it.
Pre-order store. We'll drop the link in the comments.
There you go. And JT,
Sheridan the Madness too.
Lisa, I hope this leads to more clientele for you, and I hope for the success of those people. You know, it's always great talking to you. You guys have a great night, and maybe we'll see you next month.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be out here.
All right, man.
All right.
Anytime. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, thanks a lot. And next, we have a returning guest as well. Somebody I consider a friend of mine, Mr. Russell Allen.
What's going on, man?
And Mr. Allen, I want to talk to you about your Kickstarter. Aside from, we'll get to the elevator pitch, but my friend, I've watched quite a few of these over the last few months, and my only thing I can say to you is, why did you set your goals so high?
Well, because you gotta think, it's a 200-page book, and you have 11 color illustrations. So, for a minimum print run, it's about around $2,000 for between $2,000 and $2,500 for the book, and then the art book, you've got another minimum print run for that because this is a different book, and so they consider it different print run. So I have to hit the minimum of like $2,500 for that. So then you got to figure in taxes, shipping, all of that stuff has to be factored in. So if I set my goal at 4,000, I hit 4,000. That's great. I can buy books, but then I'm not going to be able to ship everybody's books because I'm going to eat into the shipping that everybody paid, because the shipping counts towards the goal.
What's the minimum print run you're talking about?
So to keep the cost at $40, it's like 60 books. I think it was 67 books. So I ended up rounding it up to 70, which made it like 2,500. So if you get down below that 70 or that 60 something mark, down into like 50, then you're talking the hardcover's 50, 60 bucks. So I wanted to try to make it affordable for everybody. And I said, okay, $40 for the book. And that's why I did hardcover only, because I was trying to just do a single print run.
Okay.
That way it kept costs down. And then everybody was like, well, there's no soft cover.
I'm asking as a broke ass fan, dude. That's all. I'm not criticizing you.
No, I totally get it. But I mean, you got to factor in. So that's $5,000 right there. So then you got to factor in taxes. I have to pay taxes on the Kickstarter. And then you factor in, I have 10% of it's gone with Kickstarter and Stripe fees, somewhere around there. So at 6,600 of it's pretty much, you can say, is gone off the bat. So that's $5,400. Yeah. So, and me having it at $6,000 isn't me even breaking even. I spent around $2,500 on art. It was $700 to have the book edited. So I'm $3,200 deep into this project, and $6,000 is just me breaking even. If I make more than that, then I have something to put forth into book 2. If it doesn't work out, then I'm going to try again. I mean, that's all I can do. It is what it is.
The only reason I bring it up is because I watch people, sometimes they set a goal that's so high that they're working to get funded the whole 30 days, and they don't get to spend any time celebrating being funded and selling their book. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, you set your goal. Let's say you set the goal at 3,000, and you're already funded now. And instead of stressing of whether or not I'm going to be funded, you're selling your book happily. I'm funded. We're going to do this, y'all. And now you're selling it without the stress. You understand what I'm saying? Without the stress.
Well, you know, Pops, you gotta think, man. I've been sitting on this project for 10 years. You know, I put it together. I thought, you know, when they found out in January that I had cancer and stuff, I put this book out there because I wanted it to be my magnum opus. I wanted it out there in case something happened to me. I've been sitting on it for 10 years. If it doesn't fund on Kickstarter, then I try again. You know, I've been promoting it for 9 months. Everybody, you know, I've been doing my live streams, my podcast with Russ Explode Studios, promoting other people's stuff. And, you know, I've been talking about Xenonanite Titan since February. And so, you know, everybody's broke. If it gets funded, it gets funded. If it doesn't, then we try again. You know, maybe we take away the art book and we do just the book and we do like a, you know, $4,000
there you go.
You know, goal. It is what it is, Pops. I'm not stressing over anything, man. You know.
Okay, well, I see a lot of people that do this and they stress for the whole 30. They get funded in the end, you know, like on the last couple days, but they never got to enjoy that feeling of being funded.
Well,
you know?
I mean, the thing is I can't afford to do the rest of the print run. You know, for me to set a goal at 3,000 and then come up with, you know, $2,500 out of my pocket to do the minimum print run, and that way the books can stay at that price. I mean, I know everybody doesn't want to spend $50-$60 on a book. I mean, the average novel, you know, on Kickstarter usually runs about $35. You're getting a novel that has 13 illustrations. 11 of them are in the book, and so color pages are expensive, you know. And for me to be able to break it down to $40 and make it, you know, a little bit more than what everybody else is selling them at, that way it's affordable. It's gonna have to be at that.
Okay, so that, like I said, I didn't mean for that to go into that long of a thing. It was just I hate seeing my friends get stressed out about whether or not they're gonna get there. You know, you're already like, hey man, if we don't get there, we're just gonna try again. That's great attitude. So I don't have to worry about you anymore in that respect. Now,
well, Pops, you know, I have a day job that pays the bills. This isn't something that I'm using to pay the bills with.
Right.
If I have to put it on Kickstarter 15 times for it to get funded and get it out there, then that's what it is. It's an awesome story. I'm proud of it.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to go next. You want to throw us your elevator pitch?
Yeah, so I mean, Xenonanite Titan, you've got a man who's been, he works for the SCA. You know, first of all, I just want to say the introduction and the first 2 chapters is available on the Kickstarter to read. I did a live read a few weeks ago, so if you're interested in not reading and you want to hear the audio because you hate reading on your phone, go to Russ Explode Studios. You can watch it. Anyway, you got Raziel Stevens. He works for the SCA. He's at home on leave. They call him back because they hear the signal, and they end up finding out that it may actually be something of significance. He's working on a project to build the suit and to build some nanite technology that is able to heal. You know, basically, it never started out as a military application. It was for healing stuff. So, you know, he goes back to work. They call him off on leave. He's working on this project, and disaster happens, and he gets thrown into the unknown. So this is basically him fighting his way back to Earth to try to figure out what's going on, to get his family, and to find out if the Earth is even still there, if the signal ever ended up being something. You don't know. So if you read the intro chapters, you get a nice little kick in the butt at the end where it leaves off on a cliffhanger. You know, I believe in the story 100%. It's from the heart. A lot of the emotion of, you know, the heart surgeries of my son and stuff like that, and you know, the whole cancer thing, all the misery, it really helped me form an emotional bond with the characters because I poured that into them, you know, made them into people that you can relate to. But the story is phenomenal. This is the intro of his origin story. There's going to be 3 books. Originally the book was written, it was 900 pages. We got book 1, 2, and 3. I did a major rewrite for 1. So when you see on here that it says I wrote a 900-page book, and then you read below that and it says I'm writing book 2, That's because all the changes that were made in book 1 altered the rest of the story. So I'm basically going off the old one and doing a complete rewrite. So it is done. I know where point A to point B is going. And book 1 ended up being a little bit shorter than I wanted it to be, but that's what happens when you try to split up a book. It's like, if I go a little bit further, this book's going to be 500 pages because there's really not another stopping point. And so it's a nice little book. It's an hour and a half read. It's easy to read. Brian K. Morris read it. He absolutely loved it. He had nothing but rave things to say about it. It made me feel really good coming from him, because I sent it to him. I'm like, hey, Brian, check this out, see what you think about it. And he really liked it.
And if you're like me and you are broke, especially this time of year, in this particular year, $10 for the digital copy. It's the read. It's the read. It's like I might have to go this way with it and check it out this way and maybe later on after the holiday season, maybe possibly figure out a way to pick up a physical copy of it. But again, making it available in digital right now is kind of key. There's a lot of people worldwide that aren't going to mess with shipping, or you might not want to mess with worldwide shipping. So
well, yeah, I mean, you can't figure out what worldwide shipping is, and it's not only that. You have the issue of, if you ship a book overseas, a lot of the borders are closed. So you got somebody's package that's sitting at the border for 2 months, and then they're complaining to Kickstarter, hey, I don't know,
how about this one?
I didn't get my package.
How about sitting in a container, in a shipping container on a dock, all salt water, nasty on the inside?
Yeah, all that moisture and humidity, and they get their book, and all the pages are, moldy and
So I mean, I hate to kill people's sales in that way, but worldwide shipping is just it's iffy right now. It's risky.
Well, and I wanted to offer it. It wasn't a matter of I didn't want to offer the tier, but with COVID and the borders closing, and I've heard multiple horror stories from some of the indie creators that said people have complained they didn't get their package, and Kickstarter takes the money back from them and sends it back to them, and their package that they sent with their product is sitting on that boat, and it'll sit there for who knows how long, and then when the person gets it, who knows if they'll send it back to you.
Or if they'll send
It's just.
Yeah, it's hit and miss. That's what I mean. It's kind of iffy. So making that digital copy available is a smart move for all you creators out there that are doing crowdfunding. Not saying don't ship your books to people in other countries, but make sure that they're aware that make sure they're aware you're not in control of what happens once it leaves you, and you have a tracking number that you send them. And from that point on, the responsibility is kind of on the shipping company. It's not on you anymore. And Kickstarter shouldn't be refunding them for something you have a legit tracking number that you shipped. So that's maybe something Kickstarter should look into and fix about, the way they do things, because it's not in your control. If you can prove you shipped it, then they shouldn't be taking your money from you when it doesn't get there. That's on the shipping companies. So that's maybe something Kickstarter needs to look into.
Yeah, and I had fun with the digital copy too. I called it the do you want to pay intergalactic shipping? Are you stationed on the intergalactic space station? Are you on Mars? Shipping's not an issue with digital.
Right.
Nobody wants to pay 45,000 space credits to have it shipped to Mars.
That's right.
But I had a lot of fun with the book. I mean, the book's awesome. It has more twists and turns than 2020. I can guarantee you that if you read it. It's going to have a lot of points where you're like, this is what's going to happen. And then you're going to get to, a few chapters deeper and you're going to go, holy shit, this is
Did you just
what
swear?
happened. Yeah.
The first time I've ever heard you say a cuss word on one of my streams.
Yeah, well, I mean, I usually try to keep it PG, but we're on YouTube, so it really doesn't matter. And so, I had a blast with the book, and, it was really great, when Brian compared it to, Richard Heinlein's work. He was just like, this book is awesome. I had a great time, and the way it played out, he's like, I'll read the first few chapters and I'll let you know what I think, because I was going live with him, later that week, and then like 2 days later, he's like, I finished the book and I loved it, and I was like, I didn't have to second guess whether he was being honest about it or not. It was, he finished the book when he said he was only going to read a few chapters, so obviously he was into it, wanted to know what happens. So,
Russell, do you know Hex? Hex, do you know Russell? Alan,
no.
What's up?
It's the Allen family.
And you know what's crazy is my middle name is Alan, so there you go.
Right on. 3 Allens. We got the trifecta going on.
And there's Rodney Allen Rippey.
Russell, it's always good talking to you. I want to get back with you again and talk about this again before when we get close to the end. Maybe we'll do a countdown party for you or something.
All right.
Sounds
good, man.
Definitely let me know when as we're getting close. Keep the countdown up so we know a few days, and we'll get together and we'll put together something where we can come out for the hour is the last hour of the campaign or something. Do something good.
Sounds good, man. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Peace.
Good to meet you, Russell.
Good seeing you.
Take care.
Meet you. You too.
Hey, howdy
What's
do,
up, my friend? How are you doing?
Woohoo!
Hold up, we're gonna try and
I
do
made
this
it.
real fast. We're gonna try and do this real fast.
Mm.
A little bit. Who are you? Where'd you come from? What made
Who you are?
come?
Who you are? Well, I was born a wealthy white child. Oh yeah. Oh, so my name is Mel Allen. People know me as Hex Allen because that's just the name of my Twitter account and YouTube channel. So I guess you probably would want to call me that, but I don't care either way, Mel or Hex.
I didn't even know Mel until you just said it. So now I know your name.
Well, nice to meet you again. Yeah, so I've been into the whole pop culture, art, anime, comics, and that whole thing since I was a wee lad. No,
Now we're having pronoun issues. What's up?
I haven't transitioned yet. No, I identify as a hologram, really. But
there you go.
Yeah, so I've been drawing all my life. Had some formal training also. An amateur writer. I've worked in comics briefly, and as you probably heard from John Hervey earlier, we worked at Motown Machine Works or Motown Animation. Oh, Jesus, 25 years ago. And I've also had some video game experience, animation experience. I kind of, touched on all sorts of areas in the creative field. And the whole time, I've always wanted to publish my own comic. I had this one idea that I had been working on and off for 30 years. And since crowdfunding took off, especially with Indiegogo, I kind of just had a fire lit under me and been inspired by so many other people in the network. And that's when I started to just do it this year.
Nice.
But yeah, there's a lot more of my background, but yeah, 5 minutes for that, I don't know.
So before we show off what you're pitching, I want to hear your pitch. Okay, this is for Nephilim Squadron.
Yeah.
And we're just meeting, and I realized that you're some kind of a comic creator, and I'm like, so what do you got? What are you creating? What do you got?
Well, you're stuck with me in this elevator here, so I might as well get it out. And I'm not talking about a fart. So Nephilim Squadron is an action-packed, hard science fantasy a war epic that focuses on a clone pilot who desires a soul. But through the course of the story, he discovers that his destiny is larger than just having a soul, and that's on the surface level. But on a macro level, Nephilim Squadron is an ancient mythological story that takes place 700 years in the future. So,
right. So
interested?
well, see, that's what I'm saying. The hook was the first lines that you threw out there. Really were the hook. Okay, you said that was the surface, but the surface was your pitch. Okay, so now let's talk about what exactly it is you're pitching.
Oh, well, the story, it's 700 years in the future, and there's a colonized planet colonized by humans, and after some time, they're no longer colonists, but they're there for generations, and at this point, they're a planet nation, and throughout the course of their development, they have awakened a sentient alien or native to them. They're native to them. They're alien, but they're a native race of beings that the humans awoke and started a war with. And then this is going on for maybe a generation and a half, which piques the interest of a third party, which is this Star Trek Federation-like organization that enters the scene and tries to figure out how this planet that wasn't supposed to have any sentient life on it all of a sudden does, and was awakened by these colonists, and they're there to prosecute the war against the aliens because the humans can't handle it themselves, and then it's just a matter of figuring out how the aliens were awakened and why the colonists or the human dwellers on the planet, what their intentions are with them.
So,
and that's when you have the third party, the Star Trek like Federation that I call SIF, Soul Interstellar Forces, and that's when you have the clone pilot here, Taru, you see in the picture. He gets involved and things sort of fall apart and change. That's when you start to get into spoiler territory, but yeah, in later volumes.
Well, I don't want you to give away any more than you want to. You're like halfway through the campaign. You're a little over halfway toward your fixed goal. We're gonna try and get you there, dude. We're gonna try and get you there and beyond.
Well, yeah. Also, this campaign took a hard pivot because at first it was focused on artwork that I created for a mobile game that I'm working on, and then Nephilim Squadron was going to be an ash can thrown in with the featured tier. But I've been hearing clamoring of from people about they want to know more about the comic. They want to see the comic, focus on the comic. So so I've decided to make the comic a full-size 26-page comic instead of an ash can, but still in black and white. And this way, the campaign is now about a comic book with all this extra stuff, these extra collectibles from the game I'm working on. So it's sort of still a combo deal going on.
So you get game, you get the game and the book.
Well, the game is free. It's going to be free on mobile platforms. The artwork is what the campaign is really for the game. And the game is free with no strings attached.
So, all your art?
Or wait, I have control here.
You're the one that's got control, brother.
Yeah. Okay. What am I thinking? Okay, quickly now. We're running out of time. Yeah. So here's a sample of one of the prints from I've got 9 characters from the game, and I'm making prints, trading cards, and bookmarks from them.
So is this all you, or do you have other people working with you?
I'm a one-man band.
All right.
And here's the cover. The cover for this is a special edition cover, just for this campaign, for Chapter 1 of Nephilim Squadron, which is 26 pages. The full campaign for this project is going to start next year, and that's going to be in color with 3 chapters in the first volume. But here we've got here's some sample pages and some of the characters. And because people demanded it, a sexy pinup.
Who are these people demanding it?
Well, just a couple of guys, and
like all of them, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, so there's some original artwork I'm offering here. Blue line sketches of the characters from the game on 10 by 14 Bristol paper. Here's a collage of the game screen. Still in progress, still in development. But people are interested mostly, I would say, in comics in this community here. So I've changed the focus to the comic, but you could only get it in the combo pack still.
Right.
Other people have bought it. I had to change the featured. I had to hide the other featured because I had to reduce the size of the prints in order to add more pages and make the comic full size. So that's all this really changes. The size of the prints, and then more pages to the comic, and larger size of the comic. I've got different tiers here for. Also, before time runs out, if anyone out there has signed up for my mailing list and not backed yet, remember you could back any tier, including the lowest tier here, like the $8 one, and you could still get a copy of Nephilim Squadron thrown in for people who've signed up for the mailing list. So if you haven't yet, come on now. Time's running out. I've got 4 days. 60% of my
There's
goal.
really only one thing I hate about December.
Mm.
That's not being able to back all the books I want to book.
Right.
there's just no way when you got grandkids and all that. It's like there's no way you get to go out there and get them all. So December's like, man. I mean, it started in October for me. My son got married. We had to be real careful with the money then because they were, they paid for the wedding themselves and everything. So, it was like, oh, can't spend no money. And here we are again. It's Christmas time. Can't spend no money. And I'm gonna have me a good year next year. I promise you. I'm gonna make up for some of this lost time.
I know there's just
Guaranteed.
too much good stuff out there. Yeah. I thought I backed a lot of projects, but. There's still so many more that I haven't.
There are, and there's so much quality stuff, just like this. It's like I'm going to be trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to get in on this.
Maybe we can work out a deal.
And everybody's going to want a deal.
One more thing. I'm like Steve Jobs over here. If you anyone out there watching this, if you plan on or actually back my campaign. I'll throw in a character sketch of your choosing, any pop culture, fictional pop culture character, and I'll do it up something like this. Here we go. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but a little more refined, or more refined than this. This one still needs some work on it. This is for one of my backers, Storm. So yeah, I'll throw in one of those if you back during the duration of the CRoM Con IX here tonight, which is
right.
I don't know, you probably got like another hour or so.
Oh, I'll be out here till midnight at least.
Okay.
Do it.
Right on. Yeah.
I mean, the 9 o'clock panel just goes until people are tired of talking. And I mean, people come in, people go out, people come in, people go out. I never shut them down, man, until they're done on at night. I let them go until it's over.
Yeah, but you've only got one day this time.
Yeah, just one this time. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess.
Thanks for coming out.
All right.
Again, get with me. Maybe we'll talk about doing like I said, a countdown party. I'm thinking about doing this for as many people as I can. Launch parties and countdown parties, people.
All right, cool.
It's the new madness thing. We'll see what we can do. Appreciate
Yeah.
you. Do you know JD? Have you met JD?
Oh
Do you know
no.
JD?
Hello.
JD?
How do you do?
How you
Mel.
doing, man? How
Mel,
you
that's
doing?
JD.
Hey JD.
How you doing?
How's it going?
So, I mean, I see Hexalin on there. Is your name Hex or Alan?
His,
Uh,
his
oh,
name's
it's
Mel.
It's Mel, but you know, Hex Island is the studio
Oh, gotcha.
channel, YouTube channel, whatever.
There you go. There you go.
Gotcha.
Make sure you drop any, link to your YouTube channel and stuff in the comments on your way
Okay.
out, Mel.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, let me do that real quick. Shoot.
Yeah, we always want to make sure we got them knowing where they can find you.
Okay, there we go. Bing bang boom. There's
Appreciate you.
that's the Indiegogo.
All right.
And
All right, brother. I
all
will
right.
talk to you in the near future.
Cool. All right.
Listen, it
See you
was
later,
good.
Pop.
It was good. It was good meeting you for that half a second.
You have a good night, Mel.
You too. Take care now.
Take care.
Bye.
JD, you saved my life, dude. You saved me. You saved me.
Listen, man, I try. I try.
Oh man, there's two
What?
JDs, right?
Yeah,
So
JD Rosario.
no, so there's freaking three.
Yeah.
I thought I was sending you a message earlier to move you up 15 minutes.
Oh,
But
okay.
I actually sent the message to JD Dishman, who was on 8:30.
Oh, gotcha.
So then I was like, oh my God, I screwed it up completely. Will you come out at 8:30 instead?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
So this is not the JD that was supposed to be here at 8:30. This is the JD that was supposed to be here at 7:15.
Right. It's all good. It's all good.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Putting out Oswald as usual. Writing the stories, trying to get them out there. Currently got an Indiegogo running. For the Oswald Chronicles. So if anybody wants to take a look,
Yeah,
looks like that.
You had to drop that link. Drop that link for us.
Now, hold on. Let me do this. Oh, what am I doing? I'm gonna put it in the because I don't know how to I guess
Yeah,
I would
put it in private chat. I got you.
Okay, there you go. There it is. That's the IGG link. And I can do.
And then I'll go over here to the YouTube and I'll drop it right there in the comments. Boom. There you go. There you go. That's how we do this. Now, do you want to share the screen so you have control of it? Okay, you got it. All right. There you go. Oh, now hold up. Before you do anything,
Go ahead.
We want the elevator pitch. Then we'll go look at what you were selling us. But first, you got to sell us on it.
Okay, cool. There's a couple of pitches with this one because there's the pitch for the entire series and then there's a pitch for this story. Okay, so I got a couple. So the first pitch is Oswald's a story of a mouse. Hey, what's up, man? Oswald's a story of a mouse who's the only one of his kind that can read or speak or think. So he's in a world mixed with fairies and humans. He lives in the middle of Manhattan. He's on 53rd Street and Park Avenue, and he straddles these two worlds. So the elevator pitch is what if the greatest sorcerer of our time was reborn in the body of a mouse? Okay, so that's what it is. And then his destiny to then rescue all of creation. That's
Dr.
basically
Strange on Redwall?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So
I like it. It. There you go.
So, and then he goes on all these insane adventures, and this is one of them. Let me share. Let me get. If you want, you can share that. You can put it in.
All right. Here we go.
All right. So this is the Indiegogo, and this particular story is called "My Time with Clive," issues 1 and 2. And there's actually 3 books being done, but we'll talk about My Time with Clive. My Time with Clive is a period in Oswald's life where he's in dream. Okay, so he fell asleep, he ends up in dream, and this is all from me being a huge fan of H.P. Lovecraft. So if you've ever read a lot of his work, you'll know where I'm coming from. So Oswald ends up in dream, and this is literally the first page of the first issue, and this is him just traveling, and he's obviously you can see he's seeing something, right?
And all right, I don't show the whole thing, but what he sees is this giant baby right here. His name is Clive, and he's actually captured and he's being abused by these demons. And this is Oswald going after him. This is a little bit later on in the book, and this is the demon that's holding Clive. And Oswald rescues the baby, and he moves on. And Oswald swore to get the baby to his parents. I know this sounds, it's funny. This sounds a lot like The Mandalorian, right? But I did this like 7 years ago. So, but we all stole it from the same source material, which is Lone Wolf and Co. So, and this is one of these insane adventures. This is the second issue where in Dream, okay, it's a little bit of a crazy concept where people go to sleep, and when you dream, you when you wake up, you forget your dreams, right? We all go through this, but what happens is the dream stuff that's left behind gets destroyed. That's why you forget everything. Some of it survives, and then create these communities within Dream. And Oswald ends up in one of these communities where someone is trapped. There's literally a human who can't wake up, and he helps. This is the insane story of what you see in this person's subconscious. Like, that's why he's getting chased by a dragon here. They get eaten and they wake up in this little field. So, it's it's one of these stories. It's a little. It's supposed to be fun, a little lighthearted, a little insane, right? And then there's this one. This is a chapbook. So what my eyes see, I cannot tell. Now, in the chapbook, this is a prose story. So it's all just words. It has some illustrations in it, some fantastic illustrations. I have Daphne Lage, I have Jade Gonzalez, I have Aurelio Tillis, and Deddy, and I forgot the other guy's name, although he's really good. But this story is a story of a little bit later in Oswald's life, where it's after Dream. He's back in the real world. The only thing is while he was in Dream, he lived probably about 80 years. He becomes an emperor, and he goes through all these trials and tribulations. He becomes a great sorcerer there. And while, these right here, these are illustrations from the story by Daphne Lage. And all of these are available for sale, well, except for the one on the right-hand bottom corner. It's already been picked. Somebody already bought that one. So all of these are currently available on the Indiegogo. So if someone wants to pick one out, an original piece of artwork. And
that is the Daphne that was out here earlier today,
That's right. She was here, 1:15, right?
Yes, and that's also thanks to JD, because we had somebody that couldn't make their time slot, and JD, I said, "Yo, man, you think Daphne want to do this?"
Exactly. I'm always
thank her most sincerely.
Yeah, no, I did. But in this story, Oswald finds himself in another dimension. And in this dimension, he ends up coming across a group that are hunting these dream creatures. And what happens is that he runs across, he sees, all right, there's a picture in the left-hand bottom corner. We see this mouse, and that's his wife, Belinda. Now, she's dead. And he hasn't thought about, he does his best to suppress everything that happens in Dream because he's been convinced that it wasn't real. And in this story, he realizes that not only was it real, it was the biggest portion of his life. And he confronts a lot of regret in this story. And he tells the story of his first time meeting the Mara. The Mara are the people that he ruled over. They all turned into mice to look like him. They're actually entities that are created out of energy, but they can turn into whatever their ruler is, and that's the rule they go by. Whoever their prior ruler was, he anoints a new ruler, and then they take over the mantle of whatever that new ruler is. So, he could have been, a human, and they would have just turned all into humans. But this is what it is. And his time there, and when he confronted an ancient deity, and how he became a great sorcerer and a battle mage and all these other things, and how he realizes that Dream was more to him than just something to forget. Because, we all go to sleep and we wake up, but this, to him, it's a real world. So, and that's all in prose. So it's just a lot of crazy, if you like, over the top fantasy. That's what the series is about. If you like something like Sandman, or if you enjoy like Lucifer, any of those older Vertigo types titles, or if you just like high fantasy, this might be for you. If you enjoy Redwall, that sort of thing.
That's what I was saying right away when you said, the greatest sorcerer on earth turned into a mouse. I was like, Doctor Strange on Red Bull.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, I mean, that in itself was a good little pitch because, come on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you enjoy that sort of work, you might enjoy this. Also, the thing is like, if you really want to test it out without taking any risk, I have the Oswald Chronicles. That's my website. It's for free on there. So you can go check it out. If you like it, you can pick up the way it's supposed to be read, which is like this, which is the actual comic book. Because in there, I have it broken up in strips, and it comes out it comes out Monday through Friday, and it comes out in these little strips. So it's literally like, imagine the top line of a page, and then the next day will be the next line. So you'll get the whole story, but you're gonna be there for a while. Whereas unlike the comics, it's in the format that it's supposed to be in. Nice. And also the thing is that I'm a notorious noodler. So I'm constantly fixing the files. I'm constantly going in, I'm rereading them, I'm fixing lines. Sometimes I find a grammatical error and I smash my face on the keyboard, but I fix it and I move on. Yeah.
Now see, that's one of my hardest parts of reading is like I don't know, maybe I guess a Kyle when it comes to mistakes, typos, it's like, now come on, I understand the writer's in a hurry and they're trying to get, but they have an editor and they ship it to it and they have proofreaders and they have and if it gets by everybody and it gets to me and I'm calling it out, then I need somebody's job.
There you go. Sometimes, listen, my friend works in big publishing, right? And he works as a proofreader. He's the guy that does my proofing. He's like, look, I've seen like novels from the 50s, like science fiction novels. And he says he goes by them, he looks in, and they're about to reprint it. And he sees a bunch of Post-it notes in that book. And he's like, yo, what are all those Post-it notes? He says, those are all the mistakes. And this book's already been printed 3 or 4 times. So it's like, it's not going to go out perfect, but you just want to make it as good as you can make it. So
yeah, I'm just so, I've read all my life. I've always been a big reader, and it doesn't matter if it's a textbook. It doesn't matter what it is. If I find a typo or a math book where the problem and the answer there's whatever, I'm calling somebody out.
Oh yeah, I can't even tell you how many Marvel books I've read, and I'm talking about I don't read the comics anymore, like the monthlies. I only read omnibuses or hardcovers and trade paperbacks. I can't even tell you how many times I find mistakes. It's just like I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the hell? I was like, dude, you got 15 people and this is a third printing, of it.
It's awesome. JD, I want to tell you, I want to have you out again when we got more time.
Yes, of course.
I appreciate you coming out and giving us your elevator pitch. Everybody go check out Oswald Chronicles. Come on, if you like sorcery and mice,
exactly. Go check it out.
Go check it out. I'm sure you'll be entertained. I know I was entertained by his presentation, so I'm sure I'm going to be entertained by his book. And because he said I can go read it for free, guess what?
Go read it for free.
Day tomorrow.
There you go.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Pops. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you too. Thank you.
And yes, Brad, I appreciate you too, brother. And Sarah is back saying hi to JD. There you go.
How you doing, Sarah? You got another guest coming on?
Oh yeah, we got the man. I'm gonna let him say it.
What is up, Total Excellence?
There it is.
How are you doing, Pops?
I'm good. Do you know JD?
No, this is the first time I meet JD. How are you doing, dude?
I'm good, bro. How you been?
I've been excellent, man. I've been I just stayed home all day, not because of COVID, but CRoM Con, man. I've been hyped.
There you go. All right. So let me get out of here and let you guys get to it. All right.
All right. Appreciate you,
Take
man.
care, man. Have a good one, bros.
You too, dude.
Love the shades, bro.
You know, the future is bright, especially here in Miami, dude.
Yes. Yes. Were you watching earlier when we were talking to Danny Morales?
Yes, I did. I've watched earlier. What, part 1 or part 2, dude?
During when Danny Morales was out talking about the collective down there in Florida, the store.
I believe so. Yes, I was there around that time frame.
That guy is somebody that you're gonna have to hook up with.
All right, dude.
Say, you know,
all right.
He's our indie connection to the retail world.
Gotcha,
he's the one
dude.
starting the movement, man. He's starting the indie retail movement.
All right.
And there it is. Awesome energy. And what is up, Total Excellence?
Thank you, dudes. Yeah, those are my peeps, man. I've been spreading the word, Tops. I've been spreading the word and letting them know JRPG pitch and talking shop, dudes. But I know the spiel. I gotta introduce myself before I throw it at you what I'm gonna be talking about. So, dudes and dudettes, if y'all do not know who I am, my name is Ichthus. It's not Itchy5, but I do respect you guys trying to, read my name. My name is Ichthus. So, pretty much within my background, I'm a graphic designer. I have a full-time job cutting grass, but you know what? It is just only a small minimum time because this is my dream of making sure that comics would be a full-time job for me, or even just doing art in general. And, dudes, you guys ooze with excellence, as always. Thank you all for being here on CRoM Con since part 1, and now we're in part 2 within the Night Owl shifts. So, dudes, you all are awesome. I'm excited. I've been, super nervous of prepping everything up, but I'm here. Thanks to Pops again for inviting me. It's a huge honor being in this virtual con. I've never been to a con. Well, I have, but, no invitations, within the VIP seat like this.
There you go. Get that banner up. Now we got the banner up. All right. Now, look, it's my honor to have all you guys come share what you do with our group. Okay? That's our honor, dude. We don't even have this without you guys. So, just clear that up. This is about you guys. What I do is for you guys. It's for my fan friends, but it's for my creator friend. Like you said, there's no comments.
Gotcha, dude.
This is your time to shine, brother. This is where we get you whatever exposure we can. And I don't know, it's growing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I've totally seen you growing, dude. I've seen your numbers and view counts since the morning until now, dude. I'm like, shoot, man, Pops is hitting high, especially your Facebook group, dude.
Yeah, we're having fun, definitely. So now we have an idea who he is. He's hiding behind the shades, man. He's got me feeling uptight. So man, you got this here YouTube channel. Let me drop that in the comments.
Awesome, dude.
Over here so that people know about that. We got the Twitter on the banner. We got the YouTube channel in the comments. There we go. So talk to me, brother.
I'll talk to you, brother. I'll talk to everyone in this stream right now. I'll talk to everyone that's participating. So pretty much I'm an upcoming artist, and pretty much my first ever comic is JRPG. It's not exactly what you think it is. It's not Japanese role-playing game. JRPG stands for Juvenile Radioactive Pro Wrestling Gators. And you all be thinking, what in the world is this all about? I will tell you what it stands for. So pretty much, dudes, we got 4 brothers who are gators, radioactive gators, and pretty much they're living in the swamps of Florida Everglades, and next to it is a rundown wrestling school, which is pretty much of a former wrestler who almost hit the peak of his his wrestling career, Sandy the Ravage. And pretty much she's teaching these gators the ways of professional wrestling. However, an anonymous fighter challenged these gators and pretty much pits them in a way where they need to work together as a team to face against this foe. So I'm pretty psyched for this, and I hope you guys are as well for this journey.
I'm looking forward to it just because of the Florida aspect. There is so much coming out of the Florida swamp anymore. No, I've been watching, we've been talking about this for a while. I've seen a lot of people, comment about what you got going on. And it's like, man, I love that you're like retroing something that isn't retro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, this is how it should have been done, y'all.
I'm so surprised because I thought, man, this idea I have, it must have been taken. And when I looked it up, I'm like, shoot, they have not. I am set. So yeah, dudes, I'm like, oh man, I'm just so excited for this. I hope everyone is too. So pretty much, I'll show you off some concepts as well as what I've been working on. I'm going to show you guys the 2-page preview. If you guys follow me on Twitter, you guys will have an idea what the pages are. But since we're in CRoM Con, I will show you the 2-page previews of JRPG. And I'm well aware of StreamYard, so that's another fun fact. There we go.
Can't imagine where you're picking up all this stuff at.
So yeah, dudes. So pretty much here's Sandy's arena, right? We got some nice dialogue going on here, going back and forth. He's pretty much fighting with his vendor who, pretty much if you join Sandy's wrestling school, he does have this special where, every month you get free pizza, right? So, he's trying to get some customers. Unfortunately, with his vendor, his pizzas suck. And you could tell the way that how the pizza is, it's...
What's up with Macho Man there?
Hey, man, I don't know who Macho Man is, but I know Sandy the Ravage. But
That's perfect, dude. Perfect.
So, he's having an argument with, Ned over here. Does not like the way he's serving his pizza. And, he says, well, I don't think anyone could even eat this pizza. And Ned over here says, oh, I beg to differ because my pet turtles love my pizza. So, he kicks him out saying, you crazy fruitcake. And that's when the Gators take over.
Now, what are their names?
Pretty much the one on the far left is Todd. He's wearing a bandana. A lot of people have been telling me he looks like he has a beard. And even some people say he might be Amish because of his beard. But I will confirm to you dudes, he's not Amish. And
amazing. Yeah, I agree, Sarah.
I swear, man, you gotta love people's feedback, man, because I just love it, man.
Yes.
I just take in the feedback and just spew it out to you dudes. So right now we have here in the middle, he's the leader of the group. We have here Kirby, okay. The one in the far right is Will. And then in the bottom here, who's trying to catch up is Rob. So the fun fact...
Print it right now.
So
I thought I loved you before, dude. Thank you so much for those laughs. I really appreciate it.
Anytime, man. I'm here to lighten up the mood.
Dude, that's
Especially,
amazing.
I'm just so excited for this, and I love the indie community. I love just this environment, and I want to share my energy to everybody. Is that other? I'm getting a lot of feedback off of that too.
Oh, there you go. You need a friend named Brad.
Oh man, these guys
Nothing
are
like
awesome.
pitch to try and get yourself wrote in.
Yep.
So now Brad's a local to me that I have not met yet, but he lives right here in the same town I do. So
Okay.
That's something we're gonna have to get together here real soon. See, yeah, yes, sir. Most assuredly. Definitely
Oh, awesome! I can't wait to meet you, Brad.
This is amazing. What else? Is this all you're gonna show, or you got more?
I'm sorry, what? That's all I could show? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just a 2-page preview. I do have a few concepts as well. Let me see. Oh, you can't see that one. So this is the art style I'm trying to get to this point. This is Todd as right now. Once I finish up with pretty much the preview, well, not the preview, but pretty much this comic. I'm planning on doing 8 pages, so that way you guys have an idea of what the Gators are, who Sandy is, and it just hits on just giving you an idea of what do you expect for JRPG, what are the themes, what we expect from it, and then I'll be kicking it off with the main story with a new art style that you see right here. And I'm even trying to revamp the design for the Gators as well. Not too much because you get to see, Todd still has his bandana on, but just to make the character design pop out more, and also just branching out and just interviewing these Gators just one at a time, especially Randy. He has a big core story that I'm pretty excited for, especially all these Gators.
Do you mean Sandy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah. Sandy's got going on. Oh yeah.
Did I see myself in those pages in there, brother?
You might have seen them, brother. You might have seen them. I might have Googled you accidentally.
I had to sneak in like a ninja. How's it going, Ichthus, man?
I'm doing excellent, dude. How are you, man?
Oh, doing good, man. Doing good. I had to sneak back in. I had to do some things and pop back in.
Oh, man. Just behind the scenes?
Yeah, behind the scenes.
Awesome, dude.
I've kept up. I've seen some of your stuff over on the YouTube streams, man. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
Man. Yeah.
Oh, we got an echo. What's up?
It's not me.
Not me either. I don't hear no echo.
Now it's gone.
Oh, it's all good.
I was going to say I got mission control over here. It should be good.
You're the tech guy for Pops for the day?
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
He's usually my tech guy.
Usually had a busy day today, man. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, man, it's awesome. Pretty much. Let me see. Yeah, so pretty much, dudes. Oh man, we got another one. What's up, Destin?
Oh, we have more coming too. This is panel. It is now time for the evening panel. Okay, so Kevin, I sent Kevin a link. Dustin, I think I got to send one to Michael Oden, but I don't think Michael can get out of here for a little while yet. But I got to send him one. Yeah, it is time for the evening panel, and now you guys get to pretty much be yourselves. The
patients have taken over the asylum.
Yeah, I mean, anything you want shared up, ask Phil, he'll hook you up. See how I'm getting responsibility right away.
Yeah, I like that. See, it takes the blame off you in case anything happens.
Oh, sure, yeah. After my system crashed, after my system crashed earlier tonight, you want me to take over? Sure.
Dude, I kicked myself out of my own studio. Yeah, it's been a rough day.
Yeah, definitely.
It's been a good one, though. You guys have done some awesome talks today, man. I was excited watching some of that stuff.
I gotta ask you, Pops, how are you able to sit through a whole entire con? I just want to know, dude.
Well, see, for me, I'm having fun, bro.
Oh, I know you are, dude. I
And
know you do.
that makes this all easy, man.
And
You
plus,
know?
if you see me around, that's when you see him disappear and the mic go mute. That's when he's off running, doing little things and stuff.
Gotcha.
Or just sitting right here doing little things. You never know. Speaking of which, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Oh my gosh. Let that man get a bathroom break.
Oh, I get. Oh, he did. He just bailed just like that.
Uh-huh.
See how that goes, man. Yeah, well, cool to meet you, Dustin. I see you pop in over on my page now and then. I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm excited to be able to help out and promote any way I can for anybody we're involved with. You know, I think that thanks to Pops and thanks to my good buddy Adam Fields, I've met a lot of people in the community recently because we act like it's an inclusive community. You know, you go to shows, you see the same folks, you deal with the same people. I mean, working down south, we did MegaCon, Comic Con, and all and stuff, and we'd see the same people. So when it was like, hey, Pops knows this guy, that guy, talk to this guy. Hey, Adam says talk to that guy over there. You realize how large it actually is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
I met lots of cool people, man, and
absolutely.
Plenty of people hit me up for gigs. It's great. I love the comics community, man.
Yeah, man.
They keep me sane.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I've run shows. I've had my own brick and mortar. I don't know about Sanity. That's been going for a long time. It's been gone quite some time. But I think that before I forget, Pops, I'm supposed to tell you that Eric was super impressed with the video that he saw. We were talking about him the other night. So he's hyped for you to get your comic books as well. And he said thank you for how much you appreciate his artwork. He wishes he could have been on.
You tell him that we'll get him out here.
I certainly will. I certainly will. He really wants to be on at some point in time. He's working really hard. Getting the second book. We're already into the second book right now, 8 pages into it. So it's literally going right along, man. Issue 1 has been a hit so far. We've actually got a vendor in Great Britain now. We're shipping to him at the end of the month when we're shipping your books out. So, we're excited about that. I didn't think I'd be able to jump over the pond, and now that we are, it's a very exciting experience. So.
Now he's talking about the listener.
Yes, absolutely.
If y'all don't know.
The listener.
The listener.
Do you want to go ahead and give us an elevator pitch on that?
Yeah, I can talk to one on the listener. The listener is based on loosely based on my great uncle Les, who was one of the first Native American Green Berets, and a lot of the stories are retrospected and thrown onto another character, just so I could change them enough a bit to make them a little bit more interesting, a little bit more pleasing to people in this time period. And not only did we involve the World War II and all that jazz and everything that he went through, we throw in the supernatural, which is very terrifying in itself, because people are like, well, what's scary to you? I asked everybody. I was like, well, what frightens you? And a big one was religion. Religion scares a lot of people. The idea of being damned and eternal torment and stuff like that. So we pushed into that realm quite a bit. We weren't secular to Christianity, though. We went into Buddhism. We went into a lot of different religions, especially Native American, very heavily into Native American religions. So I'm excited. I'm very, very excited about that. So, but like I said, it's an action book. It's not, it's really not for the faint of heart. You can ask Bob. Bob's read it. We're a little gore. I like it, but it's more the act. I want you to be afraid of the act that was committed, not the amount of blood on the panel or on the page, but the fact that a lot of these acts were actually committed in the name of something. Oh yeah, awesome! Yeah, there's the Kickstarter. We did successfully go through our Kickstarter campaign. I have a gift to you guys tonight that my buddy David Acampo asked me to show you. I have our very first cover for issue 2.
Nice.
So I was going
We
to
get
show
an
you guys that.
exclusive?
Yeah.
CRoM Con exclusive? I love that.
CRoM Con exclusive. This is the first time anyone has seen this artwork outside of the team and outside of a couple people that are viewing, that are editing, reviewing the books for me. But yeah, so that's a beautiful panel, right? How about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
saw it here first.
absolutely. This is one of my favorite types of ways to do a story. We like to bring our reader into the book, and we do it a lot. I'm a big fan of 80s and 90s comic books, so I felt like that we needed to jump back to some of those cool things. If you give me 1 second, let me share my screen with you, and I will show you the cover, David Acampo's cover. He's worked for Marvel, Zenescope, DC. He's done a lot of stuff. Let me bring it up real quick. This is his cover. That is the first cover for issue 2. It's a tribute to Turok.
Ooh, I love Turok.
Absolutely. He was one of the first Native American heroes, and that is an homage to Valiant's #1.
Yeah.
When he's actually standing on the car and the raptors are trying to get him. That is our character Guy surrounded by Japanese zombies. We thought that'd be a fun idea to do, just a little bit of a, throwback.
Can you blow that up a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm old and I got bad eyes.
Absolutely. There we go. Is that any better?
No. Do you have any other platform? Because we can only see your inventory. I know on your end, maybe if you pressed on preview, you could see it. But do you have anything like maybe Photoshop or Clip Studios or any other? There we go, just like that.
Preview.
You can see it like that.
That's all we see is that line of books.
Yeah.
Really small.
Hold
I
on.
need to blow it up.
So it's not. Oh, I see what it's doing. I'm sorry. It's showing you. Hold on. It's not showing it to you the way that I wanted to show you. I had it all blown up on my screen. Hold on.
Yeah, it's all good, dude. It happened to me too when I did my first interview when I was doing my pitch for JRPG. So trust me, dude. I'm here to help out, dude.
Give me 1 second. All right, so here it is in all its glory.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit better.
That looks way better, dude. That's so epic, man.
Yeah, David is an amazing artist. And it's like I said, it's after Bart Sears, and I love that David's respect level. He actually adds the Bart Sears at the bottom of it, which is really, really cool. But this is Guy, and there's a massive battle in the second book, so this is a little bit of a tribute to that as well. So I'm really excited about it. And you guys have seen most of our covers so far. The DeBalfo cover for book 1.
Wow.
And this is our covers for book 1.
Adam's cover, yeah.
Yeah, Adam's cover for sure, right here. Adam's covers, yep. And then Marissa Pope's cover, Eric's cover, Kyle Willis, Gabby. You guys met Gabby the other night. And then we've got DeBalfo's covers, Virgin and regular covers with the trade dress down the bottom. But I really appreciate you guys being interested. It's an exciting period to me, an exciting period in time for us to go, hey, look, we've taken this book that we were, I've never written a book before, so I was super excited about it, and to take it and for people to review it and enjoy it, and now to have vendors on the other side of the world go, hey, look, we really want it. We want it over here. We want to sell it over here. It lit a fire under me. We were asked if we could put out a monthly book. Can you, a normal human being, without a massive publishing company behind you, put out a book of this caliber every month? And I was like, I'm going to pay to do it. That's how it's going to work. We're going to get it out every month. So I'm hoping that people are as receptive as the reviewers were. So it will be on sale at the end of the month. You'll be able to get it at Cowabunga. And everybody will be getting their comp book soon. I got to get Pops' info so we can get his comp book to him. And everybody will have their books to them. And we're really excited about it because it's been a it's been such a journey, you know, to start this and to get where we are now. When it was originally like, can we do it? You know, you sit down and you're like, is it possible? And then you get those physical copies in hand. I'm not gonna lie, I about cried. You know what I mean? You got these physical copies in your hand, and you're like, this is legitimate. I've got real artists on my book, real people that have enjoyed it. You know, and the fact that we've had reviews that we have, it's stunning to me as a person. And you know, I like to think that the people that need this book will get what they need out of it. You know, because there's a lot of stuff involved, PTSD and stuff that people don't understand, and we bring that to light in a lot of ways. You know, so that's my elevator pitch. That's about 10 minutes too long.
I just want to tell you guys, I've read the book. Okay, but the story's amazing, and it's a thinking man's story, and it's if you haven't been in those kind of situations, this is one of the better representations of what that must be like than I've seen pretty much anywhere else. This one's pretty solid. So, you know, check it out, man. I don't even know what to say, but what I always say, check it out. What's up, Drawing Aces?
Get on it, man. Get on that listener train, because you don't want to miss out. You know, and I don't pitch like this normally because it's to my heart. So, but I really don't want you to miss out. A lot of those covers are only at 1 in 100s. You know what I mean? They're really nice covers. They're really well done. They're done by a couple people that are in this business that have been into it for a long time, but they're also done by some people that are coming in that you need to pay attention to. You know, Marissa Pope, huge. I mean, amazing talent. Amazing talent. Gabriela Ramos, amazing talent. You know, Adam Fields also coming into the game. He's been in it a little while, but he's starting to catch a little steam on him. You know, Adam's a beast. And then Kyle Willis, who has his own following in his own right. You know, so, and Eric was really excited to do the interiors. So doing a cover was cool for him as well. If Eric's art doesn't move you with my story, I'm going to be honest, I don't know what will. I mean, and that's not to toot my own horn, but you heard it from the pop's mouth. I mean, I don't know what else I could give you that'll drag you in like that, Will. But book 2 is fucking banging. It is all that I've got for book 1 times 2, and I'm ready. I'm ready for you guys to get to see it. Pops will probably get his copy here in about 3 weeks, so we'll do a review with him if he'd like to do that again. That was a lot of fun. So we're going to be getting into a lot of things like that and pushing really hard to make sure we keep that standard. Because once you hit that standard, in my opinion, you have to run with that standard, because you can't let people down. You know, if they're waiting a whole month to get a book from you, you need to make sure you get it. You know, it needs to come out, you know, swinging.
I'll be honest with you. I knew of Adam for a few years now. Adam's art's on my wall. He's one of the first commissions I ever got from anybody was from Adam Fields. So just wanted y'all to know. With that being said, it's like my journey through the original art and the creation of the art wall pretty much started with the guy that did one of these covers for this book.
Wow!
Right? How awesome is that?
You know, I mean, he pretty much is where this wall began. You know, I mean, I think Adam Fields and Gosmosis are the first 2 people I had on the wall. And I don't know if some of you remember, if you look at some of the old content on YouTube, and you can see this back wall, and there's like 3 books up there. You know, that's it. There ain't a whole, there's like 3 things on the wall. That's, I think when I got that from Adam, it was like we didn't have a collection then. We started our collection with that guy.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of, he kind of inspired me to want to fill the wall with I blame him. God, you could blame Adam. Okay. And that's a good blame, sir.
Oh, absolutely, man. Adam will inspire people, man. He's a really good individual.
Now we have another guest that popped in while we were showing off your book. Kevin Gillot. Did I get that right?
Pretty close. Giat.
Okay, yeah. All right. So this man runs what I can only call a large platform for exposure for people like us.
Awesome.
Awesome, dude.
So I've been talking to him about maybe, moving CRoM Con to where I'm, what am I, possibly acquiring a channel?
Yes.
You kind of have to explain how this works, boss. Tell us
Yeah,
how
I can.
everything works.
I can walk you through that, and you can just kind of bounce questions off as we go. This whole thing, this whole network called NSC Live TV, and you can find it at nsclivetv.com, started off as myself as a customer wanting to find good content, wanting to find good books. This was one of those 2 a.m. things where I'm scrambling around on Facebook, can't find a show to watch, can't find a book to get, can't find a decent Kickstarter. It's just everywhere, right? So at that point, I was talking to my wife about it, talking to some friends about it, and I asked my friends if they were having the same trouble, and they said, yeah. And I talked to my wife about it some more, and she's a collector as well. And she said, why don't you just build one? I said, you know what? That's a great idea. So I took the high-end marketing that I was used to doing for, like Sprint PCS and casinos and banks and real high-end companies, and used that to form NSC Live. Started off with 5 channels about 3 years ago, just had our 3rd anniversary. Now we're up to over 150 channels. Now that's creators, writers, cosplay, shops, you name it. The top 50 shops in the United States are on there, so we're able to help make connections that way. We even have an ad firm called Inked Marketing. Inked helps guys like you get your Kickstarters funded faster. We build ads, we do exposure, we do all those good things. We just got through doing a few campaigns, and we're doing some more. I say we're kind of in a break right now. I kind of made a break for us for the holidays, but we just got through doing some for Monty Michael Moore. We did the local hero campaign, if you saw it. We just did his montage campaign. We did some campaigns with John McCree. Now we're doing some stuff from overseas, but I'm kind of putting that at bay until the holidays get through here.
For sure.
But it's all coming from a love for comics.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
You also work with Chuck Pinal, right?
Yes, we just did Bilal for Chuck. Great successful campaign. Got the word out for him. We built all the ads for that campaign. We did the marketing for it. We actually are tied in with over 100 groups on Facebook, and we place people in different areas to get you the exposure you need to get you over the hump. We funded Local Hero in about 5 minutes. That campaign hit 2016% of its goal, which was it was set for 3,000. It finished funding about 56,000. Chuck's campaign, I think, was 154%, somewhere in there. But we've just become a resource. Myself, I'm an artist as well, so I understand how that area of it works. And the connections we've made through talking with some of the shops, we're actually being able to set up another platform where we can actually make the connection. Several channels on there that people selling doing live sales for comic shops. Well, when COVID hit, right, they had to shut their doors. So we became the resource. We kept the lights on for these people while everybody else made them shut their doors. People that were going on twice a week are now going on 5 times a week and actually selling and making more with the doors closed and with the doors open.
So I can attest to that. We do now. We went from a brick and mortar to online, and it's been such a difference. That's not including my own product. You know what I'm saying? That's including our buying and selling products. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a different world when you're not having to pay $1,800 a month for the roof over your head just to be able to sell books.
Exactly. We even helped one publishing company that was used to like we're all used to, right? We're all con people, right? We all go. That handshaking and swapping books at cons, when that was all gone and pulled from us, we did 2 things. One, we did the first online Comic-Con, which was called CyberCon. We did 156,000 hits in 56 hours. So the need was there.
Absolutely.
Then we've helped other groups that were basically the handshake, here's a book, here's my stuff. When they went from that kind of platform, we helped them become an online publishing platform, those kind of things. So there's a lot of stuff in our bag to help you guys out and get the message out there.
For sure.
And this is what this guy has already done is all I've been trying to do, but on this small in one spot scale.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like I want to increase the reach. I want you guys to have the most exposure possible. You know, now I'm going to be looking into this. This may become the new home for, you know, CRoM Con or for comic related madness content.
Awesome.
Okay. It just may be. I mean, I brought him out here mainly. I want to hear. We were trying to get together and talk this last week, but you know, it's that time of year. Nobody's got time.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was like, man, maybe just come out this weekend and talk about it live, you know, and that way I can get everybody else's opinion on, do you think this is a good fit for what we're doing?
And you'll have to forgive the background here. I usually have rows and rows of books out behind me. My wife and I just moved from Colorado to Washington State, so I'm still unpacking boxes and, you know, all kind of books and signed books and everything else. But basically, what I would do for the three of you, I could put on Pops as basically a channel for the group and then a channel for CRoM Con, right? And then same thing with you guys. I don't charge anything for the artist channels. The artist channels are, you have a channel on there. We promote the site as a whole. You're getting overflow from that just from being there.
Of course. Yeah, that's awesome.
Awesome.
That's really generous of you to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you so
since
much,
I'm an artist
dude.
as well, I know how it is. I mean, I've been doing this since I was, good Lord, I literally since I was 16, I was become a paid artist. But my mom jokingly always used to say that I was drawing werewolves in elementary school and going to the library and drawing them, Xeroxing them for 25 cents and selling them for 50. So I don't know if that counts, but I'm just going to go with the 16 on up.
That's
So
right. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So how do the channels work exactly?
basically we load you an image on there, and if you go to, you can go to NSC Live TV, and it talks about how we're the premier network, the one source for all your comic book industry needs. And when you go in there, the channels are divided up by groups. You have an artist alley, writer's row. It's all set up like a Comic-Con. When you get on there, you have your artist alley channel, and we can promote that channel and say, hey, look, by the way, you know, channel XYZ has this coming out. They have this Kickstarter going. Go check them out. Or we have Kickstarter packages. If you want to take it to another level and you want us to do some direct marketing stuff for you, we have very affordable packages for that. So we have the free section where you can just get on, get the word out there. And if you really want to just get out there to the, you know, over 600,000 footprint that we have, then we can do something for that as well. We should hopefully, knock on wood, as they say, hopefully we'll be pushing 750,000 by year end and sitting right at 1 million first quarter of next year.
That's awesome. So, like, so when you talk about affordable packages, I mean, we all know who Michael Moore is. You know what I mean? We all know who he is. We know, you know, Brian Polito. You know what I mean? We know these guys do their Kickstarters. We know Pharaoh. You know, we know all these guys that get on a Kickstarter and turn around and make $50,000 a month. You know what I mean? And they do it because they're talented, they've been around, their name's out there. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing with that, though. Both campaigns we just did broke records for them in both instances. So we did Montage. Montage was an art book, and an art book is a totally different sell than a comic book, right?
Sure.
Art books are a hard sell. It's a coffee table piece, right? So we did the marketing analysis for how to do that for him, showed him how we're going to do the path. We provide the solution. We do a complete workup. Then we sold it, and he had more individual backers for that book than he had any other art book that he's ever released. And this was his 9th book.
That's awesome.
So we definitely sit down with you guys, and we've done unknowns as well. And, you know, they all fun, you know, knock on wood. We hope to keep that streak going. But people that normally funded in the 9th hour, the 12th hour, so to speak, we're funding in the first week.
That's awesome.
We do crowdfunding campaigns, we do Indiegogo campaigns, we do Kickstarter campaigns, we do direct going to the stores and saying, hey, look, this artist has a book coming out. He has a block. If you want to buy 10 to 15 or 25 of the block, this is what it's going to cost you as a store. And we have a formula that works. We have a 3 worksheet formula. We take everything in. There's input questions. We work up the analysis, and then we go from there. It's a tried and true system that we've developed, and it's been put together from over 30 years of marketing from my end, and I have a whole team and we get it out there for you.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it would be really nice to be able to know that all my graphics are taken care of.
What kind of base rates are you looking at with the different packages?
Well, we base that on what your fund goal is, because all right, if your fund goal is $5,000, it's not going to be the same price as somebody's fund goal that's $1,000, right? So we scale that. We have packages that start off for the mid-range packages are 250 to 500. Some of the lower end packages are around 75 to 100. Depends on whatever your scale goal is. And then we also have packages that fund when you fund. That's the other thing, because I know that you have so much money tied up in things that, like you said, you may have a $50,000 thing that comes in, right? A Kickstarter. 25,000 that's eaten up in printing. Another,
Absolutely.
Kickstarter comes in and takes their percentage. Then there's a distribution. Then there's a mailing. Pretty soon you're left over with maybe $5,000 to $7,000 out of a $50,000 payoff.
Right.
I know how it works.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, because like our goal, we went in, I paid everything ahead of time. Like for our first book, everybody was like, Dustin, if you're going to put it out, have the book done. Have it done well before the Kickstarter. I said, okay. So we get the book done, and I'm like, okay, well, let's shoot low. Let's say 2,400. Knowing that I'm not, that's nowhere near what I've paid. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because you look at each cover, Pops joked with me about covers the other day. We have so many of them, it's hard for a collector to get them all. I understand that. I'm not oblivious to that. But each of those artists was a minimum of $400 a cover. You know what I'm saying? That's $2,800 just in covers, at a minimum. You know what I mean? So then you look at your printing at $3.25 to $3.75 a book. So you're $2,400 doesn't cover this kind of book. It doesn't cover this kind of project.
No.
So it's very interesting what Phil said. What kind of plans do you have? And that puts confidence in me to work with you, and I'd like to. It puts confidence in me because you're like, well, we have packages built for different types of projects.
Right.
You see these guys, and they're amazing artists and they're amazing writers, in their own right. But they come in and they're like, I'm going to do a web series. Okay, it's only going to cost me $500 because I'm doing my own art. You know what I mean? That's a different type of animal than when you've got an entire team of 8 people that you're paying to put out an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
So it's a very it inspires confidence when you hear someone go, hey, look, we give a shit about this particular type of project that you're doing. We understand it's this much money because we're in the business as well. That makes a difference, because if you go to a comic shop and you talk to the guy that's never worked in comic books, and he has no clue what he's talking about, and you're trying to have a conversation, you know what I mean? When we opened our doors, my wife was 51% owner of our shop, okay? So she worked behind the counter, even though she had a full-time job, a lot of times. Customers would come in and act like she'd be crazy, but she'd know exactly what she was talking about, who she was talking about, push you in a direction for a book, you know what I mean? And that's the confidence that we have to have when we come to a group of people and go, hey, can you help me? I'll give you a perfect example. We had a big name company go, hey, look, we want to advertise for you, but we don't think you're going to make $50,000 off this Kickstarter, so we can't. Really sorry. Thanks for reaching out. You know what I mean?
Hold on. So they're saying their advertising isn't good enough to make you $50,000?
That's what my wife
was telling you?
That's what my wife said. Yeah. But so they were like, we're not going to work with you. But after my project funded, the same company emailed me and was like, hey, when are you going to do book 2? We'd like to work with you.
Of
and
course.
I was like, that's okay.
Of course.
I'm all right. I don't need it. You know what I mean?
You'd be surprised. You may not be surprised. You wouldn't be surprised at the number of people that when we first started doing Kickstarters that were hesitant. And then when they saw the big Kickstarters come through the door, now I'm getting the phone calls and the emails and hey, well, by the way, we got books 2 and 3 coming out. We saw you did 487% for this guy. Can we get that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. And you can go right on the page and look at where the button is that says Kickstarters, and that takes you through the most recent Kickstarters that we've done. It gives you all the how many they funded, what the percentages were, all that good stuff is out there.
Well, like I said, that inspires confidence. So that's an exciting thing. You know what I mean? To know that there's claims that you can back, you care about your business and stuff like that. That makes people want to go, hey, look, I'd like to work with that person. You know what I mean? That's cool to me. So, I can't be the only person that goes, man, I'd love to see those kind of numbers. You know what I mean? Versus, you know, I think we hit 108%, which is awesome for my first Kickstarter, in my opinion. You know what I mean? 108% was super cool. So, be able to go, man, we could hit 400%. Those numbers are possible. Those type of things are very exciting.
They are very possible. And like Pop said, you want to fund up front and enjoy that and relish in that, and then move on and start doing the stretch goals. When we were working on Monty's book for Local Hero, that Kickstarter book funded at least half of what he's ever done in Kickstarters, period. I mean, that's how massive that book was for him. And we were excited to see that. It actually happened on a panel just like this, which was historic. Last year, about this time, we were all on a panel together. Of course, we had our own panel. We invited him to come on. That's when I was still living in Colorado Springs, and he was right there in Denver. And I brought him on. He kind of brought up the idea, hey, I have this idea. And he brought up the whole concept of Local Hero. And I told him right there, I said, hey, look, time to print that book. He said, well, I've had it in my mind and on the shelf for 2 years. And is it time? Because he's been known as a cover artist, right? And he's brilliant. He's not just a cover artist to me. He's a Renaissance artist. He does sculpting, painting, builds his own frame, does it all.
Absolutely.
And so in doing that, he said, well, I've never produced my own book completely as a creator, as a writer. I said, now's the time. And I explained to him, and we talked offline, and I walked through some things with him. He said, okay, let's run with it. And it was really fulfilling to me to see his dream come true. That's the part that makes me feel good.
I dig that.
And then in the front of the book, he didn't tell me he was doing this, but in the front of the book, I open it up and there's a thank you to myself and Chuck and the others that were in on the book with him.
How cool.
You know, and that was just a stand-up move. That was just I had a lot of respect for him for that.
Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, I was just saying, JD, the banner right there. That's the website, bro.
Awesome.
NSCLiveTV.com.
That's exciting. I mean, to this small thing that has started in you know, this madness that has started, and it started small, Pops was talking about. Now all of a sudden it's caught fire with all these people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things that you don't expect. You know what I'm saying? Like I was talking to Adam Fields one day, like I was literally like, hey bro, because he's working with me on my next book as well. So I'm like, hey, look, we're doing this series. He was like, I love the series. I'm gonna keep doing it. I said, sweet. So one day I'm sitting and I'm writing a page for my layouts for book 2, and he goes, hey, I've got this guy you need to talk to. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, you got to get on here and talk to Pops Van Zandt. And I was like,
you're like, what?
Cool. Yeah, I was like, okay, not prepared at all for a conversation. You know what I mean? I'm literally sitting here at my desk writing, and he's like, hey, look, hop on here. And I was like, all right. So I hop on there and had one of the most fun conversations I've had in a long time, probably since COVID started. You know what I mean? Because COVID has been a whole deal for all of us. You know, we're used to having booths at shows and all kinds of stuff, you know, to not having anything, you know. So it was very
it's amazing to me right now what you guys about. Okay, like Kevin's talking about Monty, and he talks about Brian, and you're talking about Adam, and these 3 people are all people that were founding members of the Madness. They've been here since the beginning, over a year ago when we created this group. All 3 of those guys.
And Monty backs. Monty backs. I mean, his numbers of backing people outweigh what's backing him. I mean, he's, you know, I can't say enough about that. And then there's other groups like we've actually, and I'll just tell you a little bit about what you're going to get if you want to get we've got brochures that we have all of our services on, but I'll just give you a little bit from it if you got a second. Part of it is we put people on what we call the roadshow.
Kevin, that's why we're here.
That's right. Yeah, I offered to hang out because Pops was like, it was like day 2, and for some reason the slots weren't filling up, and I was like, get me in the evening. I'll be there all night.
There you go.
We will BS all night long as you want to talk.
Yeah, I'll talk comics all night.
Absolutely.
So we started putting everybody on what we call the Roadshow Tour. And we've partnered up. We have a good 10 to 12 podcasting groups that we've networked with, right? Cheers to Comics is a good one. The ESO network, Earth Station 1 is a good network. We partner with these guys, and we basically take you guys and treat you like a rock star, right? So if you're releasing an album like you're releasing, you know, a comic, we run you through the tour, and you go from podcast to podcast to podcast, and you can usually do about 10 comfortably in a 30-day window. And we help place those to where you're going to hit that lull, right? You always hit that middle of the run lull. Everybody gets nervous. You hadn't funded yet, so you're in that lull. Well, we place enough of them there that helps push you through that.
For sure.
And we also put some up front to get that momentum going. That's how we were able to fund in 5 minutes. That's how we were able to fund. We funded Montage in 20 minutes.
That's
So that's an art book.
I want to jump in here right now on this because the book that I worked the very hardest on since I started doing this, Mojo Risen, funded in 48 minutes, baby. We worked hard promoting that book.
That's awesome.
We worked hard promoting that book, but we got to spend 30 days selling stretch goals.
Yes.
Right. That's pretty awesome.
We did not spend 30 days going, God, I hope we fund. God, I hope we fund.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? The difference in your own ability to promote is highly different when you're not stressed about funding.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
You can get that early boost and get yourself over your hump right away. You get to enjoy it, man.
You basically pre-sale. We always talk about, we want to ramp up. If we do a book with you, we want to hit the ground running 2 weeks before you hit Kickstarter, Indiegogo, or wherever you go.
For sure. Absolutely.
2 weeks of pushing. And then we're pushing hard, different segments along the way. And I also tell people, you know what? There's no crime in doing Kickstarter first and following up right behind it with an Indiegogo. Because while you're waiting for stuff to come off press, the book's still making money. You still have the momentum.
Absolutely.
There's a way to do it that just keeps it going.
There's a method to the madness.
Yes. But that's what we do this for. I mean, we all have day gigs, right? I have a good paying day gig, and it moves me around the country.
No, we don't all have day gigs. Some of us do this all freaking day, pretty much every freaking day.
I would, and I'm going to do that at some point. I could probably do it now if I wanted to, but I like the job that I have. I go around. You wouldn't think that these two would go together, but I build nuke plants.
How cool.
I used to work for the Department of Defense. I worked for the Pentagon. I go around different places. Right now I'm in Washington, taking nuclear waste and converting it putting it in glass and encasing it and making it safe. So those are the kind of projects I'll go around doing, these first of a kind, one of a kind projects, these big, huge, multi-billion-dollar construction jobs. That's what helps fund my comics.
There you go. Absolutely. Well, my goal is to, I guess my goal is the goal of everybody's goal. You know what I'm saying? Like, selling comics is what we do right now. That's our job. That's what I've been doing for the past several years. Actually, speaking of nuclear power, I worked at Jacksonville Electric for 10 years, and then due to circumstance, some craziness happened. My wife was like, hey, you need to quit, because just beyond our control, beyond anyone's control, she was like, well, take the money we've got, which we're all doing fine. My wife has a great paying job as well. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? She was like, what did you want to do? That's how it wasn't my fault what occurred. She was like, what do you want to do? I was like, she was like, are you serious? I was like, yeah, we're going to open the Rogue Gallery. Let's do it. Jacksonville, Florida. One of I think we were one of the highest rated comic shops in Jacksonville, Florida for the time we were open. And then my parents got a little older and they were like, hey, can you move back up here, help us out a little bit? So we were like, sweet. Moved up here. I got with my buddy Kyle Willis about doing Cowabunga Comics, and we've been working with that ever since.
Nice.
And The Listener is the first published book by Cowabunga Comics, first full-length story through Cowabunga. So we've pitched to a couple companies. If they don't take, I'm more than happy to stay with Cowabunga and publish through Cowabunga because of the response that we've gotten from outside of that. You know what I mean? I'm more than used to having people come to my shop and be like, hey, look, do you want to promote my book? It's about to come out by Image, or Boom's about to put it out. And, we have people come in, you do the signing, whatever, and yada, yada. But now to have our book be that book is an exciting thing in itself. I remember the first couple pages. I remember them very well, putting my pages down and going, hey, look, this is what I want to see. And I'm not going to lie, that's an amazing feeling when you get your first couple pages back and you're like, wow, You know, that amazing artist has brought my form of art to life. You know, you're looking at this thing like a whole different animal now. You know, because I don't draw anymore. I haven't drawn in 10 years, but my imagination helps with these panels because we have a very interesting way of doing our panels. Eric and I sit and do all our panels together. I mean, hours a page. You know, we're literally detail to detail between the artist and the writer the whole time. You know, and that's not because either of us have to do it, but we feel like the workflow is better for us. So it's now when we first get that first book, we talked about it earlier, it's an incredible feeling. But then you get to go book 2 and you go, wow, you know, it picked up. You know, people have paid attention to it. We're starting to sell it. We just did our first big sale, and I'm super excited to talk about it because the whole team doesn't know. Very few people know. We just did $1,000 overseas. You know what I mean?
Nice.
And it's huge for an indie book, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it's my first book, and for people to have that much faith in it, it's.
Let me stop you for a second. You say you made $1,000 sale?
Yes.
Okay.
To a store.
For myself, it's not the money number. How many books, bro?
Oh, dude. Oh, so check out how cool this is, right? Check out how cool it is. So, you know, because I'm selling to you at cost because you're a store. You know what I'm saying? So you're getting 50% off. So it's basically cost. So I'm selling my $15 book to you for $7.50. I pay $3.25 to $3.50 to ship it or to print it. So you're basically getting it at cost. All right. So I sold 1, 2, 3, 4. I sold 20 copies of the first book, various different issues. Okay. Then I sold 4 more store packs. Okay. Which is 40 more books. Okay. So then I turned around and the dude was like, hey, can I get a book exclusive from my store? And it blew my mind. Like it blew my mind because I turned around and immediately picked up the phone and I was like, hey, Kyle, do you want to do a store exclusive? I mean, that's paid up front cash. And I'm just like, to me, that's the ultimate, the ultimate form of flattery. You know, my book is so good that you want your own store exclusive of it. You know, to me, and you haven't even got it yet. You have not even read my book. But you know who's reviewed it? Pops Van Zant's reviewed it.
Oh, shit.
You know what I mean? No joke. Pops Van Zant's reviewed it. You know, we've had Lorenzo review it. We've had a bunch of people talk about it. And that's how much faith people have in the reviews that you get online nowadays.
But see, what people have to understand now is Pops does not review.
Not in a historical sense of what a review is.
I will not go out and critique somebody's work. I will tell you if I like it, damn straight, and I'll tell you what I like about it. I will never tell you what I don't like.
So
if there is something, I won't tell you that.
So you know. He's like, I'm not going to tell you if it sucks, but I'll tell you it's okay. So it boils down to the fact that we've pushed so hard and it's gone so far now that I am excited about ideas about, you know, like NSC. That's exciting to me because of the fact that we've proven the formula works. The formula is not even in your hand yet, but we've proven that it works. You know, it's original. It's not something you've read before. And I swear to you, I swear to anybody listening to this feed, I tried so hard to give you something that you've not read.
Oh, yeah. This is something you've not read before. I guarantee it.
So in doing that, absolutely. I mean, it's so in your face and so visceral. And book 2 is that same feeling, but on your heart and pulling it. You know what I mean? And that's I always want you. Pop said he had to read it twice. Okay, he had to read it 2 times. I'll never forget it.
I read it, and then I sent him a message, and I was like, dude, I said, this is kind of deep. I'm going to have to read this again before we go live. Because I didn't want to go out there without a very clear understanding of what I had read, and because it's deep. You don't want to go out there and sound stupid talking to dude about this. You know?
Well, see, exactly what you're talking about there. Imagine taking that and that passion and that vibe and everything you have invested in that book and talking about that to say 10 different podcast groups, right? And you're talking to over 300,000 people easy about what you love. That's what we provide. So to be able to get that voice out there, and it's worked out to where, you know, we're also promoting the podcasting networks, right? So we promote the tour itself. And when we do the pitch out there, with the last pitch that we did for Monty, we actually all the artwork, because we create all the artwork for the campaign as well. All the artwork looks like a 70s roadie kind of trip. You see all the things going up. You know, you see all the boxes. I mean, I was a musician growing up, so you see all the boxes getting loaded in the trucks. You see him on stage. You see all these different things that actually make it feel like a 70s or 80s rock concert.
So what's
and that energizes
the banners and everything? Like you guys do all the promotional art, like everything.
Correct. Because you've got enough to do, right? So if we do the full Kickstarter package for you, like I said, there's multiple levels. Whatever Kickstarter level we do, we tell you how many ads we can do, how many podcasts we can put you on, everything. And we develop a plan. And the plan is basically, and I like calling them plans, I like calling them solutions, because we're providing a solution. You have a need, right? We also break into the audiences. And we have what you call the ideal market, which is people that you've sold to before. That's your core. That's your ideal market. But we explain to you how to get beyond that market and how to transition in between markets and how to grow that. Because once you grow out a couple of rings of the market, you take those people and you put them back into the ideal pile, right? And you start over again, and you just keep growing until the center core grows out to where when you come on, you know, you have 100 people waiting to buy your book right there when you start. You've already developed that. We talk about how to brand properly. We talk about how to transition markets. That's all what I did, because I was in that field for many, many years before I got on the construction side of things. I mean, I'm a you know, I went to college to be an artist. I am an artist. I have a BA in liberal arts. I drew for years, and then I got away from it. I started having kids. You know, the whole starving artist thing comes into play. We all know what I'm talking about. You know, so I got away from it for a while, but I always wanted to come back to it, and this was my way to come back to it, was to be able to provide this kind of service, because I know what you don't have time for, right? I get the phone calls all the time from the artist who goes, "Hey, look, can you help pick out a couple of this for that, or can you help go ahead and, you know, this is what I'm thinking about doing. What do you think about it?" I do consulting as much as I do anything else. And help them line those things out. And like, okay, well, can you run the next few sets of ads and book me on the next few shows? And then when I come back from this promoting trip that I'm doing, or going to get supplies or whatever else I'm doing, you know, or a book signing, everything's set. So we take all that out of the equation for them. We take care. We basically, you are the road star, right? You are the rock star on the road. You are the one traveling around doing what you need to do. You get to live the dream and be the artist. We're the roadies, basically. We're doing all the heavy lifting.
Roadies, your manager, your record company, dudes handling all the work and letting you art.
Now I found it because I've also been a musician for years. Have you found, like I have, the parallels between working in comics and working in music?
Oh, definitely.
Between the teams, between the band members, between all that, man, I've found so many parallels between the two. It's ridiculous, man.
There really is. And then the other part of it is too, NSC was formed on three simple things. We wanted to provide good quality art and content available to customers. That's one. Two was to be able to provide a good, you know, audience for the artist. So that's a crossover, right? The third was to give something back. And that's where we have a charity. It's called Paper Heroes Charity. And Paper Heroes Charity is, we find out, we get, you know, messages all the time about people that are in need. You know, somebody's house burns down, or somebody's kid gets sick, or somebody falls off a roof. We've all been there. And the one we're working on now is someone's house burned down right before Christmas. So we partnered up with them, and we're running everything and doing all the ads and getting the word out there to try to get funds built up to help them out. We did one, the last time we did one was for someone when they got sick. These poor kids, man, they had 4 kids. The mom dropped dead right before Christmas, in her 30s. The dad was working on the roof and cut his hand, and it got infected and went septic. So he's fighting for his life in the hospital just about a month after his wife dropped dead, and now they got 4 kids that are staying with grandma, right? So we partnered up with all these groups and with Mile High Comics and some other groups out there, and they all donated books. You know, we pulled books out of our own personal collection and sent them in. We found one central location. We ran a 4-hour sale, and we raised $3,000 in 4 hours.
How awesome!
So
That's so fantastic.
we stuff for children's hospitals, orphanages. I heard you guys talking earlier about certain groups will want to take certain books, right? And so we find out who can take books, who can't, or we take the books and flip them into sales. So in other words, if someone can't donate a book to a hospital and they can donate their overage, right? They kind of upped into a book, a shop said, hey, look, I thought this book was going to go wild, so I ordered 5,000. It only sold 3,000, got 2,000 sitting in the back. We take those 2,000 and sell them and then turn that money and put it back in the donation pile.
That's awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to talk, man. I think this is like kind of like where it's the kind of thing I want CRoM Con to be associated with, as far as being all the way open to all these things, because I try to keep CRoM Con that way. We, a few months ago, one of our members, Corey Dwayne Ellis, who has his own little comic and brand, and his house burned down, but it burned down his office and everything. Okay. And he's just now starting to come back from that. But we went out and we did the same thing. We tried to, help him out and raise some money. And I don't know that we got him a whole bunch because, just things the way they are, but we tried.
Man, I lost everything I owned in a hurricane. So
if I had that much of a larger reach, we probably could have helped do more.
Trust me, from losing everything in a hurricane, anything helps. You're happy to get an extra pair of socks. Okay. When you lose everything in a situation like that, because like I said, I've been there, everything matters. Every little bit of help matters. So yeah, I'm sure you found a good spot in his heart, and you're on his special Christmas list now.
There you go.
Well, it's just that's what I want our group to be. When people think about comic related madness and they think about what we do, I want them to think good things about what we do. They don't have to like me. Nobody has. People do. I don't know why, but they don't have to like me, but love what we try to do here, because it's all in the spirit of good, man.
Absolutely.
And we I made the promise to the crew that we're going to remain drama free. And I'm not even going to get into that. I'm not chasing that rabbit.
Oh, no.
But we all know it's there, and we've all stepped in it at some point in time. And you just have to find your way to the best other end of it. And if you're in this business long enough, not everybody's going to be your friend.
Oh, absolutely.
We can just say that and be done with it.
Yep,
for sure. Well, I'm excited. So I'll be the first person to say this. If I believe in this, I think this is an awesome idea. I think this is a perfect platform to come and have this conversation on, and I'm very interested. So if that's any inclination to groups that talk to pops and deal with pops all the time, I'm interested. So awesome. and if I can speak for the people that are on my team. Okay, there are a lot of my team members that are in the madness. So it's like I know each of them will respect what you're doing and think it's a cool thing. You know what I mean? And most of the guys, are cover artists or interior artists, and Prowl being one of the books coming out here shortly, another issue of Prowl.
Wow.
So it's a very cool idea and concept. That I know that I'll reach out to my friends and be like, hey, look, this is a really good idea for you guys. And it seems to me, like you said, you've been there. You've stood in the shoes that we're standing in. I opened my shop by the time I was 30. I've produced my first book by the time I was 35. So I feel that I'm going to keep progressing forward, because that's what we have to do, people, and evolve, with this business as well, especially when you have a speculative market as well. The speculative market is huge in this business. So it's like, okay, like pulling in great talent and stuff. You're pulling in great talent. Great talent costs money, because we all know we want to pay the guys what they're due. You know what I mean? If I come in and I write a full-length story for you I'm expecting to be paid what I'm due. You know what I mean? So if you come in and you do a cover for me, or you do a banner for me for my book or whatever else, you're paid your due. So we need a group that we can depend on, like you mentioned, to help us promote ourselves. Because promoting yourself by yourself is one thing, okay? It's one thing altogether. I didn't pay for promotions for my first issue. I couldn't. I was $6,000 in starting my very first book, that I paid for out of pocket. So it was like trying to go, hey, to justify paying for promotions when that large company was like, no, we charge this much, or you have to make
Right.
this much. I was like, that's inconceivable to me at this point. So being able to go, look, we can work with a company that understands the situation we're in, cares about the business we're in, actually cares about this business in itself at its core, as well as the people that are involved in it and the future of the people that are involved in it. Like I said, I've said it about 3 times since we started talking. It's exciting. It's a very pleasant. It's a welcoming feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to go, hey, look, go get that guy a slice of apple pie because it's going to be great when we sit down and have dinner together. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, it's a good feeling. I mean, I work with a great group of people. I mean, it's not just me. We have a team that works on things, right? And one of the guys, it's also good to see them reach their goals too. Because I'll tell you one of mine right now. If you've ever heard of the new podcast out there, it's Lights Thunder Action, and that's Thomas Rochester and David Thompson. They have a great show. It's a newer show. They're on the tour. They help promote. Like I said, you would come in. They bring you on the show. You do your spiel about the Kickstarter on the show, and then of course we're in turn promoting them. We're promoting you. It all helps self-serve, right? The machine grows. There's more cogs in the machine at that point, and it gets the message out there.
Sure.
Thomas is living his dream now. He just started doing some acting work. So he did our first commercial. He came on. He does Thor as cosplay. He came on as Thor and did a whole spiel for what the network does, which was great.
That's awesome.
And I always jokingly say I can say I knew him when, right? Because now he just did some stuff back in Texas on a Western. So he's living his dream now. So everybody's kind of got their own thing in the team, and everybody's as passionate about it as I am, or they wouldn't be there.
That's exciting. Like I said, I mean, I'm sold. I mean, I'm in. And I think it's exciting. Pops, you're muted, man.
I like what you have laid out there, brother.
I'm gonna have to be honest. I feel really small time in dude's presence.
No, it's just.
I mean, it's like he's talking about his reach, and everybody's I got this little tiny group.
But it's all the groups together that make the whole.
Yeah.
Right?
I know. I get that. I'm just saying, being in your presence and hearing you talk about it as a whole makes me feel like what I'm doing, although it's on the same honorable level, it's not near on the number level,
You say you have it very, very mapped out, and it's very interesting.
It's all been plotted out. There's a formula to it. Even though I am an artist and a musician on that side of the brain, there is the mathematical part that you have to do. You have to play the numbers. You have to see how many hundreds of thousands of people you need to touch to get that certain percentage that's going to get you funded. It's all a math game at that point. The other part of it is too, pre-COVID, you can go on the site and you can see where it says, NSC on the loose. And that's my wife and I, because she's the general manager. That's my wife and I going to all these different Comic-Cons, hanging out with Neil Adams, hanging out with Flash Gordon, hanging out with, the guy that plays Ash from Evil Dead.
He's already done what my bucket list thing is. He's already done his con from a con floor.
It's
hanging out with Flash. Sam
Jones. That I specifically went to. He came to the Denver Comic-Con 2 years ago, and I specifically went there to meet him. And a friend of mine came down from Wisconsin. I'm sorry, came down from Wyoming. And kind of mapped the place out because I only had one day I could go, but he was able to go all 3 days. So I went with him the middle day. I went with him the Saturday. So Friday he kind of scoped out where everything was at. And he came back. It's like, yeah, he said, I passed by Neil Adams' booth. I was like, Neil's there? Didn't even say anything. They didn't even promote it. So I, of course, went back to my office and dug through my books, and I keep a fairly good-sized collection, and pulled out a couple of Neil Adams books. I put out the first, the Grim Reaper cover that he did, and then pulled out When Robin Turns to Ash, and grabbed those two and threw them in my bag. And first went to Flash Gordon, and I unwrapped nicely a 1980s Flash poster that I had, original movie poster.
Oh, cool.
And he just lit up. And we were the last two in line for that particular signing. And he signed it, and we talked for a few minutes, and he said, well, do you want Melody to sign it? I said, she's here. They didn't even promote that. And when the people cleared out between us, she was the booth right next to him. He said, and Sam just takes over. He said, well, let me take care of that for you. He scooped it up. He walked around behind us, laid it in front of her, and said, hey, do you mind signing this? And once you sign it, let's hop up and take a few pictures. That's all him, man. Sam Jones is Flash Gordon.
For sure.
And he just laid it out. And we, then I'm like, okay, well, what else do I owe you? Because I already paid for 2 or 3 things. What else? He's like, no, man. He said, you paid a couple things. You've spent your money. He said, we're just kind of hanging out. We're just, taking pictures, chilling. And he's that way. And then, of course, I got a chance to sit down and talk with Neil Adams, which was, another one on my list. And got a chance to hear a little bit about what he's up to and what he's done. And then, just travel around. Met a bunch of the cast of the Walking Dead. And I know my wife's going to kill me for this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it out there anyway. And the reason we met, and if you notice the beard, myself and Opie from Sons of Anarchy, Sons of Anarchy look a lot alike. And if you don't believe it, I have a picture of us together in Atlanta, and it's spooky. Now he's like 6'7", okay? I'm 6'2", and he dwarfs me. I'm having to look up at him. And he had a cell phone in his hand. He's like, let me finish this text real quick. And he's trying to finish this little bitty phone, and he finishes this text. But that's how my wife and I met, because when I first, and we met on Facebook, when I approached her, when I saw a picture of her, and all the guys, because my wife's gorgeous, but all the people that were trying to meet her, she chose me because I look like Opie. So I can say that. I can score that one in there. And I was able to prove that one when we stood side by side. But it was pretty funny. He's a pretty cool guy, and most of them were.
I'm gonna throw this out here since you brought it up. SOA and AOS are my 2 favorite shows. Figured out.
Yep. Nice.
I mean, I think my favorite shows of all time. I love MegaCon. I go every time I get the chance. Since we moved to Tennessee, though, that's a little bit difficult, But I enjoy MegaCon a lot. Comic-Con's great. It's a lot of fun, but it's so big. It's so much. Like MegaCon is huge, and so is Comic-Con, but it's just like it's very different. The vibe is very different. I think MegaCon is easier to navigate when you're there and move around and stuff than Comic-Con normally is. Walker Stalker was probably the craziest con I've ever done. That was absolutely insane. But we used to. My daughter has been cosplaying since she was knee high. And she did the bunny rabbit, the bunny slipper girl from Walking Dead.
Awesome.
And I'll get you guys some pictures of that eventually. But she did the bunny slipper girl, and so Norman Reedus, we're in line because my wife's got the Norman Reedus fever when the show comes out, just like every other woman did. You know what I mean? And right, so we're in line, and she's holding my daughter, and he gets out from behind. We're in the middle, and the line is huge. He gets out, walks through the line, takes my daughter and my wife, and takes them back to the very front behind the table where I walk up there too, and he's laughing and cutting up with them and stuff. And he gives my daughter this bunny rabbit. This was so many years ago. He gives her this bunny rabbit, and it's but like the bunny rabbit girl, but like the bunny slipper girl, the one she's dragging, and he gives her like this replica of this stuffed animal, and my daughter still has it to this day, and it's one of her favorite pieces. So then we did another show, and we had told him about our store and what we were doing and stuff, So we do another Walker Stalker, and Michonne is there with him at this one. She wasn't at that particular one. So we're there with him, and we're all hanging out, and we did a Frozen meets The Walking Dead cosplay. We did a family cosplay with it. And I was Kristoff, and my wife was Anna, and my daughter was Elsa. But she was Michonne Elsa, and she was pulling the two of us on these massive chains around our necks through this convention with this ice sword, like this Mortal Kombat ice sword that we found. I thought it was the coolest thing. It was a Sub-Zero prop. And she's got it on her back, and Michonne comes up to my daughter as we're walking, because I guess Norman remembered my wife and my daughter, because he walks her up, and she's like, "This is the coolest thing ever." And she signs the sword, and my daughter's a huge fan now. Crazy fan. Should probably not be a fan of The Walking Dead at 10 years old, but she's a huge fan. But we've promoted indie books forever. Our brick and mortar was, I promoted indie books, I promoted indie artists, local art, and to be able to, there's something about getting there. And I know you guys know what I mean by that. Getting there. You've got to this point where if you're a musician and you can go up to, your favorite musician or a bandmate or somebody that you know that you've met on the road, and you can be like, "What's up, dude? Let's go have a beer." You know what I mean? You've made it when you show up to a show and somebody's like, "Hey, bud, let's go have a beer," or they're like, "You've got a new project coming out. We heard about it. We're excited." And you're like, "Who are you?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, we're producers at a comic, company." And they're like, "Well, let's BS a little bit, Or I had never met Ryan Kincaid, okay? And I'm sure a bunch of you guys know the name Ryan Kincaid. All right, great guy. So Mike DeBalfo was one of the first people that ever came to my shop to do a signing. I met him in a weird way. That's another story for another time. But he is one of my favorite artists. So to have him come to our shop was awesome. To do he was the second signing at my shop. And he came and he was like talking to me, hanging out, we had a good time. So the next show that I did with him, he was like, "Hey, look, have you met Ryan Kincaid?" And I was like, "No, man, but his art is beautiful." You know what I mean? So you start networking, and just like Pops is doing, we're meeting all these people and dealing with all these folks that eventually you get that vibe that you're there. Like when you play football and you're on the JV team in high school, and you get to hang out with the varsity team for a little bit or practice with the varsity team. You're like you've made it to that point in your life where you can be like, "Man, I've reached a plateau. I'm ready to keep moving. What's the next step?"
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I'll tell you full circle. I was, I guess, 16 years old when Stephen Butler and Peter David came by my local comic book shop. Stephen was a new artist for Marvel. Peter was before Peter was Peter, right? This was before he came on the scene. So I have a Hulk kind of, and I'm trying to remember the number. I think it's 371 off the top of my head. The green, the one where he becomes the professor and everybody's the bright green cover everybody wants. I have one of those signed to me from Peter at my local comic book shop that stayed in a box in my parents' house for 30 years. I pulled it out last year, and it's a 9.8, if not a 10. I mean, books are hardly ever a 10, but I mean it's beautiful. I've got it in a Mylar, and it's about to sit up back here because I have racks where I have all the books. All the racks normally sit behind me of all the books. Most of them are signed. John Romata Sr. I got one signed by Lonnie Nader the other day. When Lonnie, this is how funny how things work. So let me back to the Stephen thing. So I met Stephen, I met Peter at the show. Yeah, let's see, that's how my stuff's about to be. It's bare right now.
That's about a third of my signed books.
Yeah. So fast forward to when I started this 3 years ago, I get a message from Stephen when he started Butler's Brigade that he would like to join NSC.
How cool.
And I'm in geek fan mode at that point, right? Because here is one of the inspirations for me. I was like, "Hey, would you mind doing an interview?" And he's like, "No." I said, "Well, I'll help you guys with your daughter's Kickstarter, because now his daughter's into art, and they went and did a book together." I said, "I'll help out with that. I'd love to do an interview." So there's an interview on the site, and it talks about him as being one of my inspirations is on there. You can read all about it.
How cool.
So that, like you said, that's when I felt I had made it, right?
Absolutely.
It had come full circle for me being the kid in line with the book, because I got he signed a Silver Sable for me.
Right.
Peter signed the Hulk, and then he also did an X Factor, I believe. And I still have all three. I have the books to this day.
That's awesome.
I've got to find somewhere in there is where Steven's book, but I just had him re-sign it. But now, when I get a book done, say if Brian writes a book, Polito writes a book, I'll get it in from him signed, and then I'll forward it on to Steven, and I'll get it double signed.
For sure. For
So,
sure.
but like Lonnie's was I'm a big Yondu fan, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Met him in person. I've got a figure signed by Michael.
Yeah.
And what was funny was the year before, I'm gonna tell you how bad I'm good at planning this kind of stuff, bad at planning sometimes life events.
Right.
For the Walker Stalker stuff, you have to normally buy your tickets right a year in advance.
Right.
So one Walker Stalker to the next, I bought the next year's tickets.
For sure.
Not knowing or not planning that my wedding was going to be the weekend after.
Oh man.
So we're living in Georgia, right? I have to get down to Louisiana to get my marriage license because we're getting married in New Orleans because I'm from Louisiana.
Right.
And then we've got to double back, do Walker Stalker, double back down, go get married, and then double back up and go to Tennessee because that's where the honeymoon was at.
Oh wow.
So we did a lot of zigzagging only for my poor vacation planning at that point. But Norman was such a cool person as well, because I met him back in 2010 when I met Stan Lee, and back before Stan was legally blind, you could actually read Stan Lee on the book.
Right.
And I completely geeked out at that moment. Right, I shook his hand. I said I liked his work. Part of it's a blur. Right, you're all caught in the moment.
Yeah.
And I told my kids, look, I want to do this. The rest of the weekend's yours. So we went. Of course, that's when Norman was at the height of his career, right, for Walking Dead. Went down, and here's my son, about 10 years old at the time. I said, you can either take a picture or you can get an autograph. Which one would you like? He said, I'd like a picture. We stand in the line. We get the picture. Now he's carrying it out like it's on a pillow, right? This is his thing. He's so. And I looked down. I was like, wow, man, this is like a once in a lifetime thing at that age, right?
Yeah.
So I looked over. I was like, you want to get that signed? He's like, oh wow, can we? So we of course get back in another line and come up to Norman, and there's 10,000 people behind us, and he's just talking like we're talking.
Right.
I gained a lot of respect for him at that point.
Absolutely.
He didn't rush my kid. They talked about it. I mean, my kid was completely in the zone. He goes, well, my name's Norman. He said, it's not too cool. What's your name? And they just talked, man. I'm just
so cool.
in the background watching all of this go down.
Absolutely.
And that's awesome when those kind of things happen. And I asked his handler, because I've met Norman 5 or 6 times now, and not that he knows me,
right,
but he will step out of a line and walk up and shake my hand if I'm in another line. Now, I don't know, maybe I look like somebody he knows. I don't know, but he makes you feel like he knows you.
Absolutely.
But like I said, I've met him 5 or 6 times, and he's a big Silver Surfer fan. He would ride around. The town they shoot is a little south of Atlanta, and he would ride around in his Jeep with a full-size Silver Surfer, seat belted in, the driver on the passenger side.
How cool is that?
So yeah, he's a big comic book fan.
That's awesome, man. What you working on there, Pops?
Since you wait a minute, I didn't mean to. Since you brought him up, let's just show you one of the things that Mr. Polito has delivered my way.
How cool is that?
This is number 13 of 13, the John Boy Myers Black Metal edition.
Oh, wow.
Of Blasphemy Anthem #1. Now, I pointed at that back wall back there behind me. I pointed at that wall. That whole top row is Polito homage covers.
That's awesome.
Except for that one. That's Mike D. Pascal's White Wedding. But all the way across there is Polito,
Yeah.
He was one of the first people that I was really inspired to go out and promote and push. And in the end, dude don't need me. You know what I mean? The dude is out there. He doesn't need CRoM Con. Okay, he was in the first CRoM Con. He actually closed the show in CRoM Con I back in April.
Awesome.
He was our premier guest. He came out for a Q&A at the end, and it was amazing.
How cool.
But
it's
Leo
amazing
can put on, he can put on his own cons and make money. He don't need me.
Absolutely.
He did when okay,
Yeah,
so
ECCC.
backwards to back, we're talking about Steven again. Steven does a lot of covers as well for the Lady Death series and the Widow and everything else. So when the Seattle version was coming up and it was about to go down, right? Emerald Con. When Emerald Con went down, Polito had already printed the books. So he basically went on and signed and sold all his Emerald Con books right out of his own showroom.
Let me tell you a story. Me and Brian were talking about it when ECCC went down, and I was like, dude, what are you going to do? And he's like, I don't know. All my product is in transit to Seattle right now. He says, I guess I'm going to have it all sent back home.
Yeah.
And we're going to do, I don't remember what they called it, ECC Coffee-Con or something, Coffin Con or something. But
yeah.
They sold all the Emerald City books, the Greg Horn covers. They sold all of them. Okay.
Yep.
Awesome.
Brian didn't need CRoM Con. He was really nice and came out in the beginning and gave us some credibility when we first started doing this. But he didn't need us. He had his own thing, and he blew it away.
You look at Polito though. Look at his success. I mean, so there's a lot of people that are younger that are just getting Lady Death. You know what I'm saying? Because I grew up with Lady Death.
This is where my point was going. It's like this. What I'm doing for you guys, it's like he can do for himself. Okay,
absolutely.
He's got the fan base already. I'm trying to get you guys that kind of fan base.
And we appreciate it.
You know, so that when you go out and say I'm funding a book, you get funded right away. You get to enjoy yourself. You get to make videos about your stretch goals. And yeah. You know, like Brian does. Come on, tell me the dude ain't a salesman.
Man, to see him come back the way he made the comeback in the past 6 years has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, to go from no Lady Death to having someone else have Lady Death and it not selling well when they had it, to you getting your own product back. I mean, how terrifying is that to begin with, to have your product in somebody else's hands? You get it back and you make it a monster, even more than it was when it started. It's insane, man. It's so awesome to watch.
And he turned down a gig. He turned down a high-paying gig at Marvel to go back and pursue this for himself.
That's so awesome, man.
That's great.
Good for him.
Well, I mean, if you ask a bunch of those guys, a bunch of the Xenoscope team and stuff that have gone to Marvel or gone to DC for a little bit and colored over there or did line work over there, they all end up teetering right back to indie books because of the same thing that McFarlane said years ago. It's a tank of sharks that we don't want to swim in. You know what I mean? So you see all these amazing guys go do their own products, and make their own stories because they want to control their own titles.
And people can say what they want about Liefeld. I mean, it's like Ford and Chevy. You meet the people pro and the people against, right? I'm not even touching that.
Absolutely.
But what he did was revolutionary in the fact that he stepped away because, and he talks about this on his Robservations podcast. Didn't have any kids at the time. He wasn't married, so he could take those risks. He could step out on his own and see what happened. And once he took off, here comes everybody else. Right?
Let's if you can do it yourself, that's the most incredible thing. And that's, like I said, it's the most amazing compliment that we've gotten so far for someone to go, can we get a copy of your book with our business on it? We'd like our own cover for our store. And to me, that's amazing. But, it's moving in this direction of, can we do it? Is it possible? And then when you go, I never thought I could have my own cover. Thank you for helping me. I'm like, thank you for paying for it. And thank you for getting involved. Thank you for pushing my book. You don't have to thank me, for helping you. I appreciate the opportunity to do so. and to see these things and it all boils back to what you were just talking about. The fact that you are invested in this project yourself. Pops is invested in all of us that he does. There's not a moment if I say something online that is, I normally don't BS too much on Facebook or social media. I normally put the truth or a fact or something about life. I get tagged by my wife or it's about my book. You know what I mean? And because I had a friend tell me, brand yourself, don't brand the product. Because eventually you're going to want people to know you versus knowing your product. And I was like, okay, that's a really dope thing to tell me. I'll soak that in. So now it's like giving back. It's comfortable. You're like, okay, these people follow me every day. Pops doesn't have to go out of his way to tell me that, my house looks amazing for Christmas, or he hopes my kids are doing okay, or anything like that. But people make that time, and when you make that time and that investment, I remember that investment. The moment that I got these people that are like Adam Hughes, perfect example, and I'll use it because he's one of my best backers as a person with my project, and Kyle Willis, and my interior artist Eric. They don't have to go out of their way. Once job is done, work's done, you know what I'm saying? But they go out of their way to tell me how they feel like they can help or how we can improve this project or how as a person, hey, look, we've been doing these meditations and it makes us feel better throughout the day. Maybe you could try this if you're having a bad day. It'd be a great day to do this, and it's all about showing how deep that they've built these bonds. You know what I'm saying? I can go on a podcast and talk to anybody. I can't. We can talk all day about the listener, and it's great, and I appreciate it, and it's advertising, and I love that. But when you bond with someone and you really vibe with them and they feel your project, that makes such a difference. It does, because when they go to talk about it, there's feeling behind it. There's not script.
There's passion. There's investment.
Absolutely. And I feel like that it's NSC sounds like that's where it is. The pride is there. The project is there. So we want the project to succeed because now it's a global project.
Right.
And that's how I feel about the listener. I feel like the people that I've reached out to so far, there's a thank you in the back of my book. And it's long and whatever. If people don't read it, they don't have to read it, but it's there. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what, I understand totally. I make these posts when we're doing our sign up, right? And I try to tag everybody I can think of. And I guarantee you, I forget just as many people as I tag. I can tag 80 people and go, man, I'll spend the next 2 days going, oh shit, I forgot that person. And I'll add them to the post, and I add them to the post, and I add them to the post, right? And then I'll go out on Twitter to people like It's here, okay? It's this.
I've been doing that for the past
Then I'll
hour.
go out on Twitter and I'll find those people like Doc and this guy here and go, hey man, we're doing this thing. You want to be part of it? Because I forget that they're not on Facebook. They're not over there where I've been throwing it out, right? And then we'll get down to the last couple spots. And I've got all these people tagged, and it's like, I start asking people, I'll start sending out the private messages. Hey, man, I don't know if you realize you got tagged in the CRoM Con thing, but do you want to get in? We got like just a couple spots left, and those are usually really easy sales.
Yeah.
Once
you filled up 75%, everybody wants to jump on.
Down to them last couple spots, and people want them spots, and that's cool. I love that. And then what's even better is when you have the people that for some reason can't make it. I have no problem billing those slots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, when you talk about making it again, back to that point, like I said, big Yondu fan. When Yondu came out with their own series, their 5-part series, my wife said, "Hey, look, found it on the shelf for me." Say, "Hey, here, they came out with, Marvel came out with the Yondu one." I was right in it, read it right immediately. I looked in it. I said, "Okay." Well, Hamner did the cover. McCree did the interior work. Nader and another guy wrote it, and so I reached out to him, talked to Hamner right away, talked to McCree, got McCree on a panel that we were doing. Still talk to him, still back his books to this day. Then I reached out to Nadler, Lonnie. I said, hey, man, look, I read your stuff, great stuff. I said, how did you come up with a backstory for someone who doesn't have a backstory?
Right.
That doesn't exist. There's like one book, right? There was one book that came out with a backstory for him. So where'd you get it from? And there's an interview that I got to post about it. But the part of that interview talks about, he said, we watched a bunch of buddy movies, a bunch of Lethal Weapons and a bunch of stuff like that to get that kind of buddy, Marauders attitude to it.
Absolutely. How cool.
And I was like, awesome. That was cool. And for doing the interview, Lonnie sent me a signed book. I've got a number 1 variant cover sitting up on the shelf from him to me, and I get all my stuff signed to me.
Of course.
It's amazing. The stuff that's coming up. We've gotten to know a bunch of the people over at Scout Comics. We help support several of their indie people. Indie is where my heart's at because. And you'll see a story that's in there if you read any of the interviews that are in there. There's an interview that I talk about myself and the fact that when I talk about how Scout is continuing some of the legacy of indie, I go back to where I started. And that was when I was a kid at 7-Eleven going to the rack, right? We didn't have comic shops.
Absolutely.
I was at the 7-Eleven digging through the racks, drinking a Slurpee, playing a video game, smelling a Clorox, right, that they just mopped the floor with. And I remember, Justice Machine #2 was the very first book I ever picked up. Comico. I still have that book to this day. When I got to be an adult, I bought the whole series. So, but that's the one I started off with. And it's funny, I always kind of start off with book 2, I guess. I did the same thing with Wolverine. But anyway, in doing that, that's where my heart stayed, was with indies. And it's always great to hear the stories and hear you guys talk about how you came up with a certain thing, or how Lonnie talked about, how he hit his buddy movie thing, and how Monty talks about how when he came up with Local Hero, he was at, San Diego Comic-Con, and there's a woman with, things going on in her head, and she's homeless, and she's pushing her cart, and here comes all these cosplayers. And he said, well, what if her thing was she thought she was a superhero, and she may have like a football helmet on, and, but in her mind, she's got some sort of invisibility cloak or something, And she was has PTSD because she was in the war and she got hurt, right? And so she's dealing with all of these real life issues.
For sure.
And then he turned around and gave part of the proceeds back to veterans, right? So
that was something that really drew me out to that campaign. As somebody that served myself, I actually really enjoyed Monty's Local Hero.
It's an amazing story.
Yeah.
Which cover did you get? Which was it? What was your favorite cover on that one?
Oh, I just got the support our troops thing. That was the big thing that I did. Sorry, I am all out of it. I don't even know why. But the moment that I saw that, the cover art for it was gorgeous.
Yep.
And it's always good to be supporting a cause like that. When I was doing my campaign, am I hearing an echo, or is that?
No, you're coming through fine.
Okay, I'm just going insane. It's all good. When I was doing my book for Elysian Fields Pyramid Camp, I set up my own support our troops thing and what have you, and it's something that I feel like just creators really get in on.
It's
give back.
It's a feel good. For one thing, it's a feel good thing. Above everything else, it's the right thing to do being on this planet. It's the feel good thing. The other part of it is what it does is, and we talk about this when we sit down with people, and I'm just giving you guys the scoop on this. What it also does is that makes that person a spokesman for you, right? If you have someone that you've invested in that way, that's them saying your product is good, not you saying your product is good. And there's no amount of money that can buy that, right? That becomes, someone that becomes an ambassador for you, so to speak. Yeah. And that brand ambassador comes out, and that's the me's of the world and the pops of the world going, you know what? This guy book, it really rocks. And from us saying that about your books is way better than you saying that about your books. And you get 10 people saying that about your book, and just watch what happens.
It grows exponentially.
It does. It really does. And that's what putting you guys on all these shows does. It helps the show start saying, even a couple of shows later, hey man, that interview we just did was a great interview. It's got a great book. It's got a great cause. They're giving back to this. Go check it out. And then it just keeps going.
Oh man, when Will asked me to come on to his show, Will Pace pulled me on, and I was like, I had so much fun talking to him about stuff, but that leads back to how people feel about your book and what I said earlier about how it actually can take you to a different place. And Pops and I, every time we talk, we seem to talk about fans, and they're very important. As you go through this process, you gain fans, like the people that are in your corner no matter what. You could put out, God forbid it happen to people, but it doesn't. You could put out a bad book between issue 1 and issue 5. You could have a bad book in there. Your fans want to push through that bad book. You know what I mean? They want to know what's going on, how much further the characters are going, what you can, what you're bringing to the table as an artist, whether you're the writer or the penciler. They want to know what you're bringing to the table in that next issue. Your fans will get you through those rainy days, and it like nobody's business. Like Will had come, he was reading it and he couldn't read it. So he couldn't figure out how to turn my file over when I sent it to him, the PDF. So he was looking at it at an angle at first, so he couldn't figure out how to turn it over. And I love Will. He's a great human being. So we're talking about it, and he's trying to read it like this. And we're having this conversation about the listener as he's got his neck turned. And, he said to me, he was like, Dustin, this is one of the most beautiful books I've seen in the past 20-something years.
Wow.
And he quoted a company. I'm not going to quote a company because you never know who's watching. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. But he was very kind to me about his compliment. And, a couple people have said it, included Pops as well, and it takes your heart to a different place when it's your project. You can look at something and go, it's really, really cool. I love that. I want to back it. But when you're on the other end of that, when people are coming to you and going, hey, man, I can't wait to see it. You know what date the print's coming out? Do we know when we're getting our issues? Yada, yada. You know what I mean? Did you do a metal cover? Did you do it, one of these covers? We're getting a hollow foil cover. You're doing all kinds of badass gimmicks. Are we getting this? You know what I mean? And it makes your heart swell. It really does. And you know what blew my mind? It's 3 people have said it so far. And it was, we could get your book by the panels you made. The words are great, the story's amazing, but you tell so much in each panel that it's a story for the eyes as much as it is for the mind.
Yeah.
And it's such a welcoming thing. We watched Ixis earlier, and I botched that, I'm sure. But we watched it earlier.
No, you said it correctly, dude. Don't worry.
Awesome. So he was talking about it's spoof stuff, and stuff like that is mad funny. You know what I mean? And for him, I can only imagine that the laughter that he receives, it makes him feel good, and it makes his heart swell with the fact that he can bring joy to people in that type of manner. Whereas we all stand together trying to bring an emotion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I put my entire heart into the listener in every page of it, and to know, as the guys that understand that 7-Eleven spinner rack, and we weren't getting Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, and 4. It was Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 9. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so you get those vibes and those feels from your fans and the people that are invested in your book, and for you to go, I want to be a part of that. I understand that we're paying for a service, and I get that, but it's not just that. So when you go, I want to be a part of a project. Okay, we understand on this end, the back end, that things cost. Okay, so my vibe is you would do it, in my opinion, just to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it, and that's why I feel like investing with NSC is a great idea for Pops. It's a great idea for us, because of the fact that I feel like you're there. You know what I mean? You're there. You're at that. I've been a fan. I've been a creator. I've been a backer. Now we're right here on this level playing field. That's what I really meant by making it. We all stand on this plateau together.
Right.
How the direction we take from where we stand now is what defines us as people. You know, because I could go, oh yeah, well, I don't know that I'm going to do the listener again. I don't know. That wouldn't be the truth, but I have that choice to make. But your fans are those people that are sitting there waiting for book 2 to come out, or book 3, or book 4, or book 5, what have you. They are the ones you're letting down more than anybody. And that's what I'm saying about how they carry you through that hard time period. Because in a Kickstarter, which all both were running right back around to what you were talking about before, what you guys do as a business is you promote books. Well, as a Kickstarter, I went through like a 4-day period without a single sale. Mind you, I've had a brick and mortar, so I understand what it's like to go a couple days without a sale. I get that. You know, I could go 3 days without one, then do an $800 day, $900 day. You know what I mean? That's the business. That's the nature of the beast. But in doing so, we have this overwhelming responsibility to the fans and the people that have backed our books and our projects to stay strong in that time period. You know, because the next day you may get 15 other, you know, subs, or you may get 20 more subs. You know, you may get 30 more subs. So, like, we got a message. I knew we were going to be funded. Okay, I knew we were going to be funded. It wasn't a question. Because we were doing sales outside of the Kickstarter. We were literally selling by hand and going to stores and going, hey, look, here's our product. Or we were selling to people that we knew in this business and, you know, getting pre-orders and stuff. And there was a day, though, when a fan sent me a message and he was like, hey, are you okay? And I was like, what do you mean? You know, I'm all right. I appreciate you asking. What's up? And he was like, you know, I see that you haven't got any sales in a few days. And I was like, don't worry about it. The money's there. I appreciate your concern. But the fact is, someone took the time out of their day to, I check the Kickstarter every morning when I woke up, like religiously. You know, I still do it now, you know, even though it's been over for a week and a half. You know what I mean? And it's like you wake up, you look at it, and there's a message. You know, you may have had a shit night the night before or an awful night or whatever, but that morning you wake up and somebody that you have no idea who they are, it's not a family member, it's not a friend, it's a fan that is like, I'm really interested, I'm hoping the project's moving forward, what can we do to help out? And you're just like, you know what, I appreciate that. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate a fan more than anything in this entire world. You know, it's powerful.
They've become invested in it just as much as we do when we're working on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing. I think I found a relationship or a friendship with Dustin before I knew that Adam was working on his book. And I'm pretty sure I was like, you got Adam Fields doing a covering book? Adam's my boy.
Yeah, that's exactly how that went. That is absolutely how that went. It was really funny.
That's
Adam
the kind of stuff that keeps happening though. I meet somebody and I find out, oh man, he works with somebody that I've been friends with for a long time and I've been promoting and didn't even know it.
Absolutely.
You know,
he's brought a wealth of kindness and pleasantry to our book, working with him, and it's just been a phenomenal experience. I'm excited to continue working with him in book 2. He's got a lot going on right now, so I can't really give you any like sneak peeks or anything into his new cover, but
I'll be honest with you, Adam Fields is such a nice guy that I don't even deserve to have him as a friend.
Well, I tell you something else too that you'll hear me say it a lot of times, and you'll see it a lot of times in the stuff we put out there. But when you join the Inked family, you become family, and we know people's kids' names. We know what they got going on. You know what their trips are coming up. You know all this stuff, and we're trading messages all the time. You know when somebody's ill in the hospital. I can't tell you the number of friends, personal friends that I don't know, probably 3,000 people, 3,500 on Facebook. And I would say easily probably 2,800 of those are all in our field.
That's awesome.
So, wow. Because that we've gotten to become friends and we know what's going on in each other's lives. Wow. And it's when someone, like you said, reaches back out and wants to know, what they can do to help, or they heard somebody else was doing Kickstarter, or you got one of the podcast guys calling you up again. Okay, what's coming up, who's coming on, that kind of stuff. It really, we even actually opened up another division, a secondary division in Ireland, just to support the number of international books that we started doing.
That's awesome.
Because there's a pocket of and I learned this when I picked up the Yondu book, and that's why I kind of go back to that. Lonnie's in London, I think, or McCree's in Ireland, and I think Hammer's in Canada, if I'm not mistaken. So they're global. That we're all with the internet now, and with on-demand printing.
Absolutely.
You can be anywhere.
Dude, my interior artist is in New Zealand.
Yeah, exactly.
Diamond, what's diamond?
I love, we talk about the fact that social media is such a boon to this business. It really is. And getting to share our work and provide entertainment even to people that are not reading our work. You have people that'll follow us and listen to us BS that aren't reading our book. You know what I mean? They're just listening to us BS and having a good time because they enjoy that. Without cons right now, they miss being able to go to panels and sit and talk, and listen to people in this business, chew the fat, if you will. But so having people so I put out a on social media, I put out an all call for an artist because I wanted to see, all my buddies are cover artists. That's not even a joke. All my buddies are cover artists. I didn't have a buddy that was doing sequential art for anything. And I love all my buddies. They're all good people. So it was I reached out to David Acampo, and he's a colorist. He does covers as well, but he was he works for Zenescope a lot, and he was like, man, my pencils guy, he's out of work for the next 6 months because he had to get his hand operated on or some such thing like that. He had to go to the hospital as a medical deal. So I was like, okay. So I spoke to the guy. He was like, hey, can you get back to me, at the beginning of the year? I'm really interested in the listener. I want to get back to it. And I was like, I don't know. Let me look around. You know what I'm saying? So I put out this all call, and I had 115 submissions for interior artists for the listener. Wow. And Eric and I spoke, Eric Viola, my interior guy, and we spoke for 4 hours. And I had all these guys. I was like, look, I need to know that you're invested because I'm going to submit my book to other publications. So you have to be invested or it's a waste of our time. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, if you're going to be in, you're in, So I was like, can you send me a sketch of a character? I'll give you an outline. You do what you want with it. Send it to me, and I'll show it to the team. Let me know. You know what I'm saying? I don't want free art from anyone. I don't want anyone to ever think that. That's not what it was about. It was to show that you were invested in the project, that you would spend the time to do a little bit of work to be noticed. You know what I'm saying? Just going, hey, look, I've got folders upon folders of work that I've done over the years. That's cool, but I need to know that you're invested, And Eric sent me this piece, and I'll show it to you right now. It's actually a cover of ours that we used, and it was an absolutely phenomenal piece. Let me bring up my folder real quick. This is the piece that he sent me, and can you guys see that one? That's what he sent, and that was for to interview with us. And I just thought it was the most phenomenal piece. We didn't even use it as a cover.
Wow.
Nice.
I mean, it's beautiful, beautiful work.
When you talk about being invested, the way I approach things is in the show that we're invested. Like I said, I wish I had the stuff up on the wall. I have a full size one of the interior pieces, original interior pieces from Local Hero.
How cool is that?
So that's getting framed up. I'm getting the section of the actual book that's been colored is going to go up with it. There's going to be a placard underneath it with some photos of us together and some other stuff.
How cool is that?
All that's going to be hung up here in the office here shortly. And then on top of that, when he came out and did the art book, I was one of the first 5 that ordered the big boy book, so to speak, the hardcover that's got a
he's
a
doing
remark on it and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Any campaign that we've done, I've personally bought something from the campaign. One of the
I wish I could say that.
there's other campaigns that we've done that we're actually going to be. I bought this as a Christmas present for a buddy of mine. Actually, it was an early Christmas present, I guess I gave him. But we're both going to be in the next book. We're going to have character likenesses.
Awesome.
So I always jokingly
So
say, when we
cool.
say we're in comics, we are literally in comics.
Yeah, I got that. That's cool.
We have that. We can back that up now. So
Absolutely.
But usually I have a giant black cowboy hat on, so I'm kind of I'm in a different feel here with the regular baseball hat. But
right.
If you pull up all the Facebook stuff, you'll see a variety of different cowboy hats on there.
I do get to say that I can relate to that because
I was going to say, you're in comics.
I'm a character in the crew as basically myself, a grumpy old man. I'm a character in Mojo Risen, which I have not read yet and refuse to read until I have it in my hands, like everybody else, because that's just the way I am. And so I can't tell you a lot about that, except that I know I run the bar in the black market store. Okay. So I think my likeness is going to be used in a book here in the future by, I think I'm going to be showing up at ringside in Florida Man.
Oh, awesome.
And my son. And my son. Okay.
Wow.
I think, there's a few projects and there's also one that I'm going to be working on.
Oh, cool.
Oh, so awesome.
As a consultant, because they're using me as a character, so I have to be able to make sure that the responses would be a Pop's response. Or, you know what I mean? They want it to be,
Right.
they want the character to be like I am. So, I get to be a consult in that one. But that's a space pirate type thing that's, futuristic and crazy. And, it's going to be fun.
Space Cowboy Pops.
Now, you guys can all take note of this, too. The entire crew has all signed off on confidentiality statements. So when we actually get into a campaign, we talk about the campaign, we can fully go full tilt because our ad firm is basically set up like a law firm. The fact that we have privy to knowledge that you don't want getting out the door and spoilers and stuff, right? So the whole team, I set up everything to where they can't say squat. That's just how that's how we pursued everything. That's why you can open up and say, here's where we're taking the story.
Let me throw this out there at you. You know what's crazy? You probably have a larger collection of art that you can't show people than I do. But I totally understand what you're talking about. People are showing me stuff all the time, and they're like, man, don't tell nobody. Don't show nobody.
Exactly.
Don't worry about it, man. It goes right into the private file, dude. It goes right into that file.
It better, Pops.
Just did that. Like
you guys know I've been doing this for a while. I have never shown off something somebody did not give me okay to show off.
I've got books.
We may drop hints, but that's about it.
I've got books that aren't supposed to exist anymore, that are like supposed to be destroyed. I have those kind of in my collection, and all the way up to books that, there was only 5 produced in the world because they are, metal cover artist proofs.
For sure.
So I still go grab I still love diving in there and finding stuff in the wild. And I usually keep between 3,000 to 5,000 books as a collection. I just sold off about 3,000 when I moved, just trying to make some space. But I still love, the ones that are on the shelf as opposed to, and everybody's got their own version of what they like, but a direct version versus one that's been out there in the wild on the rack, to get one of those and
the nice condition ones that's been out there in the wild.
Yeah. I found the EC comic about 6 months ago out in the wild. What are the chances of that, right? And it wasn't trashed. The cover was attached. It was probably 6.5, probably a 7.
Nice.
Wow.
It's a $400 book and they had $60 written on it. it's amazing the stuff you can find, but I still love the ones with the barcodes that have been out there that, the ones they just grabbed and they shoved in the rack right at 7-Eleven. So they had like immediately 5, tick marks on them just for getting shoved in there.
All the way down the spine. Tick, 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 tick.
Yes.
Because people have been bending them to look behind them.
Yes, just fold it, going back. Yeah, I've got a I write a lot too, so I've got an article, and I forgot how much I love to write and still started writing again. Right, so I've got an article that I'm doing right now of what I call a loved book versus a maybe so much unloved book. I've got one that I've bought 2 different Captain Americas, one which is pristine, and one which has the kid's name written on it. He colored on it. He folded it in half, probably put it in his back pocket and showed it to his friends. He loved that book. It's kind of like Toy Story where they claimed Andy, right? It was written on his foot. This kid claimed that comic.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
It's just, I want to get that out there because everybody's in that mode of they want the 9.8, right? They want the
I've never been that guy. I've got my favorite book in my collection, right? So I collect first appearances from books that were big deal when I was a kid to me.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, when I lived on a farm when I was a kid, so I'd work on the farm, and every 2 weeks my grandfather would give me like $1 and take me to 7-Eleven and I could get a comic book. You know what I mean? So I have my favorite book in my collection right now is First Appearance of Supergirl, and it's restored, okay? And everybody's like, you've got a 7-8 restored. Well, no one wants restored. And I'm like, I tell you what, you find that book at a decent price, 7-8, that particular book, and you don't want it for what I paid for this one, I'm real sorry for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, because it's a beautiful book. It's the same thing. It's just been restored. It's cleaned up. It looks nice, And then you turn around and go like, there was a guy in front of me. We were at a show. Kyle Lewis and I were at a show with my wife. It was in Daytona Comic Con.
Okay.
And we were walking through, and I was trying to find Evil Ernie #1. I'd been looking for a few years to try to find an Evil Ernie #1. And because I'd met Polito a couple years back at MegaCon. He was a nice guy to me. And I'd been collecting Lady Death forever. Well, I just got the, I think it was a 15 print run of these black and white front and back cover Lady Deaths. I can't remember what the volume was. They were beautiful books. They came in a set. And I was like, man, I'd love to have that Evil Ernie 1. So we're walking around, and this dude stops in front of me, and there's an Evil Ernie #1, 8/8 in this case. And I was like, that's a beautiful, beautiful book. And guy wants like $95 for it is what it was for an 8/8. Graded 8/8, Evil Ernie #1, $95. And I was like, man, this dude passed it. This dude was looking at it, put it back down, and walked away because it was not a 9/8. Okay. I will give you $95 all day, every day for an Evil Ernie #1, regardless of it being graded or not graded. Because you and I, we know in this business that it's going to cost us a quarter of that to get the book graded and back to us anyway. So you're literally paying like $40 for an incredible book. And I was super excited about it. I'm still thrilled about it. To me, Evil Ernie is a great character, but that's the first Lady Death, man. That's all that mattered. She was there. We've gone and we've picked up, being a store owner, we've gotten books for crazy deals, but made sure that we took care of the people that were buying and selling to us. That's how we did our business. We had a guy come in. He had no time, right? He was like, I've got no time to do anything. Look through the books, da-da-da-da, I was like, okay, well, I don't have time either. I've got a bunch of customers and stuff. So if you want to come back at another period, he was like, no, I need $400. It was 10 long boxes. And I was like, normally I give you $50, sight unseen for a long box, So I paid him the $400 and he left, right? There was an entire run of Sandman in there, an entire run of Batman Adventures in there. There was an entire X-Force, oh my gosh, entire run of New Mutants.
Wow.
So I called the guy back because I'd had his number from being in the shop. And I was like, here, I got to give you $200 more. And he was like, I don't understand. I was like, look, no worries. There were a couple books in there that were worth more than you thought your stuff was worth. Let me hook you up a little bit. I really appreciate it. Because at the time, I could get $600 for a 9/8 New Mutants. You know what I mean? So it was like everybody was eating Deadpool alive. So it was like getting rid of it was nobody's business. Now, on that note, though, I've screwed myself before. I had a guy comes in, he was a friend of ours, and I had a Spider-Man 129, ASM 129. Well, that's the first Punisher for those of you that don't know. ASM 129, beautiful book, absolutely pristine book. Okay, well, I am a huge, I mean, like huge Venom fan, like absolutely bananas Venom fan. So since the original stuff, you know what I mean, back when Bagley and McFarlane were doing it, you know, that was my jam. You know, because I related to the character, I love the character. And anyway, so my buddy comes in, he's like, "I'll give you this 9/8, you know, ASM 300 and $100 for that ASM 129."
Wow.
And I did it. I
Yeah,
did it.
I did too.
Okay. Now though, that 129 is like $1,100, $1,200 for a 9/8 right now. And we do that in this business, you know, this flipping and buying and selling and swapping. You know, there's certain books that we wouldn't ever trade. I'd never get rid of my Supergirl. I'd never get rid of my Evil Ernie. You know what I mean? Because they're books that, you know, we think about being, you know, big titles and we want to be able to get them. But at the same time, just like with The Listener, Evil Ernie was a low print run book. It was not like it was everywhere. Not everybody had Evil Ernie. You know what I mean? Especially in #1. When Polito was first putting it out, it was like, you know, you were lucky to see one in the wild. You know, so now, going back, you go, well, Supergirl was more important. She was more prevalent. Okay, well, that book was printed in like 1968, 67, 68. So, I mean, that's even further back. You know, and even though they may have been printed more, it's been so long that to get your hands on a copy is just, it's mind-blowing. You know?
That took me back to the spinner rack. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the first book I ever bought off a spinner rack was a copy of this right here, Defender 10.
Wow.
Okay. Now, the reason this book stood out to me as a teenager, not a comic kid, a teenager, in line with mom at the supermarket, I was a mythology nerd.
There you go.
Okay. I knew who Thor was.
For sure.
I didn't know Thor was in freaking comics. Okay.
Right.
So this book happens to be the end of the crossover between the Avengers and the Defenders, the story of the Black Knight and the Evil Eye. It's the last book in the story in the spinner rack. How many spinner racks do you think I had to go through to find the other books of the Defenders and the 6 books of the Avengers that went with this story that had come out month and 2 months and 3 months before this book? I ended up getting the whole story. I hit every spinner rack in every drugstore in South Minneapolis.
How cool is that?
Every drugstore, every supermarket, every spinner rack, I hit them all. Now, these are not those books, but I made sure when I started collecting again, they were some of the first books I got.
Do you guys know the name? Do you know the name Barry Dutter? You know who that is as a writer?
No, sir.
He was a writer back in the 90s, right before Marvel almost collapsed when they decided to stick their toe in the water and start doing movies, right? You know, Marvel almost imploded. That's when they had the movie division down, the regular, but the movie division almost took them down. And right before that, he started working at Marvel. But to back up a little bit, and you can read the article that we did with him on the site. But Barry was a big anti woman superhero kind of kid growing up, and this is before the internet. This is before, you know, all these kind of communication things, right? So he was literally writing letters to the editor that said, "I cannot believe that you're going down the path that DC went, and you're having female everything superheroes." And that's what the Supergirl reminded me of that.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's She-Hulk now, and there's Spider-Woman, and all these she's are coming out. And he was just he's like, "Man, really?" And he said, as a teenager, he's writing all and making up people's names and signing his friends' names and doing these petitions and sending them to Marvel and just blistering them with fan hate mail.
Right.
And So he goes to the spinner rack one day and picks up a She-Hulk. Was like, really? This is still out here? And he's flipping through it, and he went, what in the? And the jailer for She-Hulk was named Dutta, and Dutta is actually named after Barry Dutta. So the editors actually got their strike back at him, not knowing who he was as a kid, by writing the jailer's name as the one for She-Hulk. Now,
Do
granted,
not mess with creatives, y'all. They will write you into their stories. They will draw pictures of you that
they will. But so fast forward like 10 years later, right? He goes to interview at Marvel as a writer. And the editor was like, hey, man, isn't that crazy kid that was like sending all the hate mail to us? So, but, you know, but he got on and wrote. And now Barry's story is kind of interesting in the fact that I remember him when he was on Deal or No Deal. He gets out there, he's working for Marvel, and then Marvel entered the movie business, and like I said, like they lost it, and got rid of half their staff like overnight. Well, he happened to be in the the newer bunch of the staff, and he left. Him and all his friends were now out of a job. So he tells the story that he went and found a comic collection, but he was trying to make money, so he went on every game show he could to make money. Price is Right, Deal or No Deal, Win, Lose or Draw, whatever he could get on to do this. So he walks away with the Deal or No Deal for like $400. He takes that $400, buys a collection, and parlays it into about $4,500.
Yep.
Wow.
And then keeps flipping and flipping. And that's what Barry's living the life. He's living out in LA. He wakes up in the morning, he checks the paper, he sees what sales are going on in people's garages and everything else, makes his laps, buys his books. He found a Hulk 181 at a flea market.
Yeah.
Went up when this is like about a month, I guess about 3 months ago. Went up to the counter and said, "Okay, what I owe you for these 3 books?" And the guy's like, "Well, the sign on the wall says 3 for 10, so that's 3 for 10, genius." And he goes, "Okay." Gave him his $10. Walked out the door. A kid saw him. I say kid, probably in his 20s, saw him walking out the thing and started pestering him. "Man, I got to buy that book. I got to buy that book. I got to buy that book. What do you want for it?" He's like, "Well, I don't know if I'm going to sell it yet. I got to have that book." And he follows him out to his car. So from the time he bought the book to the time he sold the book is maybe 10 to 15 minutes. I want to say he sold the book for like $600-700.
Yeah.
To the kid, and the kid PayPal'd him right there on the spot in the parking lot. He's like, "Yep, I'll give you $7 for that book right now," and send it to him.
Yeah.
I mean, those things actually still exist out there, and that's the fun of the hunt.
That's my life, though. That's how the Rogue Gallery started. That's how we took when I left JEA, I literally took $50,000 of my savings and out of all the money we had, and I went and I started going to yard sales and hitting events and estate sales and this and that. And that's how I sell. That's how I work my business now. Outside of producing my own book, that's what I do. I flip comics. I flip figures. And people joke and laugh about your lifestyle and what they perceive they can't have. I am here to tell you, you can have whatever you want if you put your mind to it.
I'm about to show you something that you're going to enjoy.
We joked when people thought about it, but we lived between my wife and I together, annual income when we started doing this, flipping comics. When I left JEA to doing that, I made $80,000 a year after leaving a full-time job to do comic books. And people just are like, is that real? And to be fair, the first couple years, all that goes into your brick and mortar. You know what I mean? But the fact is, you're made enough money to make it worthwhile, and you can still exist on a normal level. You don't have to be poor to follow your dreams. You know what I mean? You can do it in an intelligent way. And that's not to say that I haven't made piss poor sales or piss poor judgment on buys at times. We all do that as well. But there's a way to make your goals and your dreams come true if you want to. You just have to work for it and push how you want to do it. I mean, like, once again, NSC or, the Madness, it's a goal. It was something you had in mind that you wanted to do, and you put your mind to it and you accomplished it. The amount of people that we work with that I could never even imagine having worked with if I hadn't pushed myself to meet or have the pleasure of having a conversation with, or having a nightcap with at a show, at a con, to sit down with somebody that you admired as a kid to just have a drink and shoot the shit with. You're muted, Kevin. Sorry, man. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Hold on. I'll get you, but you're still muted. All right.
It's me. Okay.
Oh, you want I'm gonna have to pull out.
Guys, I know that I have been a bit of a fly on the wall, but I have to roll out.
Well, it was
unfortunately. But it was great listening to you guys. This has been outstanding. I'm relatively new into this industry, so hearing you guys kind of talk about this and everything has been really insightful. And I'll hit all of you guys up on the social medias and what have you.
If I can do anything ever, and you ask Pops, if I can do anything ever to assist you or any project you're in, I'm more than happy to. Because once again, I'm super grateful to the men and women that were there before me and have assisted me getting to where I am. If I can help you in any way at all, just by all means, man, reach out and we'll take care of you.
Will do. I'll probably hit you guys up here the next day or so. I actually have a Kickstarter running right now alongside my Indiegogo, and
sweet.
I will take all the help I can get.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
All right, guys. You guys have a fantastic night. Everyone stay safe and bless you all.
Take it easy, man.
It's always good to see
Later,
you, man.
dude.
Can you hear me?
Kevin's going to show us something cool.
Man, this is like HD, dude. I feel like I'm watching a documentary.
Oh
Hold on, let me blow him up. Let's see what he's got for us.
Wow,
When I say
dude.
when I'm unpacking,
Uh-huh.
that is
You are
those are
Hey, man.
And the masters of the universe.
that's all first year He-Man sitting
Absolutely.
up
Dude.
there. That's
Those are the ones I had as a
He-Man
kid.
thing lately. I've seen people sketching out He-Man
Mountain.
stuff lately, and I'm seeing He-Man figures.
That's
Falcon,
Let's do that.
we got a TIE fighter down there. There's some more TIE fighter.
Dude, I feel like I'm in a toy box right now.
How cool, right?
Jeez, this is awesome.
and this isn't even. I mean, this is scratching the
I
surface.
got that land speeder, dude. I got
Oh,
that
yeah?
land speeder. That one. Yep, I got that one.
That's fantastic.
That's
It's right
awesome.
over there on my shelf.
Man, that's too cool.
Now, this is going into there's the Joker that was in Toys R Us, a special edition, and I got tons of Iron Man figures now. Forgive the mess,
Absolutely.
but hang on, let me not trip over this, or you'll hear a scream and a thud.
Oh, we don't go into my office, okay? We hang out in the theater. My office is, we don't go in there.
Whoa.
That's all figures and
That's
toys,
awesome.
and mine's the last place to be unpacked is the loft office.
Well, that's how it works, man. Like I said, we moved to Tennessee like 9 months ago, and my stuff is still not unpacked. So
I don't know if you remember this. I found that laser when I had that when I was a kid. I'd forgotten about it.
how awesome!
And found it at a local toy shop in Denver. Now I have to tell you the story about this toy shop. We actually talked to him. I sat down with him and talked him into doing live sales. These are like G.I. Joe figures, more He-Man figures. All these boxes are all figures. That's what I have to do over the next month is put this office back together because this was all stuff that was out in the office before.
How cool!
Wow.
That's exciting.
When you say flip figures and flip, stuff. That's I'm with you.
You've got to know NECA as a brand. Then we're NECA vendors, so
nice.
Yeah, so we do a lot. We have to deal with everybody trying to get Ninja Turtles when they drop, everybody trying to get Alien and Predator when they drop. We've got a couple new Gremlins pieces that have come out recently that are a lot of fun. I mean, we do it all, man.
I feel like I'm gonna be joining something bigger when this comes around. What happened? Where'd he go?
He's swapping.
Okay. I feel like this might just be the thing. Phil, what do you think? You think this sounds good, man? That maybe we should pick up a channel on the live TV? Phil, I'm talking to you, Phil.
He's muted.
Oh, yeah, I was muted too. It's like I said, it sounds very, very interesting. He has the map laid out for this, and I really dig it.
Appreciate that.
I think we might be talking to you, and maybe we might be 2021 coming at you from a new home and a real, with a real setup behind us. Look,
when I say I'm in the thick of it, I've got that, and I've got the other, 3,000 books sitting in the corner, and just I'm in it, right? I'm in it to win it. But
I'm out here doing these on the free StreamYard. I only get 20 hours a month. It's like I'm as low budget and bare budget as you can possibly be, because I try to support everybody I can. I don't got nothing left. It's like I don't have no money. I'm a broke one, but that isn't what this has ever been about.
It's about passion.
Right? I'm looking at this not like now. I'm seeing this. Okay, I have a chance of putting this in front of a lot more people than anything that's come before us before. Okay, so this really looks like a great opportunity. At the same time, I don't want to go out there and be the lowest budget looking guy on the show on the network. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the guy everybody giggles about. Yeah, it's a podcast like this. He's over there on the free StreamYard.
We had someone take that approach early on, one of those bandwagoners, I call it, that we approached someone who I had bought books from, because anybody that's a store that's on the network that does a live sale, I've bought books from, because I test their customer service, the quality of their books. If they say it's a 9.0, is it a 9.0? If there's a problem, how do they handle it? I want to know what the people that I'm promoting, how they are. That's just how I am. So in saying that, I approached these other people, said, hey, look, I bought an Iron Man 1 from you. I'd like you consider being on the network. And I'm just starting off, right? I'm about 3 channels on at the time. And they said, well, we really don't want to be in the same category with people selling out of their basement. I mean, they came across very just harsh. And I was like, okay, well, appreciate your time. Take care.
Go talk to Bud Root about that.
Yeah. And then or talk to Chuck, who found, how many millions of dollars worth of comics in a basement and started Mile High. Let's talk about that. So I went on about it, kind of forgot about it. About 6 months later, we did our first charity event. Well, guess who comes knocking on the door wanting to get in on the charity event? Is Mr. and Miss High and Mighty that thought they were too good to be on the network at that time.
Absolutely.
It's funny how you have to prove yourself, because I'm the kind of guy, like you said, I don't care if you're doing a podcast from your mom's kitchen.
Right.
Good podcast and you have good material and your heart's in it, that's enough. I don't care if you have a complete sound studio wrapped around you.
But
I'm going to tell you where the future is going with this, guys, and I'm going to give you a little bit of stuff I'm starting to put the word out there, but not too many people know. But it's coming, because I have the rights to everything, so I can talk about it.
Yeah.
But right now, like I said, this is bare bones. I've got I've got my nice mic set up, and I've got 5 screens around me, and I'm getting set back up again. But the future is this. Pretty soon I'll have the 70-inch TV behind me that's going to be the live setup behind me that I reverse all the graphics to and set up. And, I have all the fun bells and whistles. But even having all the fun bells and whistles doesn't make the shows that we do any more entertaining or better, because it's the core of what we do. It's the core of having you guys on there that make it better, right? It has nothing to do with the technology, because I'm a techie. I've been programming computers since I was 10.
Wow.
So that being said, here's the future of where we're taking this. We're going to be flipping on over the next few months. We're at 150 channels. I don't know the amount of days, because myself and the mad scientist, Brandon, my IT guy, we're testing some technology that we wanted to do 3 years ago, but the technology wasn't there. And I'm not saying I'm Spielberg, but I'm just saying that what we wanted to do wasn't possible. Now it is. And the way everything's coded, the way we have it, we can take a signal now and split it. And you can be simultaneously on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, everything, all at the same time. Nothing changes from your end. It's all simulcast through our end. That's one thing we're doing. Nobody else is doing that. The other thing we're doing is nobody else, I mean, and I'm not saying this to be above anybody, because there's room for all of us. We cross-promote each other.
Absolutely.
But we have 150 channels. Who else has 150? But we're not stopping there. We're going to be over 1,000 in the next 6 months because we have it all mapped out. We have everybody coming on sequentially, and we know what's coming the next 6 months. To go even further than that, how would you like to give a live draw or a pitch for a new book in virtual reality space?
That's crazy.
That's the new thing. I've got a meeting with a vendor Monday talking about putting channels on a VR system. Go look at it right now. Go look at inversetv.com. That's my company.
Inversetv.com. I know what you're talking about.
It's pretty wild, dude.
That's
Just
the next
virtual
level.
reality.
That's where we want to bring things. We want to.
Virtual pops? I don't think the world's ready for virtual pops.
Imagine this. Imagine having some, because there's people that you can pay to do this. Imagine having a cam on somebody at a Comic-Con in Seattle, walking around Immercon, picking out books for you as if you're there.
For sure. I mean, well, so a lot of that boils down to things that you know that we've been doing for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like, we take pre-orders for an event before an event occurs, you know, 'cause insider information is a thing. It's real. It exists. You know what I mean? So if we know an indie cover is coming out, you know, let's say that Polito's going to have 5 of his books. We know they're going to be there. We take the pre-orders for it. We go pick them up. You know, we've been doing that for years. Comic guys have been doing that a long time. So to be able to do it in real time is a very different thing because, so like right now, we'll use this for an example. Let's say that you and I are at MegaCon and we have a customer that's like, hey, I'm trying to get this book. So he text messages, he sends you a text, you know you're at the show, he knows you're at the show. Can you grab this book for me, Cool. With the way technology is, we can bill you right then and there. You know what I mean? I can bill you for picking up that book. The minute I buy it, I can send you an invoice for it. You know what I'm saying? I can send you an invoice on my way to find it, to be fair, if I wanted to. You know what I mean?
We have
So,
Masters of the Madness, buy books at cons.
absolutely. So to be able to see the experience, though, my only question is somebody that does enjoy technology as well. How do you handle bandwidth like that? Because the way that cons are in those buildings, man, signal sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks.
This is true. It is very hard to get a signal when you're walking
I mean,
around.
so I'm not asking for the trade secret. I'm just saying that's really cool if you can. Is all.
It's possible.
That's all.
And you also scope things out like that. You go to the event the year before and you RF map it, they call it.
Well, see,
you RF map the building to make sure where the dead spots are.
That makes
There were some places that actually sold their Wi-Fi for the building if you paid the extra money
at
your table to receive the Wi-Fi. Like they cut it off.
Absolutely.
To the building, you know. They don't want people live streaming out to the world, you know. They really don't.
Well, that's really cool. I have a lot of respect for that because, you know, we've evolved so much in this business. We went from Comic Cons to you know, and San Diego, I don't go. Okay, you know, as a business owner, we would get offered tickets. You know, I don't go to San Diego just because it's crazy. You know what I mean? And it's turned more into to me, it's turned into movies and media more than comic books. You know what I'm saying?
Denver just did that.
Right. It's you know, but then again, there are people that enjoy that, so I respect the vibe. You know what I mean? So like when you go down to MegaCon's still all comics and it's a lot of fun, and Comic-Con is still mostly comics and it's a lot of fun. But there are a lot of people, you know, God bless them, that can't go to a show.
Right.
You know, they can't. And they watch these YouTube videos of shows after the fact, after they're over, you know, because people walk around with body cams on, they do the shows, whatever else. You know, how cool would it be to be able to do what you're talking about and be like, hey, look, can you pan back so we can see that really cool, Jamie Tyndall, display over there? Because sometimes, they have dope art that you're not going to see anywhere else but the show, a show exclusive. Sometimes there's only 10 issues. Like we mentioned the listener earlier. I've got one book, two books. DeBalfo's books only have 50 apiece. 50 version, 50 trade dress. You know what I'm saying? So it's like not everybody gets to pick up those books because they can't afford them or they don't see them. There's people there before them. So to be able to see them, just see them sometimes is super, super cool. I mean, like Eastman, okay, Eastman signing. We just did an Eastman signing. So it was a lot of fun. We through Cowabunga, we got a bunch of books out for people. We got like 7 sketches done by Eastman. It was great. So, but when you go to a show to see Kevin Eastman, the line is astronomical. Okay. Yeah. So if there are a lot of people with health issues that can't enjoy shows like we do, we go, we have a good time. We stand in line just like some folks would stand in line at Disney for a ride. We stand there, we go through the line, we get there, but you can't stand in that line, we'll say. So, but if you've got this cam on, you can actually see Eastman sitting there sketching or whatever he's doing. He's signing books, and it's a cool experience. So to be able to offer that's a phenomenal thing, in my opinion.
See, that's really awesome. What I want to do. I want to do CRoM Con from the floor of an actual con. And the first one I think I want to try and do it at is Grand Rapids, because there's so many people like the Indie Volt guys and all that are all from up here in Michigan that all go there. I really want to meet all those guys.
That's awesome.
They're like the ones that gave CRoM Con that first big boost.
For sure.
So I'm really looking forward to meeting them guys. But I really want to do CRoM Con from the floor of a con where I can walk up to the side of the table where you're on this side of the table selling your book and your fans on this side of the table, and I get to interview you both. What made you walk up to this guy's table? What do you know about this guy? I get to ask the fans, and then I get to do an interview with you guys live as opposed to like this.
Well,
I'm really looking forward to that day.
Before all this happened, the way we were going was each of the team most of the team is throughout the United States. And the way the team is set up, there is a team in each of the time zones in the United States.
For sure.
So the way we were headed before COVID hit, and I hate to keep going back to that, but it changed the way everything is.
Absolutely.
Period.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know you if it wasn't for COVID, Kevin. I ain't gonna lie. I probably know
exactly.
That
and we've had so many people with that same experience that we were going to have a booth, an NSC booth at every setup. I was going to send out 4 packs of booths, and that particular rep runs that time zone. So any comic events happening in those time zones, they take care of. And if we're there, you're there, because that's how we're going to market everything. Well, we had to de-engineer and go the other way. And when MegaCon went down, that's when we saw our chance and did CyberCon. CyberCon came on. MegaCon saw its importance. MegaCon and DragonCon both backed CyberCon.
Really? I didn't know that. How cool is that?
So they saw the future. Now, they'll never shake that loose. When I say they, Comic-Cons in general, because there will always be now a virtual tail with each Comic-Con that happens now. Because we were able to offer that on-the-couch experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I would like to piggyback on what like Dustin was talking about. Like, people, due to health issues, they can't stand for too long. Mm-hmm. And just watching Kevin Eastman signing and stuff. And what got me back into thinking is like when Todd McFarlane was doing signings, and it was like the first time ever in the longest time. And, he does private signings, so everyone in every LCS, even the LCS that I had at the time, he's shipping out, like, books for McFarlane to sign. And, it was insane. And, like, even McFarlane went as far as to, like, even, like, do, like, a live stream just to do – not live stream, but to, like, do, like, Instagram stories of him signing – and then shouting out each and every person that he's signing and showing appreciation and stuff, and even having fun with it. Like you could tell he was having fun with it. He was not feeling like, it's like I'm here signing a book. Just take pictures. Don't bother of just putting videos. But he was just so excited with it, and you feel his energy. And there was a point in time where there was this guy who's like, man, it's like this guy just really wanted me to sign these 2 books, and one says sign, and then he says this other book says Todd, sigh on this book. All right, I sigh on it. That was like the total highlight. So that's something that a lot of indies should adopt to, is like you should do not only like live streams to promote yourself, but live streams of like doing fulfillment and just signing each and every person that went above and beyond to even like just get the signature.
Do you guys know Stephen McDonald, that name?
Yes.
Sounds familiar.
Stephen McDonald does. Yep, he does he goes to events and gets stuff signed for you and gets you the experience. Right, he does that and he goes all over. He's doing phenomenal. He's been in business for 4 years now. Yep, Clan McDonald.
Beyond, like above and beyond. We can all admit.
Great customer service. I've got a ton of books from him.
For sure.
We also have Underground, David Balsuda. E-Boss's company has Underground. And
there's a handful of them that have popped up now.
Yeah.
And I've got behind me on the floor here, I've got a Rob Liefeld hardbound Deadpool that was signed to NSC, and that's how I've been getting books signed the last couple of years. It's just to NSC. And I've got a wall of NSC books now, and I actually watched that book happen in front of me. And then Todd did it, and then turned around and then Liefeld did a shout out to me while the live feed was going on.
Wow.
That's why we decided we want to do this kind of experience for other people.
For sure.
To be able to have exactly what you're talking about, to get that experience for them. So that's why that's one of our ventures for 2021, just to kind of talk, what's coming.
Yeah, no, dude, I really want to connect with you dudes and network, because
this is what I'm saying. I want to throw my name in the hat as possibly more than just getting a channel, maybe representing you in some of those northern Midwest cons that are close enough I can get to.
Yep.
I'd love to be part of what you got going on, man. And it's like promoting what you're doing just as much as what everybody else is doing.
And that's what we're doing. So that's and it's just I miss the camaraderie of a con.
Yeah.
That's what I'm missing out on right now, because it's that part of it, we don't get a chance to sit down and, like you said, have a beer or talk comics and sit around and sketch stuff back and forth and talk about ideas. And I'll tell you something, and I'm not name dropping, but to tell you something I missed out on, which I'll never be able to recreate. You know the name Alan Bellman?
Yes.
Alan Bellman is a legend in this business. He's the one that drew, Captain America punching Hitler in the face, right? He was back there at Marvel when it was cool to be at Marvel. And from trading stuff back and forth, him and I became friends, not in person, but just trading messages.
Absolutely.
I got a message from him for a happy Father's Day out of the blue.
Wow.
Who gets that? That's when you say, feeling like you've made it.
I want to make a CRoM Con announcement. Our friend Chuck over at Essence House, I see that they just changed the name of the Essence House Facebook page to Chronicles of the Essence Guard. There you go.
Awesome.
I always pass on the news when I
That
have
sounds cool anyway. I mean, if you're going to name drop something, make it sound cool,
Well, I got to do that for Chuck. Since he changed the name and it sounded good, I was like, I'm going to kill it.
There you go. See, there's a perfect segue. We just passed off to you, and there you go.
That's right.
But him and I had planned to actually meet up in Denver, and then he passed away about a week before the Denver Comic Con. So it was just. I mean, just the letdown of that, just to know that I was going to sit down and be able to chat with him and talk with him, and he was such a force, and just that was just gone. So I don't have all the pieces in place, but I'll talk about it anyway because I think it's just fun to talk about these things. We saw such a fun thing with CyberCon that we want to. I'm in the process of virtually constructing a giant cyber mall that is just filled with every store that is comic book stores and comic book artists. And in the center is, and I've got to get the permission from the family to do this. I want to name it the Alan Bellman Theater, and that's where I want to run all of the virtual events from. Is from that theater.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it
But
does, man.
we're a long ways from doing it. I've kind of got some sketches down on how I want to do it. But I mean, it can be done. The infrastructure is there. It can be done. And you could virtually just say, you know, I want to come check out and see what, you know, what Dustin's doing. You could click on your channel, and it's not just a channel, but it brings you to an area of art to select from and that sort of thing.
That's awesome. See, because that's what I think that's what we need as a whole. Okay, because we've stepped into this pool, right? And my wife and I joked about it in the car the other night because I was trying to explain to my mom, because my mom picked up my book, because we were all excited, you know, and we have 2 acres, and my mom and dad live on the 2nd acre behind us. So because they wanted to be close to their grandchildren as they get older and stuff. So my kids walk. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because you're out of the equation now. It's all about the grandkids. You're done. Your time is out.
You know, they walk to and from both houses to say hey and stuff and have lunch or whatever else. If mom and dad won't give them snacks, they go over there, whatever.
Yep.
So my mom came over and she picked up the book, and being as the listener is based on my great uncle Les. The realistic part of it is based on my great uncle Les, and that was my dad's uncle. So my mom doing very well, you know. So she picked up the book and she was in tears. She absolutely loved it, but she was like, "Hey, you need to market to more people," you know. And I was like, "Okay, well, I've been in this business a long time. I really have, and I've been selling books for a long time. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm marketing here, marketing here, marketing here." But when it comes down to it, I am a small fish in an amazingly talented ocean, you know, and I take nothing away from everybody's amazing talent because everybody is so talented in their own way. So it's like you jump in and you're like, there's a cool guy, there's a cool guy, here's a cool guy, here's a cool guy. How do I get my cool guy self noticed among this amazing world of cool guys? You know what I mean? Yeah. So this sounds like the absolute answer that we as artists and writers and comic aficionados, you know, as a whole could use something like this, because whether we like it or not, we've all seen the end of days with LCS is coming. We've been talking about it for 30 years. You know what I mean? Yep. Eventually they will be gone, and it sucks. COVID has once again been right back to it.
I'm going to argue one part of this.
Okay.
Of that particular.
Okay. Please.
There may not be the big 2 filling them shelves, but there will always be dollar bins to dive in.
Absolutely. I don't mean that we won't have books. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the fact that, okay, so we're talking COVID.
I mean, some people will adapt and they won't worry so much about what Diamond's promoting, and they'll make sure they're keeping stuff for people to buy.
Yes, sir. 100%. I'm with that. And we'll always lend to our neighbor's ear. You know what I'm saying? If you read a good book and you tell your buddy, he's going to go look for it. It doesn't matter who published it. But what I'm saying is, as a store owner and as somebody that's seen this coming, you know, whenever we had, and being in Florida, okay, when we had a hurricane, my sales plummet for a week to 2 weeks when we're hit by a hurricane, 3 weeks if it's bad. You know what I'm saying? Right. So Louisiana, you know, all these places get smashed. Shipping to the UK, you know, or shipping to Japan or anywhere else smashes us. You know what I'm saying? So I feel as if we see all these live shows going on. Kevin's brought it up numerous times. We see all these live sales happening, and we do it too. I mean, we all do it. It's part of existing now. You have to. So when we get to the bottom of this, eventually it will be like that. I don't think that we're always going to have brick and mortars. I wish we would, but we've seen the signs that it's not good. Digital is better. Not digital copies, but digital sales. Online sales are better for business. We save money, we sell more because people can find what they want easier. I love digging through old back issues. Absolutely love it. But younger people, and I'm not being rude, but younger people have come into my shop and been like, hey, do you have a Dewey Decimal System or a searching system for your billion books that are in the back, And it's like, no, bro, not in the slightest.
Yeah.
I buy
What are they
15,000
doing
books a month. There's no way. My house is covered in books because I can't keep them all in the store. My storage units are full. There's no way I can tell you exactly what's in each of these boxes. You know what I'm saying? It's just not feasible for a mom and pop shop, especially when you're buying like we were buying. So when you can get online and search for a particular title, there was a store in Jacksonville, I can't remember the name, that did it really well with cards, playing cards, like Pokemon, Magic, whatever.
Yeah.
They had a computer system that would let you search their inventory. They inventoried every night. It would let you search their inventory. You literally went, sat at the computer, found what you wanted, and then walked up to the desk. It was the neatest system I'd ever seen. That's not feasible for comic books, in my opinion.
Mhm.
So when you go to an online shop, you can literally be like, I'm looking for Do You Poo this cover. You know what I'm saying? Or I can do a search for Do You Poo, or there you go, Murat, I'm dropping you in there. You can do Hardly Thins, you can do your Batman, your Spider-Man, whatever. And it's easy to find things what you're looking for. And with COVID, it's become so prevalent that you have to have it. It's become a need, a necessity. Like if you want to read your comic books, you got to have a way to get them. I have my parents are older. I've got 2 young children. I don't want to go out and get sick and bring that home to them. So I shop online. I sell books online. And that I think is where this business is headed. So a place for us to congregate.
Rocky agrees.
An online congregation. So, okay, you remember chat rooms, Kevin, back in the day? How you could get a chat room? So who's to say that each section of the mall, okay, you create an area that's got a military comic section. Listener is very prevalent to that. You got a military section of the mall, right? And you've got a chat room set up for everybody that enters that section. Hey, have you read this book? It's great. If you enjoyed this, maybe you check this book out. This artist is over there. He does amazing work on this book that's a military cover or a military book, story, whatever. And that's such an amazing idea, just to be able to associate with other, like we're doing now. I've got messages on Facebook since we've been live about my book. You know what I mean? And I normally do when I talk with Pops because we have a good time. But it's literally it's educating people about things that they don't know exist. So if you're in like you've got a commercial, let's say you walk up to the mall and this book highlight of this week, in this section, this area. So you literally traverse it like you traverse chat rooms. You're jumping to this side of the mall. There's 50 people in there. Why are there so many people on this side of the mall? What's selling right now? I've never seen before. Those are really cool concepts, really, really cool ideas. And I think that has an amazing future in this business, that kind of idea, because we need it. The small fish in that big ocean of beautiful fish, we have to be able to go, hey, look, not all of us is going to go, hey, look, I've got a buddy that's super popular and can get my name out there. You know what I'm saying? I literally have met everyone I've met through opening a comic shop, almost. Kyle Willis, he's one of my best friends. He owns the other half of Cowabunga. I met him through my shop. So in meeting him, he introduced me to Adam Fields. I signed Adam Fields to my book. Adam Fields is like, hey, look, you're talking to my buddy Pops Van Zandt. Come talk to us in a chat, And all these, this to this connection.
Yep.
Not everybody has those connections. So if we have a place that people can congregate, like the madness we do now.
Well, see, what he just said, what Kevin just said about a huge mall, okay, where all the stores are like right here, okay, the madness is kind of like the micro version of that. I'm trying to get everybody in one place so that they can bounce off each other and their fan bases can bounce off each other. And what he's talking about is that on the grand scale, where all you guys' shops are set up in one place where people can find you all in one place.
It's all about a central location.
That's what I'm saying. When I started with the madness, when I decided that, you know, promotion and networking was going to be what we did when COVID hit and fucked everything up, and I said, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to change the madness. We're not just going to show off our cool books like I used to do. Oh, look what I got. Oh, look what I got. Okay, and we changed the direction of the group. And what he just said about a central location, a place to find everybody, that's kind of what the goal was, what I was looking at, what I'm trying to accomplish. I want to make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So for everybody watching, pretty much, I think we're going to go in this direction.
That was the vision from 3 years ago. 2 a.m. on the couch was like, there's got to be one place where everybody can get together. It is the 7-Eleven. It's the skating ring. It's the one place everybody congregates that's of all the same like mind to go hang out and do what we all love to do. There wasn't that 3 years ago.
That's where we need to. I think that's where we need to make a presence for the madness and make a presence for CRoM Con. I think that's what we're going to have to talk about. Sure.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, because as what, you know, piggyback on Dustin, what he says, like, there's this huge pool of, like, just this online presence. And, like, my buddy Tyler, he made, like, a video which was great. There was this... Yeah, Tron Talk!
Oh.
So, like, pretty much, like, he got, I believe it's Bleeding Cool that did this newsletter where pretty much Kickstarter made, like, a total of $22 million just by comics alone. Mm-hmm. And, you know, pretty much the top ones were just, you know, Berserk from Keanu Reeves, you know, book. And a few other creators that, you know, like big names like J. Scott Campbell doing his own, Zack Snyder and stuff. But there's also the ones that are a little bit lower down that had an alternative route of how they sold their books. And most of them were like web comics. And just imagine that. They've dedicated their life with this web comic like within 3 or 4 year lifespan. And it's just their own like website. It started off with their website. It was like before like webtoons and, you know, tapas was a thing. And just to like have that much dedication and passion to have it at a point where like they do a Kickstarter just for a physical copy of it, and that half of that fan base wants to have a physical copy of your book, rather than just get it for free, just reading it offline. It's astronomical as a way to thinking like that. So, I mean, you know, we hear the negative term like comics is dying, and, you know, they think literal like, you know, comics is never going to exist. It's not that. It's just comics are dying within the ways that we know.
It's pivoting and adapting.
Exactly. The pivots and adaptation. Like, okay, like we may not be able to get into our LCS or get into the boxes and just, you know, have that nice smell of newsstand paper and all that stuff, you know? It's just, you know.
Old book smell, man. When you open that bag that hadn't been opened in 30 years and pull that book out.
It's a time capsule, dude. I'll tell you, man.
How many of you guys have been to Mile High?
I have never had the privilege.
No, me neither.
You need to have the experience of going. You need to, because that was my local comic shop. That was my LCS for 2 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
I went religiously every 2 weeks for 2 years. It was like Cheers, right? Everybody knows your name. So I would go in and I'd buy books and locate books people for all over. So I would walk in with my list, and I get to go dig and go to the counter and go say, look, I need an Iron Man 1, I need a Submariner 1, I need this, I need a 129, and go buy the books for everybody,
right,
that I'm supplying, right? So in doing that, the very first day I walked in there, because you go there and it's kind of in the factory end of town, so to speak, and you know there's 18-wheelers going by, and it's like some rundown buildings. You're like, am I like on the right road? And you get to this giant building that's kind of diamond shaped. It kind of comes to a wedge, and there's just one door, one regular sized door. It's red, and you go into it, and you're like, "Am I on the right?" But I'm hearing Mile Comics is a huge mecca, and then you go through the next, and it's just you first because you're entering the hall. When you walk in, you can either go up the stairs and go to Chuck's office, or you go to the left and you go into the store. When you go into the store, it just opens up.
The God
It's
rays
like
come down and you hear, ah.
exactly, and the first thing that hits you is that old comic smell.
That's awesome.
It's just, I mean, it's it just poof, right in the face. And then of course you see the house cat. They've got a cat that just hangs out in the place. But it is, and it hops up on the books. Cambridge is her name, and she, when the heat blows down, she finds a hot spot and she's hanging out up there. But there is 275,000 books on the open floor.
Right.
They call it the ocean. I know because I counted the long boxes, so I figured out mathematically how many are in the open floor. If that's not enough, there's 10 million books on site.
That's awesome.
If you can't find it, it doesn't exist.
That's so
And
cool.
to be thrust upon that for 2 years and then come up to Washington when my closest shop of any relevance, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but anybody that's going to have like a Marvel Spotlight 5 sitting on the shelf, anybody of that kind of stature is a good 2 hours away.
For sure.
I mean, I've got my local comic shop. They're pretty cool. They're a nice little establishment. They're in the top 50 in the United States as far as people liking what they do.
Right.
But they don't have any back issues that are a lot older than like 10 years, right? They more of a new book, trading cards kind of, because everybody's plus trading cards now, right? That's been the thing for like 10 years.
I avoided that, but I got caught with HeroClix.
Yeah.
HeroClix were what caught me, and we were doing 3 nights a week. And I set a whole section up in the back of our shop for HeroClix. I would put. So what we did that everybody liked is we took these massive shelves that we built and we put them on wheels. So our long box, we'd have 150 long boxes out in the store at any given time. So we would take these wheeled stroller things and we would push them into the back of the store, and then we'd unfold tables after we closed and let the HeroClix guys play. But I never had an issue with it because they were always super respectful of the books and stuff,
Yep.
But they also brought in so much revenue, and it wasn't from the HeroClix, right? So we used to sell soda and Yoo-Hoo and whatever else, Japanese candy and all kinds of stuff, because my daughter thought those things were the greatest thing ever. Hockey is what it was. And, dude, these guys bought the stuff up. And, with our EIN, we'd go in and it's tax-free. You know what I'm saying? So we're going into the store, loading up on stuff and bringing it back and putting it in the store. And it just, you could make, I kid you not, in a normal week, $150 on soda sales in a normal week's time in our shop. And it was, my wife laughed because she didn't believe me until I took her to buy stuff one day, and she was like, "You just filled up 2 carts with soda and Mountain Dew and Gatorade." I was like, "I know. Watch." I went and I bought one of those small Red Bull refrigerator and put it in there. And dude, 50 cents a pop, 75 cents for the bigger drinks, $1 for a Yoo-Hoo. And let me tell you, so I started funding the HeroClix with the HeroClix.
Yep.
So I took no money out of comic books to fund it. It was really just a rotation of what they were spending to put back into it. And that's how comic books are as well. When we're buying collection of books, we're using those collections to purchase other collections to give a better, collection of books for you to go through. And I really do miss having that experience versus selling at home and having an online business. But at the same time, I'm very thankful because having an online business has given me time to work on my own book. If I was, 80 hours a week in a shop again, I'd have never been able to do it.
I'm telling you how things blossom and change, and like I said, pivot was a good word that was used.
Absolutely.
This here's how things have blossomed out. First, it started with NSC is the idea of the channels in the one central location 3 years ago. That has blossomed into, well, let's go ahead and do full-scale marketing for artists, writers, and creators and do Kickstarters. And that blossomed into Inked Marketing, which handles everything it's a full realm of everything that's done for an artist. So it went into that. Well, then, of course, we're doing so many Kickstarters. We're moving people around on these podcasts.
For sure.
And now the podcasts can actually charge and monetize because they're making announcements, because they're bringing in the big name artists to their podcast. So now they're self-generating revenue. So we're helping podcasts become monetized by doing that.
For sure.
Then it spins off again. I went ahead and started a comic book shop called Top Dog. I named it after our little dog. And the Top Dog shop supplies a lot of the live sales that we promote.
Absolutely.
So I'm here, shipping out books left and right, and I'm looking at a whole stack of slabs I got to get out in the next couple of days just to supply the live sales. Because guess what? There's no collections walking in the shop. The doors are closed in most places.
Absolutely. Well, let me add one thing before I forget on that topic. And for newer people and newer people that have never used Kickstarter, mind you, I just did it myself. I'd never done it before. You know what I'm saying? Now, me being somewhat savvy to things, having owned my own business and stuff, I was not taking anybody's, hey, let me help you email. Okay, with Kickstarter, you get a lot of these, hey, let me help you market. You get a lot of them from a lot of different people. And the thing is, so I went and did my research on all these groups of people. There's a guy that was like, he was a Reddit user, and he was like, catch me catching you stealing your money. Okay, so what he would do is he would literally set himself up as a person on Kickstarter and say he was going to help you promote your product. And he would get their credit card number and everything else just by telling these people he wanted to assist them and how he could help them. And he would drop little hints, like he would cut and paste information he'd gotten other places that he'd stolen from other groups to show people. Let me ask you this: so we throw some learning into this event as well. Okay, a lot of people are just starting a Kickstarter that have never done it. How do they know who's safe and who's not, Kevin? I'm asking you as a professional, not just saying, hey, because I am going to go with an SC. But I'm asking you as a professional, how would these new people know to avoid these groups of people?
They don't. You just have to do your homework, and that's why we are completely, transparent. And when I say we put the things out there that we've done for people, so they can, I'm more of a let the work speak for itself kind of guy. Sure. I grew up that way, racing cars my whole life. I built race cars since I was a kid, so I let the car do the talking. I'm not going to trash.
Cut it out, man. We're going to be friends, damn it.
Well, you're going to want to come up here to Washington because I'm getting my Nova's about to get shipped here. I've got a 1970 Nova SS I've been building for the last 3 years, and I fell in love with the SS.
We got to talk because I have a picture of me with my last hot rod, which was a 73 hatchback Nova, which was built to the hilt, baby. I've been a race fan all my life, so Kevin, you and I got to be friends.
I've got friends in the business, and for the last couple years, I've gone to most NASCAR events and most NHRA stuff for free because they're in the business. Like I know engine builders in NASCAR that are friends of mine.
Wow.
And it's cool.
I used to have some connections at PIR when I lived in Phoenix.
Nice.
I used to go there, like regular. We had season tickets. Top row of turn 4, we had a whole group of people that had season tickets in that little section, and we all hung out together and drank together and got all crazy.
Turn 4 is the best. That's where everything's going to go down.
Yeah,
if it's going to go down, it's turn 4.
It was the best place in the track, but we get the garage passes and everything.
Oh yeah,
I got to meet everybody.
Yep.
At one point, I had everybody's autograph in NASCAR that I wanted.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I'm talking Benny Parsons, Cale Yarborough. I'm talking old, Richard Petty, the old guys. I'm talking about the new guys.
Nice.
I had everybody. Tony Stewart, I had his autograph on everything. He was
We were at Tony's last race in Talladega.
Yeah, he was my guy. I love Tony.
We-
Yeah, we would have talked, haven't
Oh
we?
yeah. Before I met my wife, my living room was literally my man cave. I didn't have to have a man cave somewhere else. My living room was my man cave, and I had graduated up from the die cast up into buying pieces of the car. So I had pieces of cars mounted all over the wall. And
I had a Jeff Bodine Hoosier tire.
Yep, I had my
big
tire.
gold letters, man. Because
I had 2 tires from Richard Petty's School of Driving with a glass top. That was my top that I threw the remotes and everything else on. Was the 2 Richard Petty tires in the middle of the living room.
I'm serious. I know exactly what you're talking about. I had a piston from Bodine's car from the Michigan race in '94.
Yep.
I mean, I knew exactly what year, where all these pieces and parts came from.
I've still got pieces of cars in the garage and fan belts and for blower motor belts and I've got I had the Budweiser hood from Junior hanging up behind my TV for the longest
We used
time.
to color like one lug nut yellow.
Yep, I got one over there on the desk.
We used to go take the yellow ones, and I have a buddy named Walt that used to work at a place called Chem Research, and we'd have them all gold plated.
You know they put those on with glue, huh?
Yeah.
When they run them down on the lug nut on the shaft on the stud itself, they actually put glue on and run it down the stud with glue. So.
Yep.
But anyway, that's so I got away from all, and that's how I met. Speaking of artists and how the crossover between artists and NASCAR goes, Sam Bass.
There you go.
Sam Bass is the man when it comes to art on race cars. He did the Rainbow Warrior theme. He did a lot of. He did Earnhardt car themes.
Brickyard 400, Earnhardt win. He did all kind of.
Him and Earnhardt were friends, so he bought his area that he had his shop in from Earnhardt, and he's got a picture of Earnhardt signing a roof in his building. Well, I met Sam about 2 years before he passed. He passed of kidney failure.
Wow.
And he did guitars. He did all kind of stuff. But he did all of the cars in Talladega Nights.
Oh, how cool.
Even the 69 Chevelle. And he did it all for free just because he wanted, I guess, he just wanted to be part of the movie. So he designed all the cars. I've got a Happy Clown car die-cast signed to me. And my son's got one signed to him from Sam from like 3 years ago.
That's awesome.
So
that's awesome.
That's what we used to do before we got more into comics. Now I say more back into it. I had kind of gotten away from it. I started when I was 16, and then had kind of got away from it. And then 4 years ago, got full tilt, heavy into it again. Like I said, I was single at the time. I was paying as much in eBay fees as I was my house note.
Absolutely. It's crazy.
I was just a kid in a candy store.
Absolutely.
And I developed a huge, well, you saw that's just not even a tenth of what's in the boxes is what's up out there right now. And it just became a lifestyle, right? I got back in the groove. It was fun. It was stuff from my childhood. Well, flash forward to Denver and meeting a guy that opened up Gnarly Toys. He was a tattoo artist that, like the rest of us, he would needed like a couple of things, right? And we buy like a run of comics to get like 3 comics out of the run, right? To complete something else. Mm-hmm. He did the same thing with toys. So his overflow toys is what became his brick and mortar toy shop. And vintage toys is a thing now. It's been a thing for a little while.
Absolutely.
And he's doing well with it. Just his overage from his basement.
Yeah.
So I was buying stuff in there, and I went in one day and said, Brandon, you have such kind of you have a natural charisma, and you ever thought about doing live sales? And I was just starting out at the time, and he said, well, I go live in the parking lot. I said, okay, well, think about this for a second, Brandon. You walk out with your phone. I've seen it. You walk out with your phone and you film yourself saying, if you swing by the store wearing Nintendo gear, we'll give you 25% off or 20% off of your sale.
Wow.
I said, but honestly, the odds of somebody being in Denver traffic, seeing you walk around and do that and doing it is about as good as getting hit by a meteorite or a shark coming to bite you on land. That's kind of where your odds are at this point. And it dawned on him.
What's up,
He's
Max?
like,
What's up, Max?
hello. And he said, so I'll show you how to run one. So I showed him the whole setup and showed him how to, pre-load boxes and how to do things. And I actually, this was, like I said, right at 3 years ago. And we had his live sales up at one time when COVID first hit. He had 400 people watching his show at one time. His click rate, we call it, or his cycle rate is another word we use. His cycle rate at the end of the show would be 14,000.
Wow.
Because people are coming in and out, right? You never end the show with the same 25 you started the show with.
For sure.
People are what referred to either as microwave minded, and then I heard it referred to one time, and I'm not going to name names, but the person who told me this, I busted out laughing. He called it short attention span theater. And I was like, that's great. So in doing that, and he's right. People zip in, zip out. Well, our job is to keep pushing buttons, turning knobs, pulling levers to keep the traffic going.
Absolutely.
So we're out there getting your name out there in waves every few minutes, keep bringing in new people. That's how we keep the shows up in high numbers. Like I said, we had him with the 400 people. It was nothing for him to flip on the camera and 100 people instantly be there.
That's awesome.
See, that'd be great.
fantastic.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what that's the kind of exposure I want for you guys when you guys are out here talking about your projects.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I love the 11, 12 people that pretty much watched all day. We had, pretty much low double-digit numbers all day, and that's great. I appreciate everybody that's watching and everybody that's out here with me. But I want more than that for you. You guys deserve more than that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, me too. Oh man,
That's where we'll take things. I mean, that's it. But his wife actually contacted me a couple weeks ago and said, "You know what, Kevin?" She said, "I just want to say thanks for." She said, "We'd lost everything we owned if we weren't able to have the live base that we have and be able to continue to sell." She goes, "We've been selling from the house. They have sold from their house for the last 6 months and are making more money now than they were people coming in the door."
Absolutely.
You'll see countless testimonials on there that other comic shops saying the same thing. You guys have brought us a venue now. You've brought us sales. You've brought us, we can make it. And we know we're not worried about the whole COVID thing because we know we can make it by leaving the door shut and the lights on. And that's a like you said, a pivotal is a great word for it, pivotal thing. Live sales aren't going away. They're going to increase. We just have to build a better mousetrap and continue to adjust that mousetrap to make sure that we get you in the right audience groove. That's as big a part of it as anything else. There's shotgun blast and then there's sniper blast. And we're more of the sniper to learn what your market or your genre of feel is for your customer and then put you in their backyard.
Well, it seems like you've got it down to a system. Like you said, it's a science.
It is.
Figured out this mathematical equation to be able to put us as artists where we need to be at. And I mean, like I said, I am super down. I am going to hit the sack. I'm getting a little tired.
Now, I do want to tell all my CRoM Con people, you still have to be part of CRoM Con when we move over there. you don't just get to go do your own thing and forget about us over here. We still want to see you in the madness too. So
and there's no exclusivity to it because people worry. I mean, I've had other podcast groups come on and go, well, if we go over there, can we not? I said, no, we're simulcasting your signal. I don't care if you're on 15 of us.
Right.
There's not 15 of us, but if there were 15 of us, hey, get out there,
Absolutely.
Because I'm going to promote you. You're going to say something about NSC. So guess what? Now NSC is being said on 15 other places. So
that's
for
fantastic,
sure. Well, I'm 100% for it, like I said earlier. And it's been a pleasure talking to you, Kevin. It's been nice to meet you. Phil, it's always a pleasure as well. And Pops, I love you, man. There's always a lot of love for you guys.
Keep in touch, man. We'll have to talk soon, dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. I would love to have you involved in some projects, Bill. I'm really excited about it. A lot we've got going on and a lot we've got going on in the future that I haven't talked about. But I've mentioned to Pops before, I'm like 15 books in to the listener right now. So There's plenty of room for advancement. There's plenty of room for crazy stuff going on. There's plenty of room for other people to get involved. We did just finalize the script for the first book of the secondary series, so I'm very excited about that.
Nice.
So we're creating a joint world within for all of our characters to be involved in. But the neat thing about this is it's very different. So like where Addie's world is very in your face, like very in your face, very visceral series with the listener. The other book will be a very different viewpoint on the same world that we've created. So it'll be a much more the listener's artwork. I'm just trying to think of a way to express the difference. Is it's almost like a do you remember Battletoads, Pops?
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
So the other book would be like how wacky and crazy Battletoads was mixed with the listener. You know, so you're from it's from a child's point of view, a 10-year-old child's point of view. So can you imagine their mindset in this world of terror and horror? But they have their own ability that's a little bit different than Addie's ability. So they can traverse this world that they've been thrust into. And I'm really excited that to get that off the ground and get people to see that here shortly. We are talking about going into a funding, just so everybody's aware. Issue 2 is coming out regardless of whatever we do. I've already started putting the work together. Just like I told you guys I would do with issue 1, the book's already taken care of. You know what I'm saying? So you're not going to wait 3 months to get your book, 4 months to get your book. Your book will be done as soon as whatever we decide to do. If we decide not to do any funding at all, so be it. You're still going to get your book when you're supposed to, into January, early February. So that's for book 2. Issue 1's coming out this month. You'll definitely get your issue this month. It has been an absolute pleasure, all of you, once again. I did love learning about the alligator crocodile guys, and Ravage. That was fun. I'm excited to see what goes on with that, and I'm excited to see your work flourish. I'm excited to see what you do with it and where you take it. If you have any questions about Kickstarter or pushing your artwork or anything like that, I'm more than happy to help. Also, if you have any questions about art styles or what people are looking at, man, hit me up.
Most
It has
definitely,
been
dude.
a very amazing learning experience so far for me as well. But thanks again, guys. I'm gonna hit the sack. Always,
Thank you, Dustin.
you guys.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Dustin, I just dropped my email in there. If you guys all want to drop emails back and
Yeah,
forth, we
me-
can make a laugh later.
Yeah, mine's as well.
Mike Oden had texted me, said he hit up both Kevin and Dustin and made sure to.
Awesome.
Absolutely, and I am going to do all I can. Like I told him, the same. I extend the same hand that I would to anybody else. If you have any questions about Kickstarters or artists or how you feel that you should move in your direction, I'm not telling you how to do your stuff, but if I can lend a hand, I will for sure. Anyway, you guys have a blessed evening. Take it
You
easy.
too, man. Have a blessed
God bless, dudes.
It's this.
Yeah.
Look at that. I got it right. Look at that. I may never mess that up again. Now look.
All right.
I'm looking forward to exactly what Dustin just said. Where you're taking your Gators, bro.
Mhm.
Forward to that.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I watched your stream the other night. You were doing some colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. That's the first time I got to watch you actually work. I've seen you with your head down a lot, but I never got to see actually what you were doing. So that was awesome. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you. No, I love
excellence.
No, I love to hear feedback and that, people watch my streams. Like sometimes people surprise me because, like I watch like people comment and everything, but I would never know the people that, I nickname them the lurkers that, they watch, but they never comment and I'll have no idea. And sometimes I'll be talking with my friends and even people like in the community of Discord, like, I don't know, they'll sometimes like pop out of nowhere and say, like, oh, I enjoy watching. I'm like, oh, thank you so much. It brightens me so much because, I don't care about the numbers and stuff. Like, I'm super happy with the numbers I have because based off of the community I've been very active with. I make sure that, you know, I'm just being me, apparently. But, you know, people just, I don't know, they just try their best to like share everything, like my YouTube channel, my Twitter, and it's just been, I don't know, it's jaw dropping. I'll tell you that much. Just even networking and getting to know everyone, and just even being part of the madness. You know, I'm not on the Facebook group, but you know, I'm following
But
Pops
you
on Twitter.
should be.
I should be, but you know,
It's just like this. This guy, he does have a YouTube channel. You can go check him out. He is on Twitter. You can find him and find what he's doing and what's going on. He did not a Facebook.
And I just
You know?
recently got into Discord, and I even seen him over there.
There you go.
Exactly. So
I mean, it's like we've been on a few streams together. You know,
Yeah.
we talked to each other quite a few times. This ain't nothing new for us.
Nah.
But it is disappointing that I don't get to look through the member list and see that name pop up. You know, so if you ever do, you know, just make a little art page or some kind of a little page for your book
Mhm.
on Facebook, which can't hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't have to do much except drop a piece of art here and there or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it can't hurt to help your exposure, but it gives me an easier way to make sure people are seeing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know how we do that for him, Pops? We build a splash page for him on NSC, and then you just promote the splash page.
Oh,
There you
man.
go. See, this is
That
what
would
I'm
be
talking about.
fantastic.
I'm no techie. Phil knows. Hell, Phil's been my techie.
Hey guys, I need 5 minutes. I got to go let the dogs out because they're.
I'm gonna need more than 5, bro. I've been in this chair all fucking day. It's over.
You're done. We're done. We're tapping out.
Yeah, it's over, bro.
All right.
Like this. I'm definitely gonna get with you. I definitely want to talk to you about setting CRoM Con up and setting the madness up with a piece of what you got going on, a little tiny piece of that pie, you know. And I don't mean it monetarily. I mean I want the exposure for my friends. You know, I want to be out there where more people can see them. So I definitely want to get with you on that. And Ick, this is wonderful, dude. It's awesome having you in CRoM Con for the first time. It was great.
No,
I'm so glad you got to come out, man. Phil, as
Yeah.
always,
Total
can I say,
excellence.
You know,
too, man. It was great hanging out with you guys for sure, man.
Oh,
Nice meeting you guys. Enjoyed the
being
chat.
a fly on the wall in this segment, man. I've been here the whole time, although I did duck out a couple times because you know you got to once in a while. But man, very, very good panel, very informative. I really
This con has been fantastic. I mean, I was going in and out in the first one, but man, like the guests and everything were fantastic, and just being here just to finish off with everything, like it was just so awesome. I'm like mind blown, and all that. I'm like, freaking Kevin came out of nowhere with his platform with I don't know 100 channels, and I'm like, God, channels. It's like,
no, that's what I said. I can have my own channel.
yeah, right. You mean people will actually watch me?
Well, I mean, actually, I'm blown away. I got a good little chunk of subscribers over the week here, leading up to and over today. I got like 30 extra subscribers this week. It's kind of cool.
I think we need to see a Dustin and Kevin show, man.
Yeah, man. Dustin and Kevin, man.
I would love to see that, man.
There was a chemistry, man. It's like there was just no time for us to speak. These guys were like back and forth,
I was
like
boggled. I was like, this is awesome.
yeah, it was, man. It's like you guys need to have your own talk show or something because you guys are like back and forth with each other, and I'm just having a hard time just thinking like what to like talk after that. I'm like, it's just like one is great, one was good, but holy crap, this one is off the chain.
I hope we didn't crowd the airwaves out. Hope we didn't crowd out the airwaves because I'm from the South and we talk a lot. So
no,
as I've progressed with a lot of web exposure and web shows, because until I get my setup back again, I've kind of parked my own web show. but which will be Octane, which is after the for inked marketing for the octopus. But I'll send you some guys on why we called it inked marketing. You guys all get a kick out of that.
Ooh.
But I usually talk a lot with my hands. I feel like from Will Ferrell from Talladega Nights. I'm always pointing the wrong way on camera.
Yeah.
So I've had to teach myself to put your hands down and just talk, and don't just start trying to accentuate everything with your hands.
But see, I do it like this when I'm trying to figure out where they are. I won't point. I'll use the whole hand. I'll be like just you and oh yeah, okay, no, he's over there.
Exactly. Or you'll kind of go, it's over. It's over that shoulder.
It's been great, guys. I totally love this. Anybody who missed out, you can go back and watch this over again. I know it's long; it's 6 hours, but you can fast forward through and find the stuff you want to see. The schedule is still up in the madness. You can pretty much do the math and figure out the times of when everybody come out. This particular segment started at about 3 hours and 19 minutes ago, so you can figure out where it is, and if you want to catch this from the beginning or whatever. We do our best to make sure that everybody can always see this. This will never come down from the YouTube page. It'll always be up there.
What I'll do for you is we for all the podcasters, and I'll do it for this event as well. We'll put it into the rewind series, we call it, and it's like an 80s cassette tape that pops up, and it's got a sticker of the event, and then we promote it every so often, and it just keeps the cycles of people coming to keep checking it out.
Okay, got to get part 1 and part 2 though.
Yeah. Give me links to both of them. We'll trade emails and stuff. Give me links to both of them. I'll make you one for each, and then we'll put them out there. And I'll send them to all you guys.
Yeah, we're definitely going to do some work together, my friend.
All right. Appreciate you having me on, man. I'm going to go take care of the dogs. They're down there crying, wanting to go outside.
Yeah, I had one in here talking to me a little while ago.
My wife has been raising red-bone coonhounds, so I got 2 coonhounds downstairs.
Wow.
And that are wanting to get outside for a couple seconds.
We got the Husky, the Malamute, and Pit Bull mix.
Okay.
All rescue dogs, but they're
we've
all
got the 2 red bones, and they're a little rescue. Basically, he's a little blind terrier, so he's going to wake up as soon as they go. He's going to go. So.
CRoM Con.
Yeah, I know. We need shirts, man.
Shirt,
most definitely,
dude.
Up.
I got to give the shout out since it's been brought up. I should have done this earlier. That's Lee Reese art, and you can also see that's on the profile pic of my Facebook page, or my Facebook profile is that pic right there.
Mm-hmm.
And this shirt was made by Dale Robb. I think it's Rob at D's Custom Tees.
Mm.
I throw that out there because they sent me this, and I didn't pay for it or ask them to do this for me. And anybody else wants one, that's the place to go right there. They're in the madness. You can find them. Lee Reese, he'll hook you up.
All right, I will do that.
And I appreciate that, MD. You know it. I really wish I'm sad that all you guys are just popping up to watch at the end, but you can go back and watch it, and you know how we do this. Monday morning, 7 a.m., we will be doing the launch party for the Lady Satan book for Lucifer Storm. Make sure you check that out, too. Y'all have a great night. Thank you, everybody. Peace.
Peace.